Good morning. Welcome to day 2 of the April ACIP meeting. We will start off with roll call this morning for the members and the ex officios, and then we'll move into our first session. For the members, if you will state your name and give your conflicts of interest. Okay. Dr. Asturias? Oh, I'm so sorry. Apparently her volume just got turned on, so let me start over. Welcome to day 2 of ACIP. We'll start today with roll call, thank you. And then we'll move on to our first session, which is the meningococcal vaccines. For our work group members, if you will say your name, introduce yourselves, and your any conflicts of interest. Dr. Asturias?
Edwin Asturias, pediatric infectious disease at the University of Colorado, no conflicts of interest.
Thank you. Dr. Brewer?
Noel Brewer, University of North Carolina, Gillen School of Global Public Health, no conflicts of interest.
Dr. Brooks?
Oliver Brooks, clinical professor of pediatrics, Charles R. Drew, University of Medicine. No conflicts. Good morning.
Good morning. Dr. Chen?
Hi, Lynn Chen, Mount Auburn Hospital and Harvard Medical School. As I noted yesterday, no conflict of interest. However, I'm going to abstain from voting on chikungunya vaccine items due to past data safety and monitoring board activities. Thank you.
Dr. Sineas? Dr. Jameson?
Denise Jameson, Dean, University of Iowa, Carver College of Medicine. I have no conflicts of interest. Good morning.
Good morning. Dr. Cambodge?
Good morning. Minnie Cambodge, Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center in New York City. I have no conflicts of interest.
Dr. Kushel?
George Kushel, professor of geriatrics and medicine in UConn Health. I have no conflicts of interest, but however, I will abstain from voting on the RSV recommendations because I consulted for 6 months about a decade ago. Thank you.
Dr. Lair?
Good morning. This is Jamie Lair. I'm the owner of Cuga Family Medicine, a private family practice in Ithaca, New York, and I have no conflicts of interest. Thank you.
Ms. Lyons?
Good morning, Karen Lyons, Illinois Department of Public Health. I have no conflicts of interest.
Ms. Moser?
Morning, Charlotte Moser, Vaccine Education Center at Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. I have no conflicts of interest.
Dr. Schechter?
Robert Schechter, California Department of Public Health. No conflicts. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Shaw?
Al Shaw, professor of medicine in the section of infectious diseases at Yale School of Medicine. I have no conflicts. Good morning.
Good morning. Dr. Zucker?
Good morning. Adjunct Professor SUNY Downstate, no conflicts.
Okay. Dr. Sineas?
Good morning, Sybil Sineas. I Associate Professor of Medicine and Pediatrics, Warren Alford Medical School of Brown University, and no conflicts.
And I'm Kip Talbot. I'm Professor of Medicine and Health Policy at Vanderbilt University Medical Center, and I have no conflicts. Moving on to the ex officios, CMS. HRSA.
This is Reed Grimes with the Health Resources and Services Administration.
Thank you. Indian Health Service.
Good morning. This is Uzo Chukuma sitting in for the Indian Health Service. Thank you.
Thank you. NIH.
Mike Carilla. Apologies for yesterday. My audio had a meltdown.
Oh, so sorry.
NIH.
Thank you. I'm glad it worked this morning.
Yes.
FDA.
Good morning. Tracy Beth Hogue, FDA.
Good morning. Okay, we will be able to begin our first session on meningococcal vaccines. I'm going to hand the introduction over to Dr. Lair.
Good morning. Thank you. And we're going to be presenting meningococcal vaccines today. Next slide. There are 3 terms of reference, topics that we're going to be talking about today, specifically the GSK pentavalent vaccine, Menquadfi use in infants, and the adolescent schedule change. Next slide. Today, the GSK pentavalent vaccine, there's been licensure in February of 2025, and we plan on voting on its use today. For the Menquadfi use in infants, the licensure is anticipated in May of 2025, and we plan to vote on that at the June meeting. And the adolescent schedule change, the work group deliberations are ongoing. Next slide. So we're going to be presenting an update of the evidence, recommendations, and work group considerations for the GSK pentavalent vaccine. And because it'll also be offered to children, there'll be updates to the meningococcal VFC resolution. We'll then start by talking about the Menquadfi label changes for infants and be going over safety and immunogenicity. And then we'll be talking about the work group considerations regarding Menquadfi in infants. Next slide. There will be a vote today, including the VFC vote on the GSK pentavalent vaccine. Next slide. This is probably the most important slide for the day with regard to decision making. You might recall that in October, we presented an ETR for the GSK pentavalent vaccine, and we made a recommendation to the ACIP. However, at that meeting, we also recommended that the Bexsero labeling get changed from a 0-1 month schedule to a 0-6 month schedule, because there is evidence that spacing it out by 6 months was associated with higher immunogenicity. Because of that, we had to redo some of our calculations and evaluations. And what that means is that the GSK pentavalent vaccine was being compared to Bexsero. And because Bexsero had higher immunogenicity, the pentavalent now had comparatively lower immunogenicity than MenB alone. And when we looked at some of the data points in the label and after the analysis, there are some comparisons where the MenB alone is better than the pentavalent vaccine, and there are non-overlapping confidence intervals. Remember, there is no clinical correlation of protection, and we're not sure, there's uncertain clinical significance of these new findings. So the work group reviewed these small changes, and we're going to be presenting some changes to our ETR. But overall, while we felt the ACIP needed to be aware of this, the work group recommendation has not changed. Next slide, please. These are the members of the ACIP meningococcal vaccine work group. Myself and Charlotte Moser are the ACIP members on the work group, and we have ex officio members and work group liaisons and consultants. Next slide. And we also have CDC contributors. I'd like to give a lot of attention to Sarah Shilley, Jennifer Collins, and Lucy McNamara for their very hard work and making sure that we stay on task. I think they're doing a wonderful job and want to give them kudos. Thank you very much, and I think we'll move on to the first presentation.
Good morning. I will discuss the updated evidence to recommendations framework and workgroup considerations for the GSK pentavalent or MenABCWY vaccine. Next slide. I will first review meningococcal vaccine recommendations. Starting with the routine schedule, one MenACWY dose is recommended at 11 through 12 years of age, and a booster dose is recommended at 16 years of age. 2 MenB doses are recommended at 16 through 23 years of age based on shared clinical decision-making, with a preferred range of 18 through 16 years. Next slide. For persons at increased risk and 2 months of age and older, MenACWY vaccines are recommended for certain medical conditions, some microbiologists, exposure during an outbreak, travel to hyperendemic areas, and first-year college students, And MenB vaccines are recommended for persons 10 years of age and older with certain medical conditions, some microbiologists, and exposure during an outbreak. Next slide. ACWY vaccine products are interchangeable, and while the same brand is preferred, it is not required for all doses in a series. In contrast, MenB vaccine products are not interchangeable. As such, MenB vaccines from the same manufacturer must be used for all doses in the series, including booster doses. Next slide. There are 2 ABCWY vaccines licensed in the United States, one manufactured by Pfizer, Pinbrea, and one by GSK, Penmenvy. Both vaccines are a combination of an existing ACWY and MenB vaccine. Both are licensed as a 2-dose series with doses separated by 6 months for persons 10 through 25 years of age. The Pfizer vaccine, Pinbrea, was licensed for use in October 2023, and ACIP voted on recommendations for this vaccine at its October 2023 meeting. The GSK vaccine, Penmenvy, was licensed for use on February 14, 2025, and ACIP will vote on recommendations for this vaccine today. Next slide. ACIP recommended that the Pfizer pentavalent vaccine may be used when both ACWY and MenB are indicated at the same visit for healthy persons aged 16 through 23 years when shared clinical decision-making favors administration of MenB vaccine, and persons aged 10 years and older who are at increased risk for meningococcal disease. Next slide. The meningococcal vaccines work group assessed the Pfizer and GSK pentavalent vaccines separately, as there are a lack of data directly comparing these 2 vaccines. Note that the ACWY and MenB vaccine indications have not changed with the availability of pentavalent vaccine. ACIP previously voiced a preference to harmonize recommendations between the Pfizer and GSK pentavalent vaccines, unless a vaccine-specific reason to have a different recommendation exists. Next slide. Immunogenicity for meningococcal vaccines can be assessed by a variety of assays. Traditional HSBA assays use exogenous complement and typically measure seroprotection, seroresponse, or GMTs. For MenB strains, endogenous complement can be used to measure immunologic vaccine effectiveness, or the immune response against diverse serogroup B strains. Despite these multiple assays, however, a serologic correlate of protection only exists for serogroup C. Next slide. As was done with the Pfizer pentavalent vaccine, the GSK pentavalent vaccine was assessed through 3 PICO questions. PICO 1, should the GSK pentavalent vaccine be included as an option for ACWY, MenB vaccination in people currently recommended to receive both vaccines at the same visit? PICO 2, should the GSK pentavalent vaccine be included as an option for people currently recommended to receive ACWY only? And PICO 3, should the GSK pentavalent vaccine be included as an option for people currently recommended to receive MenB only? Next slide. For ease of nomenclature, we refer to quadrivalent ACWY vaccine as Q, MenB vaccine as B, and pentavalent vaccine as P. Next slide. Therefore, PICO 1 corresponds to QPB, PICO 2 to PP, and PICO 3 to QPP. Next slide. For the Pfizer pentavalent vaccine, ACIP voted yes for PICO 1 and no for PICOs 2 and 3. Next slide. I will now review the updated components of the ETR. Next slide. The ETR was presented to ACIP in October, and 3 sections now have updated information: public health problem, benefits and harms, and resource use. Next slide. Starting with the public health problem domain. Next slide. Meningococcal disease incidence in the United States declined dramatically between 1996 and 2019, with further declines in 2020 and 2021. This decline began prior to the introduction of vaccine. Since 2022, however, there's been an uptick in cases. Based on preliminary data for 2024, there are 503 cases, which equates to the highest incidence since 2013 at 0.15 cases per 100,000 population. Note that these data are updated since previously presented to ACIP, with a 2023 incidence of 0.13 per 100,000 population. Next slide. The work group feels that invasive meningococcal disease is a problem of public health importance for all 3 PICOs for the GSK pentavalent vaccine, which mirrored the previous ratings for the Pfizer pentavalent vaccine, shown in gray. Next slide. Now for the benefits and harms domain. Next slide. The GSK pentavalent vaccine has previously been assessed by the work group and ACIP, using the MenB vaccine Bexsero, administered on a 0-2-month schedule, as the comparator for the B antigens. This is because Bexsero was licensed as a 2-dose series, with doses administered at 0 and greater than or equal to 1 month. Recently, the Bexsero interval has been extended to 0-6 months. Because longer intervals between vaccine doses are associated with higher immunogenicity, the bar for comparison has been raised. Also, some of the data points in the label have been updated from those previously shared. Data may reflect the full analysis set or the per protocol set. Next slide. The clinical significance of this comparatively lower immunogenicity is uncertain, as a serologic correlate of protection is lacking for serogroup B disease. The work group's recommendations for use of the GSK pentavalent vaccine remain unchanged, but the work group feels it is important for ACIP to consider the comparative changes in immunogenicity in their deliberations. Next slide. The work group's previous synthesis to ACIP was that the GSK pentavalent vaccine was non-inferior to MenB, comparing HSBA titers on a 0-2-month interval for 3 strains, and non-inferior to MenB on a 0-6-month interval for 2 strains. The success criteria were met with pentavalent vaccine for MenB protection based on immunologic vaccine effectiveness using endogenous complement against a broad range of strains, although the pentavalent vaccine had lower point estimates compared to MenB on a 0-6-month schedule. Next slide. The previous synthesis regarding serogroups A, C, W, and Y immunogenicity and safety remain unchanged, and this will be reviewed in a subsequent slide. The safety profile of pentavalent vaccine was similar to MenB vaccine. There were slightly more unsolicited adverse events with pentavalent than with MenB. There were more adverse events with pentavalent compared to MenACWY. Next slide. I will now highlight the B strain immunogenicity. The left graph shows immune response with pentavalent vaccine in orange bars compared to MenB in blue bars. When compared to MenB on a 0-2-month schedule, as shown on the far left, non-inferiority criteria were met for 3 strains, FHBP, NADA, and NHBA. When compared to MenB on a 0-6-month schedule on the right bar graph, non-inferiority criteria were met for 2 strains, FHBP and NADA. Note that success criteria were defined as the lower limit of the 95% confidence interval being greater than -10 for the group difference. This was presented to ACIP in June 2024. Next slide. Some of the numbers in the package insert have been updated and hence differ from those previously shared, and those changes for the group difference confidence intervals are circled. Next slide. Non-inferiority was not demonstrated for the poor A indicator strain on either the 0-2 month or 0-6 month comparison. And this strain is important because it represents the full outer membrane vesicle component of the vaccine and has bearing on cross protection. Next slide. The composite response is circled. The Penmenvy composite response was not previously shared with ACIP. The B strain composite response for Penmenvy was 70% compared to 80.1% for Bexsero. Next slide. In contrast, on the right, you will note that the composite response for Penbrea was greater than the comparator Trumenba. Next slide. Now for the endogenous complement assays. The top graphs were previously shared with ACIP. With both test and responder-based immunologic vaccine effectiveness, immunogenicity for pentavalent vaccine against a breadth of MenB strains, shown in orange, is similar to that of MenB administered on a 0-2 month schedule, shown in light blue. However, when compared to MenB on a 0-6 month schedule, shown in dark blue, immunogenicity is comparatively lower for pentavalent, with non-overlapping confidence intervals. However, success criteria were met as the lower limit of the 97.5% confidence interval was above 65%. Note also slight changes in confidence intervals in the package insert, shown in yellow circles. Next slide. Similarly, when assessing the proportion of samples with bactericidal activity against diverse MenB strains, immunogenicity for pentavalent vaccine against a breadth of MenB strains is similar to that of MenB administered on a 0-2 month schedule. However, when compared to MenB on a 0-6 month schedule, immunogenicity is comparatively lower for pentavalent with non-overlapping confidence intervals. Again, success criteria were met. Next slide. This slide shows reverse cumulative distribution curves against the 4 MenB indicator strains. I would like to draw your attention to the red, next slide, and green lines. 2-dose immunogenicity for pentavalent shown in solid red, and for MenB in solid green. Curves shifted to the right represent greater immunogenicity. The MenB curve is slightly shifted to the right of the pentavalent curve for the 4 strains shown here. Next slide. This slide shows a post hoc analysis of endogenous complement activity against 110 isolates by clonal complex. The pentavalent data are represented by orange bars and the Bexsero 0-6 month data by gray bars. For the poor A isolates, circled in the upper right, response is similar for pentavalent and MenB. Previously in this presentation, we looked at data that showed a poor A response with pentavalent, which might seem contradictory to this slide. However, the poor A match on this slide likely reflects strains in the US, whereas the previous data may be more representative of the New Zealand strain. Clonal complexes 41 through 44 are depicted at the bottom left portion of the graph. These clonal complexes represent about 40% of US isolates from recent years, and the response is greater for Bexsero for some of these isolates, as demonstrated by the higher gray bars compared to the orange bars. Next slide. As stated earlier, There are no substantive changes in serogroups A, C, W, or Y responses. For men ACWY naive recipients, the immune response was greater for 1 dose of pentavalent versus 1 dose of Menveo for serogroups C, W, and Y, as shown in the graph in the upper right corner, as the orange bars are higher than the green bars. The response for serogroup A was lower among pentavalent recipients, although confidence intervals overlapped. For primed recipients, response was very similar for pentavalent and Menveo, as shown in the bottom right. The likely use of Penminb would be for ACWY primed recipients, and the lower response to serogroup A is not likely a major concern, as that serogroup does not circulate in the United States. Next slide. There are also no substantive changes regarding safety. Serious adverse events related to vaccination occurred in 3 subjects among pentavalent recipients across 2 clinical trials, compared to 1 subject receiving MenACWY and 2 subjects across 2 trials receiving MenB vaccine. Note that neuromyelitis optica is not listed in the package insert, as this was not considered an adverse drug reaction to vaccination after GSK and independent evaluation. Next slide. In summary, MenABCWY immunogenicity for the B strains is slightly lower than MenB. The clinical significance of this is uncertain, as a serologic correlate of protection is lacking. For traditional exogenous HSBA titers against 4 vaccine indicator strains, MenABCWY was non-inferior to MenB at 0-2 months for 3 strains and non-inferior to MenB at 0-6 months for 2 strains. For the endogenous complement HSB assay against a broad range of strains, success criteria were met. The workgroup's interpretation has not changed, and the workgroup requests ACIP consider the magnitude of the difference in immunogenicity in their deliberations. Next slide. The workgroup previously deemed the desirable anticipated effects of the GSK pentavalent vaccine small for all 3 PICO questions. This determination remains unchanged from the workgroup's previous assessment. Next slide. The workgroup previously determined the undesirable effects minimal for PICO 1 and small or minimal for the other PICOs. This determination remains unchanged from the workgroup's previous assessment. Next slide. For PICO 1, based on new immunogenicity data, a minority of the workgroup now favor comparison. Next slide. The overall certainty of evidence for short-term immunity was moderate or low for the 3 PICO questions. This determination remains unchanged from the workgroup's previous assessment. Next slide. The overall certainty of evidence for serious adverse events was moderate or low for the 3 PICO questions. This determination also remains unchanged from the workgroup's previous assessment. Next slide. Now for the resource use domain. Next slide. This slide shows pediatric vaccine price per dose for MenACWY, MenB, and MenABCWY vaccines. For the economic model, we used costs of $181 and $241, respectively, for public and private pentavalent vaccine cost. Note that the final prices are to be determined, but the private sector final price will be between $230 and $255 per dose. No, next slide. The expected price of the GSK pentavalent vaccine remains less than, next slide, the combined prices of the component vaccines. Because the price used in our model is within the estimated range for the final price, we did not update the cost-effectiveness analysis. Next slide. As a reminder, for PICO 1, the health outcomes are the same for use of pentavalent versus comparator. This graph displays the number of invasive meningococcal disease cases and deaths that would occur. The two vaccination strategies in PICO-1 yield identical health outcomes, preventing 91 invasive meningococcal disease cases and 14 deaths compared to no vaccination. Next slide. For incremental cost-effectiveness ratios, we previously shared with ACIP for PICO-1, QPB is cost saving compared to the current strategy of QBB. There's no difference in QALY saved, as previously noted, but QPB would save $175 million. In a sensitivity analysis, with the updated price assumptions, PICO-1, QPB remained cost saving when compared to QBB. Next slide. The work group felt that PICO-1 would be an efficient allocation of resources, but this varied for PICOs 2 and 3. The work group's assessment remained unchanged. Next slide. Next slide. In review, the work group's interpretation favors pentavalent vaccine for PICO-1, as shown in the green shading. I will review the results for PICO-1 in more detail. The work group felt that yes, invasive meningococcal disease is a problem of public health importance. The desirable anticipated effects were small and the undesirable effects minimal, with variability in whether the desirable effects outweigh the undesirable effects. There was low overall certainty of evidence. The target population would feel the desirable effects are large relative to the undesirable effects, with probably none or no variability. The intervention is acceptable to stakeholders and is an efficient use of resources. Health equity is probably increased and the intervention is feasible to implement. Next slide. For PICO-1, the work group previously determined that the desirable consequences clearly outweigh the undesirable consequences. Since last presented to ACIP, some workgroup members feel desirable consequences probably outweigh undesirable consequences based on the updated data. Next slide. The workgroup still feels there is sufficient information to move forward with a recommendation. Next slide. The workgroup does recommend pentavalent vaccine for PICO-1, does not recommend for PICO-2, and is mixed for PICO-3. A reminder that recommending for PICO-1 is harmonized with the recommendation for the Pfizer pentavalent vaccine. Next slide. PICO-1 would typically involve 1 dose of pentavalent vaccine and 1 dose of MenB vaccine to complete the MenB series. However, the studies evaluated 2 doses of pentavalent vaccine. Recommendations for use of both pentavalent vaccines could be revisited as part of future adolescent schedule deliberations if desired. Next slide. The proposed vote language is shown here. ACIP recommends GSK's MenABCWY vaccine may be used when both MenACWY and MenB are indicated at the same visit. For healthy persons aged 16 through 23 years on the routine schedule, when shared clinical decision-making favors administration of MenB vaccine, and for persons aged 10 years and older who are at increased risk for meningococcal disease, for example, because of persistent complement deficiencies, complement inhibitor use, or functional or anatomic asplenia. That concludes this presentation, and I will now take questions.
For our members, if they have questions, please raise your hand. And since I'm chair, I'm going to take chair prerogative. With the new QPB, that we have the old one and there's possibly a new one, can you mix and match these products now?
No, you cannot. The MenB vaccine products remain non-interchangeable by manufacturer. So only Pfizer products can be used, when a Pfizer product was used to initiate the series, and likewise for the GSK product.
Dr. Schechter.
Thank you, and thank you very much for the presentation. I was under the impression that there was more support for Pico 3 for the GSK product than in the past deliberations around the work group around the Pfizer product. Is that the case? And is it clear or why that might be?
So there was more support for the GSK product for Pico 3 compared to Pico 2, but the work group landed that the preference is for Pico 1, and this is based largely on the desire previously voiced by ACIP to harmonize the recommendations between the Pfizer and the GSK pentavalent vaccines. With Pico 3, you're giving some extra ACWY antigens.
Thank you. One other question is, are we likely to have from either post-immunization infections or outbreak settings, is the likelihood of getting any real-world effectiveness over the next years likely or unlikely?
I don't know. I mean, disease is so rare that it makes calculating real world effectiveness challenging. I mean, there are some effectiveness numbers out there, but they're limited by small sample sizes.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Barnett.
I'm wondering if the work group looked at whether there would be a different recommendation for travelers who are getting the vaccine in order to travel to the meningitis belt of sub-Saharan Africa because of the reduced response to serogroup A, which is more common in this area of the world.
So typically, MenABCWY vaccine would not be indicated based on travel because MenB vaccine is not indicated based on travel. So if the recommendation is to give this pentavalent vaccine when both MenB and MenACWY are indicated, travel would not meet that criteria. But you do raise a good point in that, for people who are going to stay in the United States, immunogenicity for the MenA serogroup is less important for those who travel. But typically, we would not expect pentavalent vaccine to be used for a travel indication.
Thank you.
Dr. Brewer.
Trying to understand how many vaccine types of a pediatrician would have to stock to satisfy these new recommendations under Pico, say Pico 1, because that has the 3 different kinds, the Q, P, and B.
So,
is it 5?
So they wouldn't have to use the pentavalent vaccine. It's an option. It may be used. So they could still just do their current stocking, of one MenACWY product and one MenB product and remain at that. If they did want to reduce the number of injections for their patient, they would then add the pentavalent product that corresponds to the manufacturer for the MenB product that they stock.
But should they stock both MenBs given that you can't mix and match?
So, that would be up to the individual practice. If you have, a new patient coming, transferred from a different practice who used the other MenB product, an option would be to refer that patient out somewhere to maybe the local health department for, MenB vaccination with the same manufacturer.
I see. So we're thinking probably 2, but maybe 3 if they're being fancy. And then that 4th might not be necessary because they would just refer someone else and refer them out and make it sort of someone else's thing. Right. Thank you.
That's correct.
Dr. Zucker?
Yeah, Zucker, thank you.
You're going to get me. You're going to teach me.
I know, you'll get it. Anyway, I just want to, from a programmatic perspective, just say I will go with harmonization all the time. I think the schedule's complicated enough. And, if there's compelling reason to have different recommendations, then of course, I think we should do it, but I don't see any compelling reason. And I think for, again, programmatic reasons and implementation, that, I would vote for harmonizing, the schedule in terms of, where we vote for, using the pentavalent, when both vaccines would be indicated, and not allowing for the other options. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to ask you one more time to say your last name.
Zucker.
Zucker. Okay.
Yeah, Zucker. Yeah.
Okay.
Think sweet, sugar.
Dr. Asturias.
Yeah, thank you. I'm very intrigued by, so how did the working group reconcile the issue of sort of keeping the shared decision making with the potential sort of benefit of reducing costs by using a pentavalent vaccine? In other words, as you just mentioned, when Dr. Brewer was asking, it's very likely that given the complexity of this recommendation, practices will have to limit their provision of vaccines. But then you're coming with a pentavalent vaccine that may be very cost savings, and yet we just gonna limit it to very small proportion of adolescents. Is that correct, or I'm sort of getting this wrong?
Okay. So yeah, the pentavalent vaccine is priced quite a bit less than the cost, the total cost of the two component vaccines. But yet the recommendation for the B piece, so for pentavalent, since it includes the B component, is still based on shared clinical decision making. That might be revisited in the future as part of adolescent schedule change deliberations, but right now, that MinB vaccine recommendation remains under shared clinical decision making.
Dr. Shaw?
Hi, yeah, thanks for this discussion of a kind of a complex area. This is not an area I have particular expertise in, but I was wondering about the consideration of non-inferiority of the PORA antigen. And in my kind of limited background, I believe PORA shows substantial kind of phase variation affecting expression and also sequence variation within and across strains. Is this correct? So I'm trying to assess the significance or how much we should expect matching of strains for a fairly polymorphic protein.
Yeah, so the PORA strain is important because it represents the full outer membrane vesicle component of the vaccine. And that was the strain that did show inferiority using the exogenous assays. However, when we look at, let me see, if I could have slide 32. I want to emphasize this is a post hoc analysis, but the PORA strain here is in the upper right circle, and this is probably most reflective of the US PORA strains as opposed to the exogenous assay, which is probably more reflective of the New Zealand strain. So if you look here on this slide, the gray and the orange bars are a very similar height. So I think this is reassuring.
Yeah, and this is the other point I guess you just raised. So the traditional assay is when you say exogenous, this would be kind of inactivating complement in the serum and then adding some exogenous source, which must be tricky to find, versus, is this the endogenous assay you're showing, or?
This is this is the endogenous assay.
So I see. So it might be a little bit easier to appreciate, I suppose, since this uses the complement present in the serum sample. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Krella.
Thank you. I'm looking at your risk-based meningococcal vaccine recommendation slides, and it would appear that currently MinB is risk-based, very limited usage. but I'm wondering about the situation where a college student who has been given the pentavalent vaccine and then is at their college undergoes there happens to be an outbreak. They would be recommended to get a MinB vaccination as a result of that outbreak, and then what's the likelihood that it could be matched to the original pentavalent brand?
So, yeah, so if they've completed the MinB series and then they find themselves.
No, but they haven't. They haven't. They've just gotten the pentavalent and head off for college, and then there's an outbreak.
Okay, so the recommendation would be to get, 1 dose of pentavalent followed by 1 dose of MinB 6 months later. So that would be the recommendation. But if they received, 1 or 2 doses of a MinB containing vaccine and they were in an outbreak situation, they would be recommended, to complete the series. Like that would be always recommended to complete the series. If the series was completed, the typical recommendation would be if it's been a year since completion of the series and they're in an outbreak situation to give a booster dose. That year can be shortened to 6 months if recommended by public health authorities. And in that case, it is a booster dose we're talking about, so they do need to find a booster dose from the same manufacturer as their initial series.
Yes, so that means either they're going to have that information or that information is going to have to be submitted at the time of their matriculation to college so that it's, because in the midst of an outbreak, I'm not sure that they're going to be able to figure out which one they had.
Yeah, and we recommend that, they try to ascertain which brand they previously had, but if it's not possible, they have to restart the series.
As a mom of a college student, we had to provide documentation of which MinB we sent our son off to school with. All right, Dr. Schechter.
Thank you. Regarding the discussion around cost savings and cost effectiveness, I just want to make sure that, just want to see if these assumptions are correct, that the decision around MinB protection is still not cost saving, but if through clinical decision making, the patient decides to proceed, then use of pentavalent is more cost saving compared to individual components. Is that?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Chen.
Yes, thank you. I wonder if the work group has considered a boosting recommendation for ACWY versus MinB, as in particular for the asplenic patients, for whom there are different intervals of boosting in the current recommendations.
Yeah, so, there are currently recommendations for booster doses for persons with asplenia, for for MinB as well as ACWY. Those recommendations are not changing as part of the pentavalent deliberations. So the booster dose recommendations remain unchanged.
Thank you.
Dr. Lair.
I don't remember if we need a motion or if the work group recommendation is an automatic motion to approve this vote language.
Dr. Lair, we need a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the vote language as it is presented on this screen.
Do we have a second? Oh, I've got hands raised. Sorry. Ms. Moser, are you here for a second?
I am. Second that motion.
Thank you. Dr. Zucker, do you have another comment or are you seconding?
No, I'm lowering my hand. I was going to second.
Okay, that's perfect. We have 1 minute and GSK, Dr. Clements wanted to make one comment.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, hello everyone. I am Diana Clements from GSK Medical Affairs. We appreciate the detailed review of Penmenvy's immunogenicity and safety data by the meningococcal work group. Penmenvy was FDA licensed in February 2025 and is approved for active immunization to prevent invasive disease caused by Neisseria meningitis, serogroups A, B, C, W, and Y, in individuals 10 through 25 years of age. We acknowledge the opinion of the work group related to the serogroup B endpoints presented today. In the phase 3 Penmenvy clinical trials, statistical significance criteria were met for all endpoints except for the endpoints against 2 indicator strains. Success criteria and non-inferiority were met for the endpoints evaluating response against a diverse panel of clinically relevant serogroup B strains. Additional post-hoc analyses derived from the discussions between GSK and FDA prior to Penmenvy's approval. These additional data reflect FDA's analysis of small numeric differences in immune response between Penmenvy and Bexsero and were not powered or predefined. With this analysis, FDA's summary basis of approval is, and I quote, overall, the results support that Penmenvy induces an effective immune response against the range of clonal complex and strain types tested, mitigating the clinical significance of 2 failed secondary endpoints. The totality of immunogenicity data supports the effectiveness of Penmenvy for the prevention of invasive serogroup B disease. End quote. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any additional discussion before we move on? Dr. Middleman.
Thank you. I just want to mention that I think the QPB makes perfect sense in terms of the harmonization, but I just want to make sure that we sort of follow and surveil how well this goes in terms of wasted doses and errors that may occur, and continue to keep on the table as we continue to discuss the adolescent schedule, the possibility of QPP and the ease that it would provide to our providers in terms of keeping track of immunizations. Thank you.
Thank you. I have one last comment before we move on. I agree with this, but I am very concerned about having 3 meningitis vaccines in a fridge. And you say, go get the meningitis vaccine, and Lord only knows what's going to come up. So I think, as Dr. Middleman said, it was going to require a great deal of review to see how this program runs. All right, let's move on to Dr. Santoli, who's going to update to meningococcal vaccines BFC resolution.
Next slide, please. We're going to review the resolution, and the orange font and highlight in the presentation are used to indicate changes compared to the previously approved version. Next slide. So the purpose of the resolution is to update the resolution to incorporate a new combination pentavalent vaccine. Next slide. These are the meningococcal conjugate vaccine eligible groups unchanged. Next slide. And unchanged for the recommended vaccination schedule and intervals for the meningococcal conjugate component of the resolution. Next slide. And no change to the table notes or the dosage or the contraindications and precautions for this component of the resolution. Next slide. This is the serogroup B meningococcal component of the resolution. There are no change to the eligible groups. Next slide. No change to the recommended vaccination schedule and intervals in this component. Next slide. There is a change in one of the table notes, the third table note, which is the table note about Men B vaccines not being interchangeable and adding in a reference to the new pentavalent vaccine. No other changes in this component of the resolution. Next slide. In the combination pentavalent component of the resolution, there are no changes to the eligible groups. Next slide. In the table below, there are changes, and as I'm looking at this, it doesn't look as clear as it did when I saw it on my slide. So there's, you're not be able to, well, you can't hear me. Okay. So, I'm sorry, I'm fighting the urge to point to the changes, but in the first column, which is under the dosing schedule for the primary series, there's a change in the, of adding the, gosh, I'm sorry, I'm not seeing it. I apologize. Thanks. So what we did was this table actually referenced the specific combination pentavalent vaccine, and so we revised it so that it was more general, and you'll see that in the dosing schedule in lieu of men ACWY and men B. We also refer to, in the second paragraph in that section, a dose of the combination vaccine instead of referring to a specific combination pentavalent vaccine. Under the dosing schedule for boosters in the second column, again, we reference the lack of interchangeability and become generic about a pentavalent vaccine. And then in the final column about children who are not at increased risk, the same addition is made. Next slide. Here again, there's the same footnote that you saw in the Men B component of the resolution, and the same addition is made. There's no other changes to the dosage or the contraindications and precautions. Next slide. This is a statement, it's unchanged, about published recommendations within 6 months following the resolution. Next slide. So my apologies for my difficulty reading my own orange font, and that concludes my presentation.
Dr. Lair.
I move to approve the VFC vote as presented here in this presentation.
Looking for a second? Dr. Brooks.
Second the motion.
Fantastic. Does anyone have any comments? Or questions for Dr. Santoli? Thank you. Okay. We will be moving to updates to meningococcal vaccine. No, sorry. Helps when I read the right line. Introduction to MenQuad-5 label changes for infants. Dr. Shilley.
I will now introduce the MenQuad-5 label change for infants. Next slide. With the discontinuation of Menactra in 2023, 2 MenACWY vaccines are available for use in the United States, MenQuad-5 and Menveo. MenQuad-5 is currently licensed for persons down to 2 years of age and Menveo down to 2 months of age. The same vaccine product is preferred but not required for all doses in a series. Next slide. MenACWY vaccine is routinely recommended for children at 11 through 12 years of age and at 16 years of age, as well as for persons 2 months and older with medical or other risk factors, as depicted here. Next slide. The dosing schedule for persons with risk factors varies with age. For those less than 2 years of age, 2, 3, or 4 doses are recommended. For persons 2 years and older, 2 doses are recommended at least 8 weeks apart. Booster doses are recommended for persons who remain at risk at either a 3 or 5 year interval. Next slide. With discontinuation of Menactra, Menveo has been the only MenACWY vaccine available in the United States for persons less than 2 years of age. Sanofi is seeking infant licensure for MenQuad-5, anticipated in May 2025, for the following ages at initiation: 6 weeks through 5 months, a dose at 2, 4, 6, and 12 through 18 months, with the first dose may be administered as early as 6 weeks. 6 through 23 months, 2-dose series with the second dose administered in the second year of life and at least 3 months after the first dose, and then 2 years or older, 1 dose. Next slide. That concludes this presentation, and I'll now turn it over to Sanofi for their presentation.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you. So I'm Rachel Dawson, the head of mainline vaccines with Sanofi for North America. And I would like to start by thanking the investigators, parents, infant, and toddlers who participated in the studies. And I am presenting today on behalf of a large team at Sanofi who contributed to these studies. And with me today are Olga Serkina and Olga Lyavas, who are here to support Q&A at the end as needed. Next slide. So we'll briefly discuss the public health burden of invasive pneumococcal disease and the rationale for the clinical development program, and we will focus on the clinical data from the infant studies with a brief summary. Next slide. Here you can see the public health burden of the meningococcal disease remains a major global health challenge, striking quickly with devastating effects, taking a life in less than 24 hours in some cases. And there is a high case fatality rate at 10 to 15%, with 1 in 5 survivors who suffer permanent sequelae as listed here. And since the introduction of the first men ACWI conjugate vaccine in 2005, IMD caused by serogroups C, W, and Y has declined by over 90%. And infants continue to have the highest incidence of IMD, so I will share information with you today about the performance of Sanofi's ACWI TT vaccine Menfodfi. Next slide. And Menfodfi is a quadrivalent meningococcal conjugate vaccine to help prevent meningococcal disease by serogroups A, C, W, and Y. FDA approved it in April of 2020 for persons 2 years of age and older. And the studies to support the expansion of age indication down to 6 weeks of age are completed. And I will be sharing those with you today. And it is conjugated to a tetanus toxoid containing 10 micrograms each of the 4 meningococcal polysaccharides. It is fully liquid, it does not require reconstitution, and it is supplied in a single dose vial. Next slide. Dr. Schilling just described the proposed schedule for the primary vaccination with Menfodfi, so I won't belabor the point. So we can go ahead and move on to the next slide. And next slide. Here you see the breadth of our program in infants and toddlers across the globe, and I will focus on the ones that are shaded in gray, which are MET 41, 42, and 61, which are the studies that were done for licensure in the United States. MET 41 is a safety study, 42 is the safety and immunogenicity, and MET 61 is safety and immunogenicity in a 1+1 schedule for those 6 months of age and older. We'll spend most of our time on 42 and 61 because 41 and 42 are very similar and in terms of their study design, so we'll review at a higher level. Next slide. So let's start with MET 42, which evaluates the immunogenicity and safety of Menfodfi when co-administered with routine pediatric vaccines in healthy infants and toddlers in the US and Puerto Rico. Next slide. I'll point out some of the features of the study design and the demographic data. The age group in the study population were infants from the ages of 42 days to under 89 days. The number of participants were over 2,600 who were meningococcal vaccine naive. Group 1 is the Menfodfi group, who also had the routine pediatric vaccines administered concomitantly, and Group 2 is the Menvio group, plus the routine pediatric vaccines. And the vaccine schedule was a single dose of Menfodfi or Menvio at 2, 4, 6, and 12 months of age. The safety follow-up included the immediate unsolicited systemic AEs within 30 minutes, solicited AEs at days 0 to 7, unsolicited AEs at days 0 through 30, and SAEs at visit 1, which was the day of the first vaccination until the end of the 6-month follow-up period. On the right-hand side, you will see the baseline characteristics, which were balanced across the groups in relation to sex, age, racial origin, and ethnicity. Next slide. We'll start with the safety evaluation. Next slide. Here you'll see the solicited injection site and systemic reactions within 7 days after any dose. On the left-hand side are the injection site reactions. You can see the percentage of participants who had either a grade 1, grade 2, or grade 3 reaction, with the grade 1 being the darker portion of the bar and the lighter ones being grade 2 and grade 3. Tenderness was the most frequently reported solicited injection site reaction. Erythema and swelling were reactions less frequently experienced, with most solicited injection site reactions being of grade 1 or 2 in intensity. And you can see on the graph, group 1 is the min-quad-phi group, and group 2 is the min-VO group. On the right-hand side, the systemic reactions included irritability, which was the most frequently reported solicited systemic reaction, which was followed by crying abnormal, drowsiness, and appetite loss. Fever and vomiting were reactions less frequently experienced, and most, again, were grades 1 and 2 in intensity. Next slide. Here's the summary of the safety results. 5.7% of the min-quad-phi group with 4.4% of the min-VO group reporting serious adverse events during the study. 2 subjects reported SAEs related to the study vaccines. 1 instance of febrile seizure in the min-quad-phi group, and this individual had a prior history of seizures, and this occurred 13 days after the 15-month dose. And the febrile seizure was considered an adverse event of special interest. And 1 subject reported fever in group 2 min-VO 8 hours following the 2-month dose. 18 subjects reported AESIs during the study, 0.8% of those in the min-quad-phi group, 0.6% in the min-VO group, and all were deemed non-related to the study vaccines except the 1 SAE mentioned above. And there were 2 subjects, both in the min-quad-phi group, who discontinued due to SAEs. 1 was infantile spasms, and the second was a cardiac arrest. The 1 death was deemed unrelated to the study vaccine or procedure by the investigator and sponsor. The investigators were blinded to the treatment allocation and independently evaluated serious adverse events, which were reported to regulatory authorities within 24 hours of the event as per the protocol. Next slide. We'll now review the immunogenicity of min-quad-phi in this age group. Next slide. So min-quad-phi seroresponse rates were comparable to min-VO for serogroups A, Y, and W, and higher for serogroup C. And the subjects who achieved vaccine response rates post-dose 4 for serogroups A, C, W, and Y are non-inferior to the corresponding percentages in the min-VO group. And here on the graph, you can see the participants achieving seroresponse rates with the darker color purple being the min-quad-phi group and the lighter purple being the min-VO group. And you can see at the bottom of the slide on the right-hand side, the HSBA vaccine seroresponse to the 4 serogroups was defined as for subjects with a pre-vaccination titer under 1 to 8, it was the post-vaccination titer had to be greater than or equal to 1 to 16. And for those with a pre-vaccination titer of greater than or equal to 1 to 8, the post-vaccination titers had to be greater than or equal to or fourfold greater than the pre-vaccination titer. Next slide. Here you can see the seroprotection rates for min-quad-phi were higher than those for min-VO for all 4 serogroups. Non-inferiority of the percentage of subjects with the HSBA titers to A, C, Y, and W were greater than or equal to the 1 to 8 following administration of the 3 doses of min-quad-phi compared to 3 doses of min-VO when given concomitantly with pediatric routine vaccines at 6 to 7 months of age. And on the graph, again, you can see the seroprotection and the participants achieving the seroprotection in groups 1 and 2, with min-quad-phi being the darker color and min-VO the lighter color. Next slide. Here you see the geometric mean titers pre and post the 4th dose, and they were comparable or generally higher for all serogroups for the min-quad-phi group versus the comparator. On the slide, you will see on the left-hand side the geometric means of the HSBA titers on a log scale. Group 1A and Group 2A, which are the min-quad-phi and the min-VO groups, are listed side by side for each of the serogroups that are listed across the bottom of the slide. And the blue color is day 0, with the purple color, the darker purple color being at day 30. So you can see the change between day 0 and day 30. Next slide. Here are the results on the concomitant administration of the pediatric vaccines. So non-inferiority of the immune responses of the routine pediatric vaccines administered concomitantly with min-quad-phi as compared with min-VO was demonstrated. So if you look on the right-hand side for the non-inferiority, whether it was met or not, it is yes for all of these pediatric vaccines. Of note, for pneumococcal vaccine, the non-inferiority was met for all pneumococcal serogroups at the 6 and 12-month visits, as you can see listed here. And the evaluation time for each of these was 30 days after the 6, 12, and 15-month vaccinations. Next slide. So in summary, min-quad-phi was non-inferior to min-VO based on seroresponse after the 4th dose at 2, 4, 6, and 12 months of age, along with the routine pediatric vaccines. And it was non-inferior based on seroprotection after the 3rd dose at the same time intervals. Non-inferiority of immune responses to routine pediatric vaccines administered concomitantly with min-quad-phi as compared with min-VO was also demonstrated, with the geometric mean titers against ACYW after the 3rd dose of min-quad-phi comparable or higher for all serogroups in the min-quad-phi group compared to the comparator. And in terms of safety evaluation, there were no new safety concerns identified. The safety profile and tolerance of min-quad-phi was comparable to min-VO. And over 3,200 subjects who received 4 doses of min-quad-phi in both studies, MET41 and MET42, are going to be shown here in the next slides. Next slide. Here I will mainly focus on the summary of the safety results for min-quad-phi administered concomitantly with the routine pediatric vaccines in healthy infants and toddlers. Next slide. And you can see as well that this is a similar study design from what I just presented. So I'll just point out again the age range of 42 to under or equal to 89 days with over 2,700 participants who were meningococcal vaccine naive with a similar schedule for the groups 1 and 2. And the safety follow-up evaluation was also the same. On the right-hand side, you'll see the baseline characteristics are balanced between the group for sex, age, racial origin, and ethnicity. Next slide. So I'll just go over the summary of the SAEs, AESIs, and unsolicited AEs after any vaccination injection. The most common, non-serious, unsolicited adverse events were in the infectious and infestations category, with respiratory and gastrointestinal infections being the most frequently reported events. 4.6% of subjects reported serious adverse events, and none were deemed to be related to the study vaccines. 5.2% of the subjects in the min-quad-phi group reported SAEs, with 3% in the min-VO group reporting SAEs. 0.7% reported 24 adverse events of special interest in the febrile and non-febrile seizure category, none related to the study vaccines. 0.9% of these were in the min-quad-phi group, with 0.1% in the min-VO group. Of note, confounding factors were identified in 87.5% of the SAEs, and these confounding factors included personal history of seizures, concomitant infectious diseases, family history of epilepsy, and other vaccines such as MMR. And so these were also, 92% of these did not meet the Brighton collaboration case definition criteria for febrile and non-febrile seizures. There were 12 discontinuations due to AEs. 7 of these, and all in the min-quad-phi group, discontinued due to SAEs, and there were 3 deaths reported. 1 was a non-accidental injury to the head. The second was a sudden unexplained death in infancy. and 1 infant was found unresponsive in bed. None were considered related to the study vaccine or procedure by the investigator and sponsor. Next slide. And here is the pooled safety analysis of MET41 and MET42 of participants experiencing at least one serious adverse event. On the left-hand side, you'll see it's the percentage of participants, with the darker color being the MENQUADFI group and the lighter color demonstrating the MENVEO group, plus, and these were all administered concomitantly with routine pediatric vaccines. And this was evaluated within 7 days, 30 days, or 6-month follow-up period, and throughout the duration of the study. Next slide. Here we'll take a look at MET61, which evaluates the safety and immunogenicity of MENQUADFI in infants from 6 through 23 months of age in the United States, and with a 2-dose schedule. Next slide. Regarding the study population, the age group were infants who were between the 6 to 7 months of age and toddlers 17 to 19 months, with the number of participants approximately 950. Each of the groups are listed here, with group 1 being the MENQUADFI group, plus routine pediatric vaccines at 6 to 7 months and 12 to 13 months, and group 2 being the MENVEO group with a similar schedule. Group 3 is MENQUADFI at 17 to 19 months of age and at 20 to 23 months of age. And group 4 would be Menactra at 17 to 19 months of age and 20 to 23 months, with the safety follow-up being similar to the prior studies. And on the right-hand side, you will see the baseline characteristics again balanced across the groups for sex, age, race, and ethnicity. Next slide. We'll now take a closer look at the safety evaluation. Next slide. This slide shows the solicited injection site reactions within 7 days after any dose. Again, this is the percentage of participants with the injection site reactions graded at 1, 2, or 3. As you can see, the darker color being grade 1, and then lighter colors being grade 2 and 3. The majority of the injection site reactions were the grade 1, erythema and swelling, and then grade 1 and 2 for tenderness. Next slide. Here you'll see the solicited systemic reactions within 7 days after any dose. Again, similarly, you can see the 4 groups listed here, group 1, 2, 3, and 4, with irritability, crying abnormal, and drowsiness being the most frequently reported reactions, and appetite loss and fever follows these, with vomiting occurring less frequently and reported in the percentages listed underneath the graph for groups 1, 2, 3, and 4, respectively. Next slide. Here's the summary of the safety events after any vaccine injection in this study. 1.6% in group 1, 3.3% in group 2, 1% in group 3, and 3.9% in group 4 reported SAEs. And you can see again, group 1 is the MENQUADFI group, group 2 is MENVEO, and then group 3, again, MENQUADFI, and group 4, Menactra. One participant in the MENVEO group experienced an immediate unsolicited AE, which was a head injury. One SAE was reported as acute myeloid leukemia, which was not related to the study vaccine, leading to study discontinuation in this particular individual in the MENVEO group. 1% in group 4, the Menactra group, experienced an SAE, which was a febrile convulsion, and it was deemed related to the vaccination and reported as an adverse event of special interest. 0.3% in group 1, 0.6% in group 2, and 1.9% in group 4 reported AESIs during the study. None of these were related to the study vaccine. All other SAEs were evaluated as non-related to vaccination by the investigators and sponsor, and no deaths were reported during this study. Next slide. And here we'll review the immunogenicity. Next slide.
Dr. Dawson, I just want to remind you, you're running out of time.
Okay, I'll quickly go through this. So Menquat seroresponse rates were high and comparable to those for the Menvio group for all serogroups. So just quickly here, you can see the seroresponse rates across the different serogroups and the group 1 and 2 vaccines. Next slide. This is the seroprotection rates, which were high and comparable to those for Menvio for all serogroups as well. Next slide. And geometric mean titers pre and post second vaccination with Menquadfi and Menvio were comparable between the groups. And you can see that at day 30, the post-dose 2 were higher in group 1, the Menquadfi group, for all of the serogroups. And this slide, again, you can see day 1 and day 30, with the darker being the day 1 and the responses across the different groups and serogroups. Next slide. And this is the same geometric mean titers, but looking at groups 3 and 4, which were comparable between the groups. And 30 days post those 2, they were higher in group 3 for all serogroups. Next slide. And here's the summary of the immunogenicity results, which seroresponses following the first dose of Menquadfi co-administered with routine pediatric vaccines were non-inferior. 6 to 7 months following administration of the Menquadfi vaccine to infants 6 to 7 months of age were comparable to serogroup, and for serogroup A and higher for serogroup C, W, and Y. In 30 days after dose 2, at 20 to 23 months of age, GMTs were higher for all serogroups in the Menquadfi compared to the Menactra group. Next slide. So here's the conclusion for the next slide. So in summary, Menquadfi demonstrated a robust immunogenicity and reassuring safety profile in infants and toddlers starting vaccination as early as 6 weeks of age. And the expanded indication is a valuable public health option to facilitate immunization across the lifespan from 6 weeks of age and older. Immunogenicity demonstrated non-inferior immune responses administered with routine pediatric vaccines compared to currently licensed vaccines, with no unexpected safety concerns found compared to the safety profile in individuals over 2 years of age and other licensed vaccines. And there were no relevant safety profile differences observed based on sex or race. And safety profile of 237 infants with a history of pre-birth was comparable to infants who had been born full term, with no new safety concerns or AEs leading to study discontinuation. And that concludes my presentation.
Yeah, okay,
Thank you.
I wanted to leave some time for questions. So anyone have questions for Dr. Dawson? Dr. Sinaus.
Thank you, Dr. Dawson, for that presentation. Just a clarification, these immunogenicity studies did they include infants for which who are indicated for meningitis vaccine?
So the studies were done in healthy infants. So they were not done, there were no infants who were in the immunocompromised category or higher risk for invasive pneumococcal disease. Thank you.
Dr. Asturias?
Yeah, thank you for that presentation. And has there been any calculation of the amount of tetanus toxoid that infants will get, given that now not only pneumococcal but also the pentavalent vaccines? When I'm saying pentavalent, is any combination of DTaP, HIV, and hepatitis B with or without IPV are getting. So did you factor in any calculations? Have you done any sort of analysis of that? Over.
So in the integrated safety analysis that included a total of over 6,000 infants from 6 clinical trials, which included 3 pivotal trials in the US that we just reviewed, the co-administration of Menquadfi with DTaP containing vaccines did not have a material impact on safety. The comparator in these studies, which are Menvio and Menactra, do not contain tetanus toxoid, and you can see that the safety results were comparable across the groups for the Menquadfi and the non-tetanus toxoid containing vaccines. Therefore, co-administration of Menquadfi with DTaP containing vaccines did not have a material impact on safety.
Dr. Lair?
Thank you very much for your presentation. Could you please go to slide 21? the work group was particularly concerned about the difference in febrile seizures, that there were 19 febrile seizures compared to 1 febrile seizure. In addition, all 19 febrile seizures were concluded to be not related to the study vaccine, but the febrile seizures in MET 61 and MET 42 were both considered to be related to the study vaccine. That just is a very odd presentation. I'm wondering if you could comment on that. Thank you.
Sure. So a comprehensive safety evaluation was conducted focusing on febrile seizures and seizures. In most cases occurred beyond the immediate post-vaccination period. And 2 cases were within 7 days of the vaccination and had confounding factors associated with the events, as mentioned, personal history of seizures, concomitant infections, family history of seizure, other vaccines being administered, with case 3 of these cases not having confounding factors. So the cumulative evidence did not support a causal link between meningococcal vaccine and seizures for both febrile and non-febrile. Does this answer your question? If not, I do have my safety colleague on the call.
I guess I'm a little bit wondering about who made these determinations, whether they were related to the study vaccines or not. Was it the study group, or was it the sponsor, or the independent investigator?
It was the investigators who made these determinations along with the sponsors independently. The investigators were blinded to treatment allocation, so they independently evaluated serious adverse events, which were then reported to regulatory authorities within 24 hours of the events, as per the protocol.
So if the investigator had determined it to be related to the study vaccine and the sponsor had determined that it was not, how would that be adjudicated?
Olga, would you mind jumping on?
Hello, everyone. My name is Olga. I am Global Safety Officer for Menclad product, and happy to help you with that. The one case for comparator Menactra that was assessed by a principal investigator as related, and we agree with that, knowing that febrile convulsions is a listed event for Menactra. It's accepted risk that may happen with the use of this vaccine in this particular age population, pediatric population. For MED42, another case that principal investigator assessed as related, and as a sponsor, we respectfully disagree. And I have to admit, this is a very rare occasion out of 6,060 assessments of infants, participants. We respectfully disagree on this one case because it happened 13 days after 4th dose, with concomitant administration of routine pediatric vaccines. And in addition, it happens during the ongoing infectious otitis media. And our understanding is that all these confounding factors preclude us to conclude that this febrile convulsion is related to our product. Thank you.
And thank you.
Thank you.
Way over time, so we're going to be moving on to the work group considerations by Dr. Shelley, please.
Okay. I will now discuss work group considerations for Menquadfia in infants. Next slide. The work group reviewed 3 phase 3 studies in U.S. infants aged 6 weeks through 11 months. 4,321 infants received at least 1 dose of MenACWY co-administered with other pediatric vaccines, which consisted of 2 studies on the 3+1 schedule at ages 2, 4, 6, and 12 through 18 months, and 1 study on the 1+1 schedule at age at least 6 months. 1,717 infants received the comparator vaccine, either MenACWY-CRM or MenACWY-D. Vaccine was co-administered with other pediatric vaccines in 6 arms. Next slide. In study MET42, seroresponse after the fourth dose was similar between intervention and comparison study groups for serogroups A, Y, and W, and was greater among intervention recipients compared to comparison recipients for serogroup C. Next slide. In study MET61, seroresponse after the fourth dose was similar for intervention and comparison recipients for all 4 serogroups. Next slide. Solicited local and systemic adverse reactions were similar across study groups in MET42. Next slide. And were slightly greater among Min-Quad-Phi recipients in MET61 for local reactions. Next slide. And less so for systemic reactions. Next slide. More febrile or non-febrile seizures occurred with the Min-Quad-Phi group. In MET41, 19 subjects in the intervention group of 2,080 subjects for 0.9% versus 1 subject in the comparison group of 697 subjects for 0.1% experienced a febrile or non-febrile seizure. All were deemed not related to the study vaccine by the primary investigator and sponsor. In MET42, there was 1 febrile seizure who received the study vaccine. This patient had a prior history of seizures, and this was deemed related to the study vaccine. Next slide. There were 4 total deaths across 2 studies, all in Min-Quad-Phi recipients, and all deemed unrelated to the vaccine by the primary investigator and sponsor. Causes of death include non-accidental injury of the head occurring 30 days after vaccination, sudden unexplained death in infancy occurring 24 days after vaccination, found by parent unresponsive in bed occurring 4 days after vaccination, and cardiac arrest occurring 6 days after vaccination. Next slide. The pooled safety analysis between MET41 and MET42 demonstrated more serious adverse events for the Min-Quad-Phi group. Next slide. In summary, post-dose 4 seroresponse was overall similar for Min-Quad-Phi recipients versus comparison recipients. Higher GMTs were noted for serogroup C among Min-Quad-Phi recipients. Regarding safety, solicited local and systemic reactions were overall similar between study groups, although local reactions were slightly greater for Min-Quad-Phi recipients in MET61. There was also a greater proportion of febrile, non-febrile seizures, serious adverse events, and deaths in the Min-Quad-Phi group. Next slide. The studies included healthy infants, and as such, results may not be representative of results for infants recommended for vaccine based on risk factors. Because risk factors for infant meningococcal vaccination are rare, it is expected that studies typically include predominantly healthy infants. Additionally, the work group noted high attrition rates throughout the studies. Overall, the work group felt that the benefits of an additional vaccine option may outweigh potential risk. Next slide. And that concludes this presentation.
We're opening this up to questions, and I have the first one. Did the work group feel that these deaths were truly not related?
I think the work group has some unresolved questions on the deaths and the febrile and non-febrile seizures.
Okay. All right. All right. We have run over, so we're going to shorten the break. My apologies, but please be back and ready to go at 9:30. Sorry, 9:45. That would have been bad to start again at 9:30.
Now, mine's
Welcome back, everyone. Our next session will be on RSV vaccines. And the introduction will be done by our work group lead, Albert Shaw.
Thank you very much, Dr. Talbot. Next slide, please. So I'm pleased to be providing an introduction to this session on RSV vaccination on behalf of the adult RSV work group. I'd like to acknowledge my colleagues on ACIP who are members of the work group, Drs. Chu, Cambodge, and Talbot, our ex officio members. And I would definitely like to acknowledge the exemplary leadership and scientific rigor of our CDC leads, Drs. Amadea Britton, Michael Melgar, and Dia Suri. They have really led our discussions and shown exemplary leadership in doing so. We have a very active work group and have important contributions from our liaisons and consultants representing very diverse medical and scientific points of view. Next slide. And we're grateful for the contributions from our CDC colleagues with expertise from the Coronavirus and Other Respiratory Viruses Division, Immunization Safety Office, Division of Immunization Services, and others. Next slide. So last June, the ACIP, to remind you, recommended RSV vaccination in older adults. The recommendation was that all adults age 75 years and up and adults age 60 to 74 with a medical condition that confers increased risk for severe RSV disease should receive a single dose of an RSV vaccine. And there was no product preference expressed in this recommendation. I'll go over the FDA-approved vaccines that are available. And the current recommendation is to receive a single dose. There is as yet no recommendation on revaccination. Next slide. These are the chronic medical conditions that are associated, appear to be associated with increased risk for severe RSV disease in adults. These include chronic heart, lung, kidney, and liver disease, chronic hematologic and neurologic conditions, diabetes, severe obesity, residence in a nursing home, moderate or severe immunocompromising conditions. And there is also leeway for individual providers to determine that other chronic medical conditions could also increase the risk for severe disease due to RSV, such as, for example, the geriatric syndrome of frailty. Next slide. So these are the current FDA-approved RSV vaccines. Two of these are protein subunit vaccines. They're all based on the stabilized prefusion conformation of the RSV F protein. This seems to be really essential for exposing epitopes for generation of neutralizing antibodies. The GSK vaccine brand name is Arexvy. This is a monovalent vaccine carrying the prefusion F conformation of RSV subgroup A. It contains an ASO and E adjuvant. The Pfizer vaccine brand name is Abrysvo. This contains the RSV subgroup A and B F proteins without an adjuvant. There's an mRNA vaccine made by Moderna. The brand name is Mresvia. This is the RNA version of the prefusion F protein from subtype A. There is no adjuvant, although an adjuvant effect is presumably expected from the lipid nanoparticle formulation of the mRNA vaccine platform. Next. So all three of these vaccines have been approved by FDA for prevention of lower respiratory tract disease caused by RSV in adults age 60 and up. Next. The GSK vaccine has been also approved for prevention of lower respiratory tract disease caused by RSV in adults age 50 to 59 who are at increased risk for severe lower respiratory tract disease. And I should mention that at present, and we'll start to address this, there's no current ACIP recommendation for RSV vaccination in adults under 60 years of age, except for the maternal vaccination recommendation. Next slide, or next. Pfizer applied and obtained FDA approval for adults age 18 and up who are at increased risk of lower respiratory tract disease caused by RSV. Next. And as I mentioned, the Pfizer vaccine is the one that is approved by FDA and recommended by ACIP for active immunization in pregnancy at 32 to 36 weeks gestational age for the prevention of lower respiratory tract disease caused by RSV in infants from birth through 6 months of age. Next. And recently, Moderna submitted an application for a licensure for adults aged 18 to 59 years who are at increased risk of lower respiratory tract disease caused by RSV, and under provisions of the Prescription Drug User Fee Act, there is a date when we expect FDA approval to be complete, which is June 12th. Next. So at today's meeting, the Adult RSV Work Group will propose a policy recommendation for age expansion of the use of RSV vaccines to include adults age 50 to 59 years at increased risk of severe RSV disease. Immunobridging, which is the use of immunologic correlates to attempt to provide some information on vaccine efficacy. We previously heard immunobridging and safety data in adults aged 50 to 59 years who are at increased risk for severe disease in presentations by GSK and Pfizer in a previous ACIP meeting. Today we'll hear immunobridging and safety data in adults 18 to 59 years at increased risk for severe RSV disease from Moderna. We also hear some presentations from manufacturers on immunogenicity and safety of revaccination at various intervals. And in addition, we'll present economic analyses of RSV vaccination in adults aged 50 to 59 years who are at increased risk for severe RSV disease. And we will share the complete evidence to recommendation framework and propose a policy recommendation for an ACIP vote. Next slide, please. So we, as you noted, no doubt on the previous slides, there is an FDA-approved vaccine for prevention of RSV disease in adults under age 50. This is the Pfizer Abrysvo vaccine. As I mentioned, Moderna has applied also for licensure for this age group. The work group is continuing to evaluate recommendations for RSV vaccination in this age group. And this is in addition to the previous recommendation I mentioned for the Pfizer vaccine for use in pregnancy. Next slide. So we plan to revisit and address potential policies for the use of RSV vaccines in adults under age 50. The work group recognizes that certain adults under age 50 may well benefit from RSV vaccination, but the work group in its discussions has indicated that there are likely important differences in considering a recommendation for adults age under 50 years old compared to those age 50 years and up. This includes considerations of the absolute risk for RSV-associated disease and which medical conditions increase risk the most, considerations of the balance between benefits and risks of vaccination, cost-effectiveness considerations, and particularly in younger individuals, the question of ability to restore protection with revaccination becomes perhaps a more prominent one. So as of today, we are still evaluating information on the absolute risk of RSV-associated disease among adults with risk conditions in this lower age group. and estimates of the risk-benefit balance and cost effectiveness in younger adults are not yet available. Next slide. So we anticipate and have started to review some of the data that we think is important for coming up with a policy recommendation in adults under 50 years of age. This would be the projected balance of public health benefits and risk in view of the uncertainty in the potential risk for Guillain-Barré syndrome in a younger population. I think we're also trying to seek, and there is a relative dearth of evidence of immunogenicity or effectiveness in adults with the most severely immunocompromising conditions. And as many of you know, this could include, for example, individuals with allogeneic bone marrow transplants, certain solid organ transplant patients, such as lung transplant patients, who are probably at the most highest risk for lethal infection from RSV. We're very much interested in the duration of protection over time in adults age 60 years and up who were first vaccinated in 2023. And we're interested in immunogenicity of revaccination with different vaccine platforms and revaccination intervals, and we'll hear some of that today. So, we would like to review these data, and we think we need some more time to consider the best policy option for adults age 50 years, age below 50 years. And we'd certainly be interested in any thoughts from the ACIP during the discussion at the end of today's session. Next slide. So the agenda for today, we'll hear a presentation from Dr. Francis Priddy representing Moderna on immunogenicity of an mRNA vaccine in adults age 18 to 59 years old of age at increased risk for severe RSV, as well as data on a 24-month revaccination interval. Dr. Susan Gerber from GSK will present data on the GSK vaccine revaccination at a 36-month interval. Dr. Ismael Ortega-Sanchez from CDC will present on behalf of our colleague, Dr. David Hutton from the University of Michigan for the Hutton Group's economic analysis of adult RSV vaccination, including a benefits and risk discussion. And Dr. Ortega-Sanchez will then compare the various economic analyses of adult RSV vaccination that have been undertaken. And then Drs. Michael Melgar and Diaz Suri will present the evidence to recommendations and clinical considerations prior to the ACIP discussion and vote. So with that, I think that is all I had, and perhaps we will move on then to the presentation from Dr. Priddy at Moderna.
Dr.
Thank you.
Priddy, this is Dr. Talbot. If you can stay within the 15 minutes, it will allow some time for questions since we're already running behind. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Dr. Shaw. So good morning, everyone. Thanks very much for the opportunity to present on behalf of Moderna. My name is Fran Priddy, and I'm the clinical development lead for the adult RSV vaccine program at Moderna. And I'll wait just a minute for our slides to come up. Wonderful. The mRESVIA clinical development program is comprehensive. Our pivotal study demonstrated safety and efficacy against RSV disease, including severe disease in older adults. Next slide, please. We used the efficacy and immunogenicity data from the pivotal study shown at the top to develop a correlative protection model to contextualize immunogenicity in other studies. Today, the focus will be on the items shown in green. Our data on primary vaccination in adults 18 to 59 at increased risk of RSV disease, and our revaccination data for mRNA 1345 administered at 12 or 24 months after the primary dose. First, I'll review the rationale for vaccination of younger adults at increased risk of RSV disease due to comorbidities. Next slide, please. We know that up to 1/3 of U.S. adults under 60 may be considered at high risk of RSV that can lead to hospitalization. The most prevalent conditions in this age group that increase the risk of RSV are asthma, morbid obesity, and diabetes. Shown here on the left, RSV hospitalization increased by at least 2 to 3-fold in younger adults who have one of the high-risk conditions shown compared to those who do not. And recent data from RSVNet on the right showed that among adult hospitalizations, over 60% were in adults under the age of 65. And in 50 to 64-year-olds, clinical outcomes were severe. 22% required ICU admission, with an in-hospital mortality rate of approximately 3%. Thus, extending RSV vaccination to younger adults at increased risk could play a pivotal role in reducing hospitalizations, ICU admissions, and severe disease outcomes. Now we'll turn to our new data for mRNA 1345 in individuals 18 to 59 years of age at increased risk for RSV disease. Let me describe the study design a little bit. Next slide, please. To support an expanded age indication, the ongoing phase 3 study shown here evaluated safety and immunogenicity of mRNA 1345 in adults aged 18 to 59 at increased risk for RSV disease due to having at least one of the following risk factors shown on the left: coronary artery disease and/or congestive heart failure, respiratory diseases including COPD, persistent asthma, pulmonary fibrosis, and other chronic respiratory diseases, and type 1 or 2 diabetes. The study monitored safety and immunogenicity after a single dose of mRNA 1345, and the success criteria was non-inferior immunogenicity compared to our pivotal study in which efficacy was demonstrated. The primary study objectives, as shown on the next slide, were to assess safety and tolerability in 18 to 59-year-olds at increased risk, and then to perform a cross-study comparison of RSV-A and B neutralizing antibody titers at day 29 for the young adults versus adults 60 plus in our pivotal trial where efficacy was demonstrated. The criteria set for non-inferiority was a 95% confidence interval lower bound for the geometric mean ratio of greater than 0.667. And secondary objectives included a comparison of seroresponse rates as well. Here are the study demographics. We enrolled over 500 adults to receive 50 micrograms of mRNA 1345. We can skip this slide, please. Thank you. So we enrolled over 500 adults. Shown in the right column, 306 were 50 to 59 years of age. Overall, the median age was 53, and 54% of participants were female. And the study included a racially and ethnically diverse population. Looking at the medical history of subjects, medical conditions that increase the risk of severe RSV disease were well represented in the overall study population. Next slide, please. And I'll just describe this because that slide appears to be missing. 30% of participants had 2 or more comorbidities, pre-existing comorbidities, coronary artery disease, asthma, and type 1 or 2 diabetes, in addition to obesity were the most common, and 18% of participants in the study were morbidly obese. So now I'll go on to describe the safety. Here are the local reactions within 7 days of injection. In blue are the younger adults 18 to 59, and in green are the older adults 60 plus in our pivotal study for reference. Injection site pain is higher in the younger adults, potentially related to their robust immune responses, but the remainder of the reactions are similar. Most reactions are grade 1 to 2 and resolved within 2 days. There was 1 grade 4 reaction of pain. Regarding the systemic reactions, shown on the next slide, we see the same pattern. Reactions are slightly higher in the younger adults, shown in blue. However, most reactions are grade 1 to 2, resolving within 2 days. There were no grade 4 systemic reactions, and reactogenicity patterns were similar in the subset of adults aged 50 to 59. Here are the unsolicited adverse events. The entire safety population includes 502 adults who received 50 micrograms, as well as 497 who received a lower dose, 30 micrograms. Within 28 days after vaccination, there were no related SAEs, no deaths, no adverse events leading to discontinuation, and no anaphylaxis, thrombocytopenia, Guillain-Barré syndrome, acute disseminated encephalomyelitis, or acute myocarditis or pericarditis. The two serious adverse events shown here were in the 30 microgram group and were considered unrelated by the investigator. And safety in the 50 to 59-year-old subgroup was consistent with the overall study population. Now I'll present the immunogenicity for this age group. The primary immunogenicity endpoint, as I mentioned, was the geometric mean ratio of neutralizing antibody titers for 18 to 59-year-olds compared with adults 60 plus from the pivotal efficacy trial. Here are the forest plots for the RSV-A and B neutralizing antibody titers in the two groups. As you can see, the geometric mean ratios are above 1, and the lower bounds of the confidence intervals are above 0.67. This confirms that the vaccine is immunogenic in younger adults with medical conditions that put them at increased risk for severe RSV disease. And the vaccine is likely to confer protection in this population, consistent with the efficacy shown in the pivotal efficacy study. As shown here, the immune responses were similar in the 50 to 59-year-old subgroup shown on the right, compared with the 18 to 49-year-old group, and the RSV-A neutralizing titers are shown here. And for RSV-B, we saw similar results by age group. The 50 to 59-year group was very consistent with the younger group. We also looked at neutralizing antibody responses by medical risk factors and BMI. And shown here, we see the all adults titers on the far left-hand side after the post-vaccination titers at day 29, and then going across to the right, the subgroups by comorbidities, presence of comorbidity, and then BMI categories. And what we can see is that the titers are comparable in these subgroups. So based on this data, mRNA-1345 is anticipated to be effective in this population regardless of the underlying risk group or the obesity category. And we did see similar results for RSV-B. So in summary, we've demonstrated the safety and tolerability profile of our vaccine and the comparability of immune responses in the 18 to 59 at-risk adult population versus the 60 plus population. These data are currently under review by the FDA, and as noted, the PDUFA date is June 12th, 2025. The substantial burden of RSV-associated hospitalizations in adults under 60 years of age with underlying medical conditions presents an unmet need. mRNA-1345 meets this need with a favorable benefit-risk profile. Okay, now I'll go on to review our data on revaccination at 12 and 24 months. But first, let me briefly review the efficacy data for mRNA-1345. Here's a review of our 3 efficacy analyses over the course of the study with the timeline shown there. And the efficacy results are shown in the boxes at right for 2 endpoints, lower respiratory tract disease with 2 or more symptoms, and severe disease, defined as lower respiratory tract disease with 2 symptoms, at least one of which is shortness of breath. So efficacy against LRTD2+, and importantly, severe disease persists through up to 3 seasons. However, as seen with all licensed RSV vaccines, the efficacy point estimates are lower over time. So these data, along with our understanding that natural immunity to RSV wanes with time, supports the evaluation of revaccination regimens to maintain efficacy. We evaluated revaccination with mRNA-1345 at 12 and 24 months in different studies. In study 302, shown at top, with adults 50 years of age and older who had received a primary vaccination at day 1 were then revaccinated at 12 months. And then study 301 at the bottom, our pivotal study, a subset of adults 60 plus who received primary vaccination at day 1 were then randomized at 24 months to receive revaccination with mRNA-1345 or placebo in a 2-to-1 ratio. In both studies, the licensed 50 microgram dose of mRESVIA was used. So as a reminder, here's the 12-month revaccination data that was presented previously. In adults 50 years of age and older, revaccination at 12 months, shown in the pink shaded area, returned titers to levels seen after primary vaccination. The geometric mean ratio of revaccination and first dose was 1.08, successfully meeting the pre-specified criteria for non-inferiority for RSV-A. Similar results were achieved for RSV-B. Now I'll turn to the 24-month revaccination study. In this study, approximately 1,000 adults were revaccinated. The median age was 68, and over half were female, with representation across racial and ethnicity groups. Approximately 1/3 of the participants had at least one comorbidity, and approximately 1/3 were obese. And note that 30% of subjects were over the age of 70. Here are the safety data for revaccination at 24 months. In summary, 24-month revaccination with mRNA-1345 was well tolerated. Local and systemic reactions were mainly grade 1 or 2, with a median onset on day 2 and a median 2-day duration. Reactogenicity was comparable to that seen after the primary dose. And then over a 6-month follow-up period, there were no safety concerns and no reports of Guillain-Barré syndrome, acute disseminated encephalomyelitis, myocarditis, or pericarditis. Next, I'll show you the immunogenicity data. Here are the RSV-A neutralizing antibody responses from prior to dose 1 through 1 month post-revaccination at month 24. Similar to the 12-month revaccination, looking at the titers at 24 months prior to revaccination, we see these titers remain twofold over baseline over 2 years after the initial vaccination. Subsequently, revaccination at 24 months, shown in the pink shaded area, returns titers to comparable levels to those seen after initial vaccination. The study met the pre-specified success criteria for non-inferiority for RSV-A, and similar results were seen for RSV-B, also meeting the pre-specified success criteria. But to contextualize this result, we used our correlative protection model to predict the vaccine efficacy that would be associated with the titer that was achieved after the 24-month revaccination. And at the previous ACIP meeting, we shared data from our pivotal efficacy study showing that RSV antibody responses are correlates of protection against RSV disease. This robust COP model can be used to provide predictive efficacy for a 12-month period after revaccination based on the titer achieved. The table here is showing the application of the correlative protection model to the RSV-A and RSV-B neutralizing antibody titers that were achieved after the 24-month revaccination in order to predict the efficacy against 2 endpoints shown here, LRTD2+ and LRTD3+ in the boxes at right. So based on the RSV-A and B titers achieved, which are shown in the second column, the predicted vaccine efficacy for both RSV-A and RSV-B for both endpoints ranges from approximately 60 to 70% following a revaccination. And that's consistent with the efficacy that was demonstrated in the approximately 1-year period after primary vaccination. Thus, the correlative protection model suggests that revaccination, if recommended, restores vaccine efficacy. In summary, today I've shown you data in older adults demonstrating that mRNA-1345 effectively restores immune titers at both 12 and 24-month revaccination intervals to levels comparable to those achieved after primary vaccination. Revaccination was well tolerated with no safety concerns identified. We saw immune response durability for up to 24 months following primary vaccination. And then after revaccination at 12 or 24 months, neutralizing antibody responses for both RSV-A and B were non-inferior compared to primary vaccination titers. And the correlative protection model supports restoration of vaccine efficacy after 24-month revaccination. So based on these data, revaccination is expected to provide comparable vaccine efficacy to that shown after the primary dose. Revaccination has the potential to provide sustained protection against RSV, particularly for individuals at increased risk of severe disease, for whom periodic revaccination could be beneficial. Thanks very much for your attention and the opportunity to present today on behalf of a large team. And we would like to thank all the people listed here, in particular the clinical trial participants. And I'd be happy to address any questions.
Thank you. Let's open the session for questions. Voting members, please raise your hands. Dr. Shaw?
Yeah, thank you, Doc. Thank you for that presentation. One of the things that we've noticed, I guess, it's kind of somewhat encouraging that we see a boosting of neutralizing antibody titers with revaccination, but the magnitude of the increase nonetheless is substantially decreased compared to primary vaccination. Something like initial increase in titers, something like eight or nine-fold, and then kind of half that or worse for revaccination. So do you have any speculations about a mechanism for what might be going on?
Yeah, thanks for the question. So the titers at 12 and 24 months, we have to point out those were done in two separate studies with a somewhat different study population age cutoffs. So it's important we're careful with any comparisons between the results at 12 and 24 months. But it's important that at both endpoints we met the non-inferiority criteria, which are commonly accepted for regulatory review of booster vaccines. We don't really have a great biological reason for why the titers at 24 months looked lower than they did at 12 months. One of the reasons could be that in our program, we've found that subjects who begin with a higher starting titer end up with a higher boosting titer. And the baseline starting titer before revaccination at 12 months was a bit higher than the baseline starting titer at 24 months. So that's a possible explanation. But the take-home message for us is that non-inferiority was met, and also the correlative protection application to the titer seen at 24 months helps provide some reassurance that that titer is still predictive of substantial amount of efficacy.
Yeah, thanks.
Dr. Brooks?
Yes, thank you for that presentation. So RSV is seasonal, but we're not really looking at the vaccine be provided seasonally. But that being stated, any thoughts regarding co-administration with, say, COVID vaccine or influenza vaccine?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we have studied co-administration of our vaccine, both with a standard dose and high dose influenza, and also with COVID vaccine. And we found that safety was acceptable. There were no safety concerns. And this is in a population above 50 and 60 years of age. And then immunogenicity was also acceptable. And so we feel that co-administration from a safety and immunogenicity and efficacy perspective is very reasonable.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zucker. You'll be the last question due to time.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for the presentation. I guess I wanted clarity on what you're calling a correlative protection. Is it just what you're backing into based on the results from the trial? Or is there objective data that you need to be above a certain titer to have protection against RSV infection?
Yeah, the correlative protection model that I mentioned was developed using data from the pivotal efficacy trial of mRESVIA. And although it was developed, from one trial, there's actually quite a robust analysis which used a very large number, almost 400 cases of different endpoints. and it connected to the efficacy that was seen in the first 12 months of the trial. So it's quite a robust model that can be applied to results with mRESVIA. It's not necessarily a model that can be applied to other vaccines at this time.
And then just my second question, I guess I was also concerned about the titers on revaccination, that they weren't as high after the initial vaccination. I was wondering whether it's just because it was an older population and there's immune senescence and there's a poorer response. But, I don't know what you think about that idea, but also worried about whether this is seen, as we start talking about vaccination in younger populations, if we're not getting a robust response to revaccination, then it's almost like we have a one shot at protecting someone from RSV. The first year they're vaccinated, they're going to get their best titers and potentially not be as well protected as they age, into an age group where, they get increasingly at risk for more severe disease. So I am concerned about that, but I don't know if you have any comments.
Yes.
Thank you.
In general, we see robust responses in the younger population. So in terms of, concern about only having one opportunity in the 18 plus group, we see for primary vaccination, robust responses. So I don't think that's necessary concern. But to give you a little more information about the titer seen after 24-month revaccination, yes, that was done in a 60 plus population, but we really don't see that titer as being significantly different from the titer that was seen after 12-month vaccination. Using our correlative protection model, we see that the higher the titer, the higher the efficacy. However, when you get to high titers, like what we've shown for 12 and 24 months, the curve sort of flattens out. And the additional incremental increases in titer, they give you only an incremental increase in vaccine efficacy. So that's why the predicted vaccine efficacy for that titer of about 12,000 can be between 60 and 70%, because it's really not that different immunologically from what was seen at 12 months.
Thank you so much. We'll be moving on to Dr. Gerber with GSK. Just a reminder, we're running behind again, so if you can keep your presentation to less than 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Perfectly.
Yes. Can we please share our slides?
Is that feasible? Just a moment.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience. Hello, I'm Dr. Susan Gerber, a medical director at GSK. I want to thank the committee and CDC for the opportunity to share updates on Arexvy. Arexvy is currently indicated in adults 60 years of age and older, and in 50 to 59-year-olds who are at increased risk for lower respiratory tract disease caused by RSV. To date, approximately 11 million Arexvy doses have been administered in the US. Let me share a brief overview of our clinical development program. In the shaded yellow boxes are the two studies we will be focusing on today. Study 004 includes immunogenicity measures of different revaccination schedules and persistence of a single dose over 5 years. In addition, we now have initial results to share from study 012 that, like 004, evaluates immunogenicity measures of different revaccination schedules and persistence of a single dose. 012 is an extension study of study 006, the pivotal efficacy trial, where a subset of participants were evaluated for immunogenicity. Here are the study designs for both immunogenicity trials. On the top is study 012. The one-dose group was re-randomized at 36 months, where one group was revaccinated 36 months after dose 1 in 006. One group will be revaccinated at 48 months, and one group will not be revaccinated. This study will extend for 2 more years. Importantly, the placebo group from 006, the crossover group, was offered a vaccine dose at 36 months. Underneath is a 004 study that includes a one-dose group that was re-randomized at 36 months, where one arm was revaccinated along with the M12, M24 revaccination group that was revaccinated at 12 and 24 months, and the M24 revaccination group that was revaccinated at 24 months and will again be revaccinated at 48 months. We will focus on the recent 36-month revaccination results from both studies, starting with study 004. Here are the updated results for 36-37 months with RSV-A neutralizing antibodies on the left and RSV-B on the right. First, the green line is a single-dose group who received the initial vaccine dose and were followed up to 37 months. An initial increase in neutralizing antibodies was observed, followed by a rapid decrease and then a slower decrease in titers that remains elevated above baseline pre-dose 1 levels. Next, the purple line group received the initial vaccination and then additional revaccinations at months 12 and 24. There were increases in neutralizing antibodies 1 month after each revaccination. The increased titers observed at 13 and 25 months are robust, though not as high as the magnitude after the first vaccination dose. The pink line group was revaccinated at 24 months. 1 month post-revaccination, there is an increase in neutralizing antibodies that surpasses the titers observed 1 month after the M12, M24 revaccination group in purple. The light blue line represents individuals vaccinated initially and then revaccinated at 36 months. Neutralizing antibodies for both RSV-A and RSV-B were increased at 37 months, 1 month after revaccination. There was a robust response similar to neutralizing antibody increases that were observed for the M24 revaccination group. The peak of the response 1 month post-revaccination dose for both the M24 and M36 revaccination groups was approximately 60% of the peak observed 1 month after dose 1. Importantly, there were consistent increases in CD4 positive T cells after each vaccine dose, and now the same consistent increase for the M36 revaccination group, indicating robust CD4 positive T cell responses after each revaccination. Turning now to study 012, the extension study, where approximately 10 times the number of individuals were revaccinated after an interval of 36 months as compared to study 004. With larger numbers of study participants who were re-randomized for revaccination at 36 months, approximately 40% had at least one comorbidity associated with severe RSV disease, including time points from the immunogenicity subset within the pivotal efficacy trial 006, we see a similar waning response after dose 1 as compared to the overall population. A robust peak similar to the overall population was observed 1 month post-revaccination at 36 months for RSV-A and RSV-B. Likewise, we see the same consistent pattern for frailty status, including individuals who were frail and pre-frail as compared to the fit group and the overall population. Here we see neutralizing antibody responses for RSV-A and RSV-B 1 month after revaccination at 36 months. On the x-axis, individuals were equally distributed into quartiles, depending on pre-revaccination titers. On the y-axis are the geometric mean titers. The fourth quartile with the highest pre-revaccination titers had the lowest fold increase of approximately 1.5, and post-revaccination titers remained in the highest range compared to quartile 1, the lowest pre-revaccination titers group. However, that group, quartile 1, had the highest fold increase of nearly 5, though titers were not as high as the levels pre and post revaccination as observed in quartile 4. It's important to note that the relevance of specific GMT values to protection against severe disease is not known. Therefore, we analyze these quartiles by seroresponse rates to look further at individuals' responses to revaccination at 36 months. Here we see the quartiles on the x-axis. The y-axis are seroresponse rates defined as at least a 4-fold increase in neutralizing antibody titers at the time of pre-revaccination to 1 month post-revaccination. The trend is clear. The lower the pre-revaccination neutralizing antibody titers, the higher the seroresponse rates as observed for both RSV-A and RSV-B. Now turning to safety. In study 004, the safety and reactogenicity profile in individuals who were revaccinated at month 36 was similar as compared to the first vaccine dose. In study 012, unsolicited adverse events reported within 30 days were similar between revaccination at 36 months compared to the first vaccination dose of the crossover group. Likewise, for serious adverse event reports up to 6 months. In summary, robust humoral and cellular immune responses were observed for revaccination with Arexvy, including for individuals with certain comorbidities. As we know, there is no established correlative protection in adults. However, in addition to humoral responses, cellular immune responses and mucosal IgA may play important roles, particularly across age groups. RSV neutralizing antibody responses observed after revaccination at a 36-month interval are similar to RSV neutralizing antibody responses observed after revaccination at a 24-month interval. The lower the pre-revaccination RSV-A and RSV-B neutralizing titers, the higher the seroresponse rates after revaccination at 36 months. Safety and reactogenicity profiles in individuals revaccinated at 36 months were similar as compared with the first dose. Humoral immune responses over 3 years were similar for individuals with at least one comorbidity as compared to the overall population in study 012. To estimate the public health impact, for example, in individuals 50 to 59 years of age with diabetes, COPD, and heart failure, all comorbidities associated with severe RSV disease, we modeled outcomes avoided with Arexvy as compared to no vaccination over 3 years based on study 006. For every 1 million Arexvy vaccinations, approximately 3,000 to 10,000 hospitalizations may be avoided in these populations. To close, evidence supporting the revaccination with Arexvy includes both humoral and cellular immune responses were robust following revaccination at 24 and 36 months intervals. Lower pre-revaccination titers led to higher seroresponse rates after revaccination. Safety and reactogenicity of revaccination is similar as compared to the first dose. Importantly, real-world vaccine effectiveness data, along with ongoing immunogenicity studies, will inform optimal revaccination timing. And lastly, approximately 13 million U.S. adults 50 to 59 years of age are at risk for severe disease. Over 3 years, Arexvy may help prevent thousands of hospitalizations among individuals with heart failure, COPD, and diabetes. GSK would like to thank the study participants and investigators whose contributions are greatly appreciated. Thank you for this opportunity to share our data, and we are happy to take questions.
Thank you, Dr. Gerber. Questions, and I'm going to remind everyone we are trying to get as many questions in as possible. We start with the voting members and then expand out. So do any of our voting members have a question for Dr. Gerber? Dr. Lair?
Just a quick question. I assume the neutralizing titers that you're referencing in your studies are different than the neutralizing titers in other brands such as Moderna.
Thank you for that question. We are expressing our neutralizing titers in ED60. I would not want to comment on other studies by other companies, but we have, in this presentation, we have used ED60 to actually express our neutralization titers.
Dr. Brewer?
Can you help me understand the increase stratified into the 4 groups? One way of interpreting it is that only some people should get a second dose or additional dose, get revaccinated. Another way of interpreting is there's an actual benefit that's clinically meaningful for all 4 groups. Help me understand that.
Thank you for that question. Not having a complete understanding of correlative protection and just looking at the data as it is, we do see in our quartile data that there are no systematic trends that were observed in association with demographic characteristics or comorbidities between different quartiles upon revaccination. We did also see similar humoral immune responses observed by comorbidity status and by frailty. So when looking at the quartile data, we didn't see any differences between different groups, but what we did see was that the lower the pre-revaccination neutralizing antibody titers, the higher the seroresponse rates.
So are you saying we should only give the vaccine again to the people with a really low quartile, in the lowest quartile? That's what I'm trying to understand, is like, are some people not benefiting at all? Or are you saying all groups are benefiting in a way that's clinically meaningful?
We did not see any differences in those quartiles between trends with respect to demographics or trends with respect to—
You're kind of not answering my question.
Oh,
I appreciate it. I'll ask one last time, then I'll let it go. So do you think the 4th quartile here benefits from vaccination in a way that's clinically meaningful?
Thank you. And I'm going to go back to the correlative protection. And I think that vaccine effectiveness data is going to help us with also looking at this immunogenicity data to understand the benefit clinically of revaccination, and together looking at revaccination immunogenicity data with different schedules, and then also looking at vaccine effectiveness data and looking at people who are vaccinated and looking at their effectiveness against hospitalization. And together, that will be the way to look at clinically meaningful information that can inform revaccination, approach to revaccination. So they really have to be looked at together to get the clinical meaning.
So Dr. Gerber, are y'all doing vaccine efficacy studies?
Thank you for the question. We are doing vaccine effectiveness studies, and we're hoping that our information will be available soon. And we appreciate also CDC's information on vaccine effectiveness, and together we hope that with our ongoing immunogenicity studies that we will learn more information that can help to inform our approach to revaccination.
Okay, so no efficacy studies then. Dr. Schechter.
Thank you again for the presentation. I'm wondering if there are any data from infection separate from the vaccine studies or in participants who were infected about response to infection compared to vaccine, and whether this diminished peak is also seen in the context of infection. Thank you.
Can you please repeat that question?
Sure. I'm wondering if from studies of infected individuals or from participants in your study that might have been infected during the course of evaluation, what their neutralizing response might be, and whether the diminished response after multiple vaccines is somehow paralleled an infection or reinfection.
Thank you for that question. In study 004 and study 012, which were the extension studies, we did not monitor or assess for acute RSV infection. Those were immunogenicity trials, so we actually did not have a way to detect acute RSV infections during that time period. All enrolled subjects were seropositive for RSV, and we don't have that information in our trial. And I did want to address our vaccine effectiveness studies. We hope to have some results to share soon. And in terms of efficacy, because we looked at feasibility in our 012 study, and because the recommendation, because of approval in so many countries, we were, did not feel we would have the numbers for a placebo arm to pursue efficacy. So we have reverted to vaccine effectiveness as a strategy moving forward.
Okay, so Dr. Shaw, one last question. We're running about 20 minutes behind.
Okay, sorry. I was just trying to, I may have missed it, but your last data slide kind of modeling RSV infections or deaths broken out by comorbidity. If you could go to that slide, how is that model arrived at? I probably missed it.
Thank you for that question. I'm going to introduce my colleague, Dr. David Singer.
Hi, this is David Singer from the GSK Health Economics and Outcomes Research Team. So this is based on a similar model to what we used for our cost effectiveness analyses. And we'll see a lot more information about this later. But in this case, what we show are per million Arexvy vaccinations, the expected outcomes averted over that 3-year time horizon included in this slide.
Okay, well, thanks. I guess we'll hear more about it in the economic analysis. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, in fact, we're going to move on to the economic analyses. Dr. Ortega is going to present for Dr. Hutton, and then he's going to present the comparison. Due to time, he's graciously agreed to present back to back, and then we'll combine all the questions together. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll begin with the first slide. Okay. My name is Ismael Ortega Sanchez. I am the senior economist at NCIRD. These slides were prepared by Dr. David Hutton of the University of Michigan and reflect his work. I will present them on his behalf. Dr. Hutton will be available to answer questions at the end of this presentation or the two presentations and to correct if I misrepresent any part of this research. Next slide, please. Today, we will talk about the economic of RSV vaccination in adults 50 to 59 years with at least one chronic medical condition. Previous versions of this economic analysis were presented by Dr. Hutton to this committee in June 2024. And with minimal changes, the current version has also been presented to the adult RSV working group. Next slide, please. We would like to acknowledge our research team, which include collaborators from both the University of Michigan and CDC, as shown here. Next slide, please. We have no conflict of interest to report. Next slide. So our question is to look at the cost effectiveness of RSV vaccine by comparing RSV vaccination against no vaccination using a societal perspective. Next slide. Now to the methods. Next slide, please. In this analysis, we include 3 groups with the color coding you see here. Today, we will focus on the policy-relevant group, adults aged 50 to 59, at least with one medical condition. In this cost-effective analysis, we will look at 3 vaccines under 2 separate base case scenarios. A base case scenario for the 2 protein unit RSV vaccines, for Pfizer and GSK, and a base case scenario for the mRNA Moderna RSV vaccine, the Moderna vaccine. We don't compare the vaccines against each other, but we do compare each vaccination to no vaccination. Next slide, please. This is our decision tree. It is very similar to what you have seen before. If someone is infected with RSV, they can experience the outcomes you see at the top of the tree. Although the tree shows death after hospitalization, we do also take into account deaths that may occur outside the hospital. Next. At the bottom of the tree is the vaccination arm. You can see the adverse events we included. We want to remind you that in the model, there is a split out of Guillain-Barré syndrome for subunit vaccines, but there is no assumed vaccine risk of Guillain-Barré syndrome for the mRNA vaccine. Next, please. And, of course, someone could have breakthrough RSV infection even after vaccination, shown here. Although the terminal nodes from the vaccination and non-vaccination arms are similar in structure, that's the box A, all risks from RSV disease in the vaccination arm are reduced according to the vaccine effectiveness. Next slide, please. When we say with at least one chronic medical condition, we mean we include at least one of the following conditions: chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, asthma, coronary artery disease, diabetes, chronic kidney disease, severe obesity measured as a body mass index of 40 or more. We also do some analysis for some additional chronic medical conditions which we were unable to include under the at least one due to limitations in the AP data. These conditions are heart failure, immunocompromise, and for those we specifically look at people with lung transplant and hematopoietic cell transplant. Next slide, please. We want to point out that for the immune compromise, we assume that vaccine effectiveness was reduced by half compared to all other populations. Next slide. This figure shows the combined vaccine effectiveness for the two protein subunit vaccines. The vertical axis shows the residual effectiveness protection along months after vaccination, the horizontal axis. In green is the effectiveness against hospitalization, followed by orange for ED and blue for outpatient. For the protein subunit vaccines, we assume a 3-year time frame during which the vaccine provides protection, according to available efficacy follow-up and clinical trials. The 3-year projected effectiveness against ED and hospitalization was based on clinical trials waning curves and on starting points from a meta-analysis of real-world vaccine effectiveness studies during season 1. Vaccine effectiveness then declined to season 2 levels and again to season 3 levels following a stepwise decline, and we assume there is a linear decay to 0% efficacy at 36 months. Next slide, please. Unlike for protein subunit RSV vaccine, there are still no published vaccine effectiveness results for Moderna's mRNA RSV vaccine. All effectiveness assumptions in this model are derived from clinical trial efficacy against symptomatic disease. Median clinical trial follow-up does not extend beyond 2 years per participant. Next slide, please. Here is our vaccine effectiveness assumption for the Moderna RSV vaccine. It is important to highlight again that the data shown here comes from the randomized control trials. Although duration of protection might extend beyond 24 months, we assume that here, for the base case, that vaccine effectiveness declines to 0% by month 24. Next slide, please. Because there is more uncertainty about the efficacy over time for Moderna vaccine, we also assume a linear regression model of vaccine effectiveness developed by Moderna in a scenario analysis. In this model, incorporates more data than single time points and also extends duration of protection to approximately 3 years. Next slide, please. We update medical cost inputs by individual condition, which were adjusted to account for condition-specific costs. We use a multiplier approach based on relative length of stay by CMC from CDC's RSV Net surveillance system. Our source for base costs is a publication by Averin and colleagues available from Open Forum Infectious Disease 2024, a study that was sponsored by Pfizer. Also, this analysis includes adults younger than 60, unlike the earlier source, which was limited to adults 60 and over in the Kaiser system. Medical costs after hospitalization include post-discharge skilled nurse facility costs. We have also corrected the previous calculation error made when imputing productivity values for ages 50 and 64. Next slide, please. Among the adverse events, we also include the likelihood of Guillain-Barré syndrome for GSK and Pfizer vaccines by taking the results from an FDA analysis for 42-day risk window among Medicare beneficiaries age 65 and older. Specifically, we included the ratio of 0 to 18 excess Guillain-Barré syndrome cases per million doses administered for Pfizer and for GSK. In the base case, we assume this risk estimate applies directly to adults 50 and 59, rather than attempting to adjust for younger age groups However, in the scenario analysis, we use the relative risk increase of Guillain-Barré syndrome for FDA analysis and apply it to published background rates of GBS in adults 50 to 59 that yielded somewhat lower Guillain-Barré syndrome risk per 1 million doses. To date, Moderna RSV and mRNA vaccine has not been associated with increased Guillain-Barré syndrome risks, so we did not include that in the Moderna base case scenario. Next slide, please. Some benchmark input and cost effectiveness analyses are listed here. The value and assumptions for these inputs remain unchanged from previous presentations. Next slide, please. Because economic modeling requires to make many assumptions to generate results, we also explored the impact on results of changing several of these assumptions. The principal scenario analysis for which we will show results today are an assumption of longer 3-year duration of protection for Moderna's vaccine, vaccination of people with specific chronic medical conditions rather than grouping them under at least one, and using alternative public sector vaccine prices rather than the manufacturer list prices. Next slide, please. Now we'll go to the results. Next slide. For reference, this slide shows our base case incremental cost effectiveness ratio as were presented to this committee back in June 2024. We had assumed 2 years of vaccine protection, and we had estimated a societal cost of approximately $150,000 per quality gain from vaccinating adults 50 to 59 with at least one chronic condition using the GSK vaccine, which was the only product licensed at the time for this indication. Next slide, please. And this slide is presenting updated estimates in different columns for specific vaccines and timeframes, and in different rows for different age groups. So we can see, for example, for adults 50 to 59 years with at least one medical condition, for the protein subunit vaccine in a 3-year duration of protection, the societal cost would be around $43,000 per quality adjusted life year saved. For the mRNA vaccine, we have estimates, also societal, for 2-year and 3-year timeframes with $150,000 to $95,000 per quality adjusted life year gain, respectively. Next slide, please. This slide is showing in columns the number needed to vaccinate to prevent an RSV outcome by vaccine and timeframe assumption, and in different rows by specific disease outcome prevented. A simple rule is that the lower the number needed to vaccinate, the greater the estimated public health impact of vaccination per number of doses given. For example, 510 individuals aged 50 to 59 years with at least one condition will need to be vaccinated to prevent one RSV hospitalization when using a subunit vaccine and when assuming the protection will last at least 3 years. Or when using an mRNA vaccine, 681 to 933 persons will need to be vaccinated to prevent one RSV hospitalization, depending on how long the vaccine is assumed to provide protection. Next slide, please. I will go to the scenario analysis. Next slide. In this scenario, we estimate the incremental cost effectiveness ratio using vaccine prices from the federal supply schedule in the Veterans Affairs. The GSK vaccine will go down to 263, Pfizer to 258, and the Moderna vaccine to 204. Everything else remaining equal, the cost per quality for 50 to 59 years with one chronic medical condition will drop about 40% with subunit vaccines from $42,000 to $28,000 per quality gain, and around 48% and 62% with the mRNA vaccine for a 2-year and 3-year time frame, respectively. Now, note that the change in prices was about 10%. Next slide, please. The next scenario analysis show results from vaccinated adults with individual chronic conditions. In this and the two coming slides, I will ask you to focus on the horizontal light blue bars, which are reporting incremental cost per quality gain for adults 50 to 59 years old. For individual conditions, when vaccinated with a genetic protein subunit RSV vaccine, the ICES ranged from cost saving for chronic kidney disease, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, and severe obesity measured as a body mass index for 40 and over, to $57,000 per quality save for diabetes. When evaluating other selected conditions that had not been included in at least one, the cost per quality for 50 to 59 years old were all cost saving, and this includes lung transplant, hematopoietic cell transplant, and heart failure. Next slide, please. For the mRNA vaccine, assuming that protection lasts 2 years, societal costs ranged from $6,000 for chronic kidney disease to approximately $174,000 for diabetes per quality adjusted life year. When evaluating other medical conditions not included in at least one, the cost per quality reported were also cost saving with the mRNA vaccine. Next slide, please. Now, assuming that the mRNA RSV vaccination provides 3 years of protection, societal costs ranged from cost saving from chronic kidney disease to approximately $114,000 for diabetes. When evaluating other medical conditions, of course, all not included in at least one of the cost, the cost per quality save reported were cost saving. Next slide, please. In this and the next slide, we will explore the risk of Guillain-Barré syndrome associated with the two subunit vaccines, Pfizer and GSK, in comparison to the benefits of vaccination measured in hospitalizations, ICU stays, and deaths prevented. If 20% of all U.S. adults aged 50 to 59 years old with at least one chronic medical condition are vaccinated, that makes approximately 2.7 to 3 million people. For this uptake, the model assumes a 0 to 48 excess cases of Guillain-Barré syndrome. By comparison, more than 5,200 hospitalizations and 1,100 ICU stays and 333 deaths are estimated to be prevented, quantitatively outweighing the risk of Guillain-Barré syndrome. Remember that these results do not apply to the Moderna mRNA vaccine, which has not been associated with increase of Guillain-Barré syndrome to date. Next slide, please. Here again, we assume a 20% uptake among U.S. adults aged 50 to 59 years with at least one chronic medical condition. However, we have changed the Guillain-Barré syndrome risk assumption. In particular, rather than assuming that the absolute risk increase from FDA analysis in Medicare beneficiaries aged 65 and older applies directly to adults 50 to 59, we instead apply the relative risk increase from FDA Medicare analysis to published background rates of Guillain-Barré syndrome in adults 50 to 59. This results in a lower absolute Guillain-Barré syndrome risk assumption that will range between 1 to 29 excess cases of Guillain-Barré syndrome in the vaccinated population. This number is still outweighed by the estimated public health benefits of RSV vaccination in adults 50 to 59 at increased risk, and it makes the risk-benefit balance appear more favorable to vaccination. Next slide. In this slide, we want to highlight some limitations. We don't include indirect effects of vaccination that might result in reducing RSV in unvaccinated persons because our model doesn't include the dynamic transmission model. We do not analyze various medical conditions which could well be associated with RSV disease because we do not have the references in the literature nor data to use in the model. Examples of conditions that might be included are pulmonary fibrosis, hepatic cirrhosis, or neuromuscular diseases. Also, there are new vaccines and there is continued uncertainty. These are new vaccines, and there is continued uncertainty about various input values and like vaccine effectiveness, duration, and the adverse events and costs. In conclusion, next slide, please. If there were a recommendation to vaccinate 50 to 59 years old adults with at least one chronic medical condition, the societal cost using subunit vaccine will be around $42,000 per quality. And if the mRNA vaccine is used, it will be between $150,000 per quality for the 2 year or $95,000 per quality for the 3 year. Note also that vaccinating people with the following specific conditions may be cost saving: immunocompromised, defined as hematopoietic cell transplant or lung transplant, heart failure, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, chronic kidney disease, severe obesity measured as a body mass index 40 or more, and finally, that the scenarios with lower vaccine prices were the most cost-effective. Thank you.
Ready for the second?
Yeah, I'm ready for the second. Thank you. In this second presentation, I will compare and summarize the key elements and findings of 4 economic studies. These studies are on RSV vaccination in adults 50 to 59 years at increased risk of severe RSV disease. I don't know if the slides are available or not. Next slide, please. As we do these comparisons, we will distinguish the 4 models with the color coding you see here. 3 of these studies have been conducted or sponsored by manufacturers of candidate vaccines, GSK, Moderna, and Pfizer. The 4 is the analysis led by Dr. Hodgson, the presentation that passed just before, and collaborators from the University of Michigan and CDC. I will refer to it as the CDC model. For full disclosure, I have been part of the team putting together the CDC model. Next slide, please. In economic analysis, a policy question consists simultaneously of the health benefits and costs of vaccination. Namely, is vaccinating adults 50 to 59 years old at higher risk of severe RSV disease cost effective? First, a comparator is identified. No vaccination was deemed an appropriate comparator in all 4 models. And then it compares the incremental public health impact and societal cost of RSV immunization relative to no vaccination. Note that only 2 RSV vaccines are licensed for adults aged 50 and 59 years. Although Moderna vaccine is not currently licensed in adults less than 60 years, Moderna has indicated intentions to file for licensure in adults 50 to 59. Next slide, please. In general, the 4 models, and here begins the forensics economics, the 4 models follow similar designs per the elements listed here. They all use a static analytical decision-making approach, rely on probability or deterministic sensitivity analysis to manage the various data uncertainties. Each apply and model hypothetical population of US adults 50 to 59 years old at increased risk. However, and by the red box there, the model differs substantially with respect to the assumed duration of vaccine protection. Note also that there are 2 base case scenarios in CDC model, a 3-year time frame for protective unit vaccines and a 2-year time frame for the mRNA vaccine. Next slide, please. After careful review of technical reports and other materials submitted by manufacturers, we identified the following 7 groups of variables and assumptions that could explain most of the differences in the reported outcomes. We grouped them into 4 and except for those in gray, which are deemed relatively less influential, we will spend some time comparing each of them before presenting the results. Next slide, please. First, although all focus on the 50 to 59 years high-risk population, this concept is not the same across models. For example, GSK base case scenario is built around the chronic obstructive pulmonary disease and uses the other 4 conditions only in a scenario analysis. Unlike GSK, Moderna, Pfizer, and CDC, base case scenarios use a combination of at least 1 condition from the selected list. Further, the individual conditions listed for each model are not the same, and this could be a potential source for differences in reported outcomes. Next slide, please. Continuing the input comparisons, in this and the following 2 slides, we will focus on specific input values and assumptions. Here, for GSK and CDC models, we are comparing the incidence of RSV hospitalization and outpatient care and the medical costs for hospitalization, ED, and outpatient visits. We can see, for example, the incidence of RSV hospitalization among chronic obstructive pulmonary disease is almost 2 times higher in the GSK compared to the CDC model. More baseline preventable RSV disease burden will make the vaccine appear more cost-effective in the results. Beyond the difference in the rates of hospitalization and outpatient, there are also marked differences in the unitary medical costs. Next slide, please. Likewise, in this slide, Moderna shows higher incident rates of outpatient, about 35% higher, and hospitalization, more than 2 times than those used by the CDC model. Due to input updates, this time the CDC uses higher costs for hospitalization, about 4 times higher. But unitary costs for outpatients remain about 4 times higher in the Moderna model. Remember that the higher these input values are, the lower the ICES will be, or what is equivalent, the more cost-effective a vaccination program will look like. Next slide, please. Similarly, Pfizer also assumed higher baseline incident rates of RSV disease compared with the CDC model. Notwithstanding, medical costs for hospitalization, ED, and outpatient in both models are here comparable. Next slide, please. The third group of inputs are related to the indirect costs and quality of life from RSV disease. This slide includes multiple inputs on this topic, but I will just highlight the assumed RSV case fatality rate, which were the most impactful on results. This assumption ranged from 4.3% in Moderna model to 7% in GSK model. Note also that only CDC model adjusts assumed mortality rate, 6.4 per 100 RSV hospitalizations, to account for deaths among non-hospitalized persons. Also note that in the Moderna column, unlike other 3 models, Moderna did not include any cost value for RSV-associated premature death, which increased their societal ICERs, making their vaccine relatively less cost-effective. Next slide, please. In the 4th and final group of inputs these 4 and final group of inputs comparison deals with the assumed vaccine effectiveness and duration of protection. This slide compares the GSK vaccine duration of protection in the CDC model to the one used by the GSK. The CDC combined vaccine effectiveness for both protective unit vaccines, GSK and Pfizer, in a 3-year time frame, with starting vaccine effectiveness based on a meta-analysis of real-world vaccine effectiveness analysis. This is a conservative assumption, minimizes extrapolations beyond available follow-up time from clinical trials. In contrast, GSK begins with an early peak, then rely on a multivariate exponential function fitted to the phase 3 clinical trials with approximately 31 months median follow-up and extrapolations beyond that time point. They are represented by the dashed lines and the pink shaded areas indicating greater uncertainty. In total, GSK assumes 5 years of vaccine protection from a single dose. And remember that the greater the assumed duration of protection, the more cost-effective the results would be. Next slide. Likewise, this slide compares the Pfizer vaccine duration of protection assumed in the CDC model to the one used by Pfizer. Again, since the CDC duration of protection assumption relies on a genetic protective unit vaccine, the figure on the top is the same one as the previous slide, with 3 years of vaccine protection. Note that this does not exceed clinical trial follow-up by about 1 year. Let me repeat again. Note that this does exceed clinical trial follow-up by amount of 1 year for the Pfizer vaccine. However, given the similarities in effectiveness and safety results to date, the CDC team decided to group the protective unit vaccines as a single intervention in the base case. In the Pfizer model, which comes in the bottom, initial vaccine protection was assumed to persist for 7 months. Based on trial data, it declines linearly down to months 16 to 18, the end of the second season. These data were then extrapolated to 42 months for both the hospitalization and ED, although truncated, and for outpatients. A 0% protection was assumed afterwards. Note that the duration of protection assumption for hospitalization in solid line is followed by a dotted line reaching 0% at month 72. This is not part of the base case of Pfizer, but it was used in one of their scenarios. Also note that beyond the initial 24 months, the residual vaccine protection becomes much more uncertain, as highlighted by the pink area. Next slide, please. Regarding duration of protection assumption for the mRNA vaccine, Moderna, on the left figure, rely on a trial data and linear regression. Vaccine efficacy against RSV ARD is projected to reach 0% at 29 months, while the vaccine efficacy against RSV LRTD and RSV LRTD requiring hospitalization or ED visit will reach 0% at 35 months and 37 months, respectively. Using the updated efficacy data from Moderna's large clinical trial, the CDC relied on a more conservative approach. Specifically, the CDC model resorts to a stepwise approach as shown in the figure on the right, extending to the 2 years of protection. Again, after the initial period, the residual protection is based on assumptions and higher levels of uncertainty, as highlighted by the pink shaded area. Next slide, please. Up to this point, we have been comparing the input used in the models. In this and the next slides, we will compare the results in incremental cost per quality saved by vaccine and time frame, which are impacted by these differences in assumptions. When comparing the ICEs from GSK and CDC, we have a mismatch in the base case time frame. Due to difference in duration of protection assumption, the GSK base case results are in 5-year time frame, while the CDC is in a 3-year time frame, as shown in the bold entries. But for the 5-year and 3-year time frame, GSK reports cost savings for all individual conditions: chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, heart failure, coronary artery disease, and diabetes. In contrast, in the base case, the 3-year vaccine effectiveness time frame, CDC estimates a societal cost of approximately $44,000 per quality for adults with at least one chronic condition. For individual conditions, when vaccinated with generic protein unit RSV vaccine, CDC ICEs range from cost saving, and as I mentioned, chronic kidney disease, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, and severe obesity measured as a body mass index 40 or more, to approximately $57,000 per quality for diabetes. Next slide, please. Pfizer reported cost-saving values across all selected high-risk conditions, but for the 3-year time frame base case, and also for time frames and scenarios going up to 70 months, about 5 years. In contrast, for a 3-year time frame, the CDC reported costs close to $42,000 per quality, say, for Pfizer vaccine when used in adults with at least one condition. Next slide. Now for the mRNA vaccine. Note also that the base case results are not aligned in terms of time frame. CDC relied on a 2-year time frame, while Moderna in a 3-year. In a 2-year vaccine effectiveness time frame, CDC estimates a societal cost of approximately $152,000 per quality saved for adults with at least one chronic medical condition. For the same 2-year time frame, Moderna reported $76,000 per quality saved. Also, Moderna in a 3-year time frame base case reported 15% lower ICER relative to the 2-year time frame, $60,000 per quality saved, which is about 2/3 lower than the one from the CDC, the $95,000 per quality for the same time frame. Next slide, please. This summary identifies some limitations of the model in the models. And here I will highlight some of the most important ones. Some factors not considered that may result in underestimating the cost effectiveness of RSV vaccination would be the impact of RSV on long-term prognosis of included conditions, indirect effects of vaccination in those unvaccinated, quality of life impact on caregivers during RSV illness. Two models do not include, and two models partially include, productivity impact on caregivers during RSV illness. Manufacturer models do not include medical costs after RSV hospitalization or ED. We are talking about the long-term care or rehabilitation facility costs. They include partially Potential vaccine-associated serious adverse events, or Guillain-Barré syndrome. The manufacturers include only in the scenario analysis. Yeah. Vaccine efficacy beyond median vaccine trials follow-up time is unknown, and all 4 models assume seasonal vaccination with optimal timing in the late summer and early fall. Next slide. In conclusion, difference in key inputs and assumptions among models explain difference in results, and we have to rank them. The first one will be the annual incidence of RSV hospitalization and outpatient disease. Second will be the vaccine effectiveness waning or protection. And the third one, the medical cost of RSV hospitalization. Resulting answers for policy question vary by vaccine type, duration assumption, and risk conditions. Vaccinated adults aged 50 to 59 years old at higher risk of severe RSV show different cost per quality ratios. For a 3-year duration of protection, for example, outcomes for subunit vaccine ranges from societal cost saving to $43,000 per quality save, although in the CDC model, some of them show to be cost saving. Outcomes for mRNA vaccine for the 3-year duration of protection ranges from $65,000 per quality in the Moderna model to $95,000 per quality for the CDC. Overall, vaccination will significantly reduce RSV disease burden in adults 50 to 59 years at higher risk of severe RSV disease. Efficacy data from clinical trials from all vaccines, as well as conservative duration of protection assumptions, support the impact on disease reduction. Finally, let me thank the people who helped me to put together these slides. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was a lot of data. I open this now for questions from our
I hope the silence is a compliment, not an insult.
Oh, I think it is. There's Dr. Shaw.
Question, you mentioned incorporation of a factor for premature death. Is this a way perhaps of getting at some of the considerations about effects of RSV vaccination on pre-existing conditions, such that, RSV infection can potentially precipitate congestive heart failure or COPD exacerbations?
Are you speaking for the CDC model or for the other models?
I guess mainly the CDC model, or the ones that incorporated a factor, I guess, for premature mortality, I think is what I saw.
Yeah, I hope that David Houghton is in the call, but what I can say is that in the CDC model, we adjusted the life expectancy by specific medical condition, and then when there was a mortality, we calculated the life years lost with the adjusted life expectancy in each one of the conditions, and the qualis lost for that specific life years lost. That is the standard procedure to follow. I'm not sure if I'm following, and I'm completely answering your question.
And this is David. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes.
But yeah, we also included productivity loss from those deaths. But I think what you're getting at is RSV also could precipitate additional health conditions where someone might have higher mortality a year or two later. That isn't something we considered in our model, but we did take into account initial mortality from the initial kind of RSV event itself.
Okay.
And both health and economic impacts of those deaths.
Great, thanks.
Thank you. Greatly appreciate it. Now we're going to move on to the evidence to recommendation by Dr. Suri and Melgar. I should say Doctors Suri and Melgar.
Good morning. Can I get a sound check? All right. I'm Michael Melgar. Together with Dr. Amadea Britton and Dr. Dia Suri, I co-lead the ACIP work group for adult RSV vaccination. And Dia and I are happy to represent the work group while our colleague Amadea is on parental leave. Today, I'll be opening the evidence to recommendations presentation, and I'll be handing off partway to Dr. Suri. So here's the single policy question that we'll address throughout this presentation. Should adults 50 to 59 at increased risk of severe RSV disease be recommended to receive a single dose of RSV vaccination? So we're considering a possible risk-based recommendation in this age group. As Dr. Shaw mentioned, one product is also approved by FDA for use in adults 18 to 49 at increased RSV risk. However, that policy question will not be up for consideration at this meeting and is planned for the agenda at the subsequent ACIP meeting in June. As a refresher for the committee, this is the evidence to recommendations framework that we use to evaluate the evidence supporting vaccine recommendations. We'll discuss each of these 7 domains before discussing the policy endorsed by the work group. For some domains, we'll present on RSV or RSV vaccination in general, while for others, we'll show data for specific vaccine products where relevant. And we'll open with public health problem. So what do we know about RSV epidemiology in adults 50 to 59? At prior ACIP meetings, we've seen that the population-based rates of RSV disease are lower in this age group compared with those in older adults. And this is an example of that. These are data from CDC's RSV Hospitalization Surveillance Network, or RSVNet, which spans 58 counties in 12 states, and it has a catchment area representing almost 9% of the US population. The figure shows estimated annual rates of RSV-associated hospitalization per 100,000 adults, stratified by age over 5 surveillance seasons. The brackets at the top are a reminder of the current CDC recommendation that all adults 75 and older and adults 60 to 74 who are at increased risk of severe RSV disease are recommended to receive a single dose of RSV vaccine. In the red box are rates among adults 50 to 59, which are 10 to 50% lower compared with the next youngest age group on the chart, adults 60 to 64. Now, we can also look at what that means in terms of absolute burden. This figure shows RSVNet data, but shows the annual total number of RSV hospitalizations estimated by age group. So these are not rates, but total estimated counts. Adults 50 to 59, again, are highlighted in the red box, accounting for 15 to 20,000 estimated RSV-associated hospitalizations per year. However, we know that some younger adults are at increased risk of RSV hospitalization, even if the risk in the general population is low. Most adults with RSV hospitalization recorded in RSVNet have at least one underlying medical condition. Moreover, the types of conditions among adults 50 to 59 are similar to those among adults 60 and older, as shown here. Cardiovascular disease, diabetes, and COPD are in the top 5 for both age groups. Asthma, immune compromise, and severe obesity are more common in hospitalized adults 50 to 59 compared with older adults, but are still in the top 10 categories in both age groups. These are results from an analysis previously presented to ACIP using RSVNet and CDC's Behavioral Risk Factor Surveillance System run out of the Chronic Disease Center to evaluate specific chronic medical conditions as potential risk factors for RSV hospitalization in adults 50 and older. These adjusted rate ratios speak to how much higher the RSV hospitalization rates are among adults with each condition compared with adults without the condition. This means, for example, that adults with COPD experienced an RSV hospitalization rate 4.6 times higher compared with adults who did not have COPD. Results were statistically significant for chronic kidney disease, COPD, severe obesity, asthma, diabetes, and current smoking. Here are additional results from the same analysis, adjusting the rate ratios for a number of conditions as well as for age. In doing so, we can see that having at least 2 chronic conditions was the strongest independent risk factor for RSV hospitalization, followed by age 75 or older. Finally, we'll review RSV hospitalization rates by age and chronic medical conditions. On the far left in black are rates of hospitalization among adults who have none of the listed conditions, and in blue are rates shown by the presence of specific chronic conditions. Adults 50 to 59 without any of these conditions on the very far left have the lowest RSV hospitalization rates. But those with CKD, COPD, severe obesity, asthma, and coronary artery disease had estimated RSV hospitalization rates at least as high as in adults 75 and older without these conditions, who are currently recommended to receive RSV vaccination. There are other conditions that have been associated with severe RSV disease beyond those that could be evaluated in this analysis. In particular, heart failure has been consistently identified as a major risk factor for RSV hospitalization, with as many as 28% of all identified adult RSV hospitalizations occurring in adults with chronic heart failure. In younger adults, those with heart failure experience RSV hospitalization rates over 14 times higher than those without heart failure. And, of course, immune compromise, particularly in the setting of hematopoietic cell transplant or lung transplant, has been associated with severe outcomes and high mortality following RSV infection. RSV might account for up to a quarter of viral respiratory illnesses after hematopoietic cell transplant, and RSV infection has been associated with allograft dysfunction after lung transplant, which often carries a poor prognosis. So in summary, in addition to the points we've already covered, adults 50 to 59 hospitalized with RSV have similar underlying conditions as do adults 60 and older, but more often have asthma, immune compromise, and severe obesity. Adults 50 to 59 with certain chronic conditions experience RSV hospitalization rates similar to those in adults 75 and older, in whom age is the only identified risk factor and who are recommended to receive RSV vaccination. And adults with heart failure and immune compromise more often experience severe outcomes. Lastly, since we have an existing list of risk factors that qualify adults 60 to 74 for RSV vaccination, we can use data from CDC's National Health and Nutrition Examination Survey, or NHANES, to evaluate what proportion of the US population 50 to 59 has at least one of these conditions. The current recommendation more closely aligns with the narrow definition on this slide in blue, corresponding to just over 30% of the population in this age group. So if the recommendation were extended directly to US adults 50 to 59, about 30% would newly qualify for RSV vaccination. When polled, the work group felt that RSV was, or probably was, a disease of public health importance among adults 50 to 59 who are at increased risk of severe RSV disease. The next domain will be benefits and harms of RSV vaccination. Starting with grade, here is our PICO question. Among adults 50 to 59, does RSV vaccination, compared with no RSV vaccine, impact the following 5 outcomes? Medically attended RSV lower respiratory tract disease, or LRTD, hospitalization for RSV respiratory illness, death due to RSV respiratory illness, serious adverse events after vaccination, and inflammatory neurologic events after vaccination. You'll notice that we're treating any of the 3 licensed RSV vaccines as a single intervention in grade. That includes the 2 protein subunit vaccines by GSK and Pfizer, and Moderna's mRNA vaccine. The work group decided on this approach because the policy question we're considering is not product specific, and each of these products has been graded individually in prior ACIP meetings. Notably though, while GSK and Pfizer currently have FDA licensure in adults 50 to 59, Moderna's vaccine does not. Any recommendation in adults 50 to 59 resulting from an ACIP vote would be limited to products licensed in that age group. However, if Moderna gains licensure in this age group at a later date, it would get incorporated in the existing recommendation by default. And that's why we chose to include it in grade and ETR together with the subunit vaccines. All 3 vaccines are based on the same RSV antigen, and where relevant, will show some product-specific considerations. So first, a reminder that no manufacturer has conducted an efficacy trial in adults 50 to 59. Data in this age group are limited to immunogenicity and safety only. That being said, each manufacturer has compared the humoral or antibody immune response to vaccination in high-risk immunocompetent adults 50 to 59 with that in adults 60 and older in whom they have already demonstrated efficacy. This type of study is what we refer to as immunobridging. These are results of that comparison for the GSK RSV vaccine. Comparative immune response was measured via geometric mean ratio, or GMR, of neutralizing antibody titers. In yellow, we show that the ratio with the adults 50 to 59 at increased risk as the numerator and adults 60 and older in the denominator, so that adults, or values rather, above 1 indicate a stronger immune response in the younger age group. Non-inferiority criteria were met, though important to say that immunocompromised adults were excluded from this comparison. And these are the analogous results for Pfizer's vaccine. Again, there was a greater neutralizing antibody response in the younger adults than in the older adults. Non-inferiority criteria were met in the full study population in this study, which included adults 18 to 59, and non-inferiority criteria were not established for this subgroup analysis shown here, specific to adults 50 to 59. And these are the analogous results for Moderna's RSV vaccine. Again, there was greater neutralizing antibody response in the younger adults, though the confidence interval for RSV-B neutralization did just cross 1.0. So having seen those immunobridging results, here we're applying them within grade to extrapolate the efficacy that has been observed in adults 60 and older to apply to high-risk adults 50 to 59. Efficacy values here are pooled across all 3 clinical trials conducted in adults 60 and older. Because efficacy was not estimated directly in the population of interest, we downgrade certainty in all outcomes for indirectness. The outcome of hospitalization is also downgraded once for imprecision due to the width of the confidence interval, but certainty is increased once due to a consistently strong association or effect size across all 3 trials. Unlike previous grade evaluations, we now also have access to 4 published observational vaccine effectiveness studies. These constitute real-world evidence rather than clinical trial evidence of protection against RSV disease in the first winter season after vaccination in adults 60 and older. Per the ACIP grade standard, we evaluated this evidence separately from the clinical trial data. And keep in mind that in the grade framework, evidence that comes from these non-randomized studies begins from a baseline of low certainty, unlike clinical trials, which begin from a baseline of high certainty. Here again, we downgraded for indirectness because we're extrapolating effectiveness observed in adults 60 and older to the target population of high-risk adults 50 to 59. However, we increased certainty due to a consistently large effect size across all studies against both medically attended RSV LRTD and RSV hospitalization. Now for some potential harms of vaccination. Here we're using safety data from the GSK and Pfizer immunobridging trials in the target population 50 to 59 with risk conditions. So no extrapolation from a different age group. The Moderna trial was excluded because no placebo arm was enrolled in that trial, so there was no comparator arm. The pooled relative risk of serious adverse events was 1.13, with concerns both for imprecision due to the width of the confidence interval and inconsistency due to different point estimates in each trial. We were not able to evaluate inflammatory neurologic events because there were 0 of these events across the vaccine and placebo arms in both trials. Finally, this is the summary of our certainty assessments in grade. Focusing on the outcomes that the work group considered critical, we conclude that RSV vaccination may reduce hospitalization for RSV respiratory illness with low certainty, and RSV vaccination may result in little to no difference in serious adverse events, also with low certainty. We could not grade death due to RSV respiratory illness or inflammatory neurologic events. There are additional data we can review beyond what was included in grade. We'll discuss the latest benefit-risk comparison for the 2 protein subunit vaccines, incorporating the results from Dr. Hutton's analysis that was just presented, and extrapolating what we know about GBS risk in older adults to the 50 to 59 population. We'll also discuss duration of vaccine protection and the potential to restore protection through revaccination, as well as what we know about immunogenicity in immunocompromised persons. Although we could not evaluate inflammatory neurologic events directly in the 50 to 59 population, we know that FDA data support existence of an increased risk of GBS after protein subunit RSV vaccination in Medicare beneficiaries 65 and older. Those data had been presented to ACIP at prior meetings. In January, FDA required revision of the prescribing information for the GSK and Pfizer vaccines to include a statement about risk of GBS. Available data suggests that the risk is similar to and potentially greater than that of other currently licensed and recommended adult vaccines. And I'll also say again that this specifically applies as of now to the GSK and Pfizer vaccines. The Moderna vaccine, which is an mRNA vaccine, has not been associated with increased risk of Guillain-Barré syndrome to date. However, we should consider the risk of GBS in the context of the public health benefits of RSV vaccination. In June and October last year, ACIP reviewed results of mathematical modeling analyses comparing the numbers of RSV-associated outcomes preventable per 1 million persons vaccinated versus the number of potential vaccine-attributable cases of GBS. This analysis has been updated to use the most up-to-date information and has been applied to high-risk adults 50 to 59. Importantly, although we made a conservative assumption and applied the attributable GBS risk from Medicare to adults 50 to 59, we should note that the background risk of GBS in a study population can influence the attributable risk estimates, and that may be lower in younger adults. And here are the updated results. The slide shows the estimated preventable RSV-associated hospitalizations, ICU admissions, and deaths over 3 consecutive RSV seasons per 1 million high-risk adults 50 to 59 vaccinated with a single dose of protein subunit RSV vaccine, so GSK or Pfizer. These preventable illnesses are not annualized, so in other words, they represent the total preventable illnesses over the 3-year period. Those numbers are compared against the number of Guillain-Barré syndrome cases that could be attributable to RSV vaccination, again per 1 million persons vaccinated on the right, assuming that the risk estimates from Medicare apply to adults 50 to 59. The range encompasses the lowest lower bound and the highest upper bound for either of the GSK and Pfizer vaccines. You can see that preventable RSV outcomes numerically exceed potential cases of GBS without overlap in the ranges of uncertainty. Our next topic is duration of protection and potential eventual need for revaccination. So revaccination policy is not on the agenda for this meeting, but the work group has discussed the importance of the ability to eventually boost immunity when considering vaccine policy in adults younger than 60 who have a longer remaining life expectancy over which their risk of severe disease could increase. In clinical trials, protection provided by a single dose of RSV vaccine does appear to wane over time, but known to last at least 2 to 3 RSV seasons. Clinical trial efficacy data evaluating revaccination with an additional dose of RSV vaccine are available only from GSK's pivotal phase 3 trial, which did not show benefit from revaccination when it was given 12 months after dose number 1. Here are those data from GSK's trial. In the first row of the table, you can see that efficacy of a single dose against RSV-associated LRTD in season 1 was 82.6%. Efficacy in the second season of that single dose had waned to 56.1%. And in the last row, we can see efficacy in the second season when a second dose was given at the start of that second season. Efficacy was 55.9%. So in this trial, revaccination at a 12-month interval did not improve protection against clinical disease caused by RSV. And finally, we do have some immunogenicity data from the clinical trials with different revaccination intervals, including some that we just saw today. GSK immunogenicity data at 12, 24, and 36-month revaccination intervals have shown a weaker humoral immune response compared with the response after dose 1. Though the 24 and 36-month intervals do show somewhat higher boosting compared with the 12-month interval. Pfizer immunogenicity data at 12-month revaccination has also shown a weaker humoral immune response compared with dose 1. And Moderna immunogenicity data from 12 and 24-month revaccination has shown a humoral immune response that meets pre-specified non-inferiority criteria when compared with the first vaccination, but as ACIP had commented, the 24-month revaccination showed a lower peak response. So what can we take away from this in terms of knowns and unknowns about revaccination? We know that limited efficacy data with revaccination at 12 months did not show improvement in protection against symptomatic disease. We know that revaccination does elicit a boost in neutralizing antibodies, and for the adjuvanted vaccine, a CD4 T-cell response. For GSK, neutralizing antibody response does not appear to reach antibody levels post-dose 1, even if revaccination is deferred for 3 years. For Moderna, neutralizing antibody response at 12 and 24 months met the non-inferiority criteria that were pre-specified compared with dose 1, but the peak with 24-month revaccination was nonetheless lower. We also have several remaining unknowns. There's no clear trend yet visible that antibody responses do become more robust with longer time between doses. We don't know whether a longer period, like 5 years, for example, would result in a stronger neutralizing antibody response. We also don't know whether the boosted revaccination antibody responses, even if lower than those after dose 1, are sufficient to provide clinical protection. Correlates of protection work for RSV is still early, and we don't know the relative importance of the humoral and cellular immune responses in providing clinical protection. And all of these revaccination data have been from immunocompetent persons. We don't know whether immunocompromised adults would experience a similar or different response to revaccination. Now we'll turn to the data we do have in immunocompromised adults, starting with GSK. GSK studied safety and immunogenicity of 2 doses of Arexvy in adult participants with renal or lung transplant. 1 month after dose 1, these participants had lower RSV neutralizing antibody titers compared with immunocompetent adults 50 and older. After a second dose of Arexvy 1 month after the first, RSV neutralizing antibody titers increased and were similar to those in immunocompetent adults 50 and older who were 2 months post-vaccination. They showed that measures of cellular immunity after Arexvy vaccination were similar between immunocompromised and immunocompetent participants. There were no specific safety concerns identified. 1 participant in the trial did experience renal transplant rejection after RSV vaccination. Pfizer's analogous trial included adult participants with a variety of immune-compromising conditions, including autoimmune disorders, solid organ transplant, end-stage renal disease on dialysis, or non-small cell lung cancer. 1 month after a single dose of Abrysvo, these participants had similar RSV neutralizing antibody titers compared with immunocompetent adults 60 and older from Pfizer's main phase 3 trial. The neutralizing antibody response in participants with autoimmune disorders and solid organ transplant appeared lower than in adults with end-stage renal disease. A second dose of Abrysvo 1 month after the first did not appreciably increase neutralizing antibody titers, and there were no specific safety concerns identified here either, but 1 participant experienced renal transplant rejection and 1 participant experienced lung transplant rejection. Taking all of this evidence into account, a majority of the work group felt that the desirable anticipated effects of RSV vaccination in high-risk adults 50 to 59 were moderate, that the undesirable anticipated effects were small, and that the balance of the two favors the intervention. However, there was a minority opinion that the desirable effects were small, that the undesirable effects related to Guillain-Barré syndrome and revaccination potential were unknown, leading to an unclear balance of benefits and harms. And here, I'll hand the presentation over to Dr. Suri.
Thank you, Dr. Melgar. Now we will transition to discuss the domain of values and preferences. Here, we'll assess whether adults 50 to 59 feel the potential desirable effects of RSV vaccination are large relative to the undesirable effects. As part of this domain, we'll review data on adult concern for RSV disease and data on RSV vaccine uptake. First, we'll discuss how concerned adults aged at least 18 years are about getting RSV disease. In a CDC Omnibus survey from April 2024, 19% of adults 18 to 59 were very or moderately concerned about RSV disease. Please note that this was among the general population of adults, not specifically those with risk conditions. By contrast, 28% of adults aged 60 to 74 years had the same level of concern. This slide shows data from the National Immunization Survey, or NIS, asking adults aged 60 to 74 years who are at increased risk of RSV disease about behavioral and social drivers of RSV vaccination. You can see that when adults 60 to 74 with risk conditions were asked about RSV vaccination, almost 50% said they were concerned about RSV disease, and 80% said they were confident that RSV vaccine is important protection. Now we'll examine how the stated concerns for RSV disease have translated to RSV vaccine uptake. On the left are adults 75 years and older, and on the right are adults 60 to 74 years at increased risk. The dark blue represents people who have already received RSV vaccine, and the medium blue shows those who say they will definitely get RSV vaccine. By February 15th of this year, 47% of adults 75 years and older had already received RSV vaccine, compared with 37% of adults aged 60 to 74 years, and 12% of both age groups reported that they will definitely get vaccinated. Finally, I'd like to briefly note that how patients value vaccine protection against RSV disease versus potential risk for adverse events may be important. While there are no data specifically assessing how patients value estimated protection against RSV relative to potential risk of GBS, there are a few considerations. Adults are willing to accept some rate of vaccine-associated adverse events for the benefit of preventing disease. Individual baseline and vaccine-associated risk of GBS may differ by age group and presence of chronic conditions, and willingness to accept risk of GBS after vaccination may also differ by age, health status, and perceived risk of RSV-associated disease. To summarize the data available on values, about 20% of adults 18 to 59 say they are very or moderately concerned about RSV, compared with approximately 30 to 35% of adults 60 years and older. Importantly, we do not have data specifically among those aged 50 to 59 years who are at increased risk of severe disease. Uptake of RSV vaccine in NIS through February 2025 was 37% for adults 60 to 74 at increased risk and 47% among adults aged at least 75 years. Lastly, we do not have data on how adults value protection against RSV versus potential risk of GBS, but this may vary by age or other factors. Overall, when asked whether the desirable effects of RSV vaccination are large relative to the undesirable effects, the workgroup majority polled probably yes. When asked, is there important uncertainty about or variability in how much adults aged 50 to 59 years at increased risk value the main outcomes, most workgroup members felt that there is probably important uncertainty or variability. Now we'll discuss data informing whether an RSV vaccine recommendation would be acceptable to key stakeholders and if RSV vaccines will be feasible to implement. These two domains will be covered together as much of the data to inform them are cross-cutting. As a reminder, acceptability refers to whether key stakeholders, such as patients, providers, professional societies, liaison organizations, advocacy groups, and the general public, find the distribution of benefits, harms, and costs acceptable. And feasibility refers to whether the recommendation would be feasible to implement. Let's first look at how acceptable RSV vaccine is for patients as a stakeholder group. As you saw in the previous section, there has been considerable uptake of RSV vaccine, but gaps in uptake remain. In omnibus surveys asking adults 60 to 74 with risk conditions about RSV vaccination concerns and issues, approximately 50%, shown by the red rectangle at the bottom of the slide, said they have no concerns or issues. However, 22% said they did not know enough about RSV vaccination, 21% were concerned about serious side effects, and 19% said that their provider has not recommended it. Now let's look at data from a survey of providers as a stakeholder group, which was conducted by the University of Iowa in June 2024 to see how acceptable and feasible providers have found the existing RSV vaccine recommendations. The pale green and red bars on the far right side of this slide indicate that 58% of respondents reported checking RSV vaccination eligibility for their adult patients most of the time or always. However, the darker green bars on the far left side of this slide indicate that 30% did this only sometimes or never. These responses were similar across provider type, including among pharmacists. And when asked about the top reasons for not recommending RSV vaccination, common responses from providers were that the patient would refuse, the patient had concerns about out-of-pocket costs, patients are tired of hearing about vaccines in general, there isn't enough time during a visit to discuss RSV vaccines, and other recommended vaccines for this age group are a bigger priority. Additional potential barriers to implementation of a risk-based recommendation for RSV vaccine include that RSV vaccines have a relatively high acquisition cost, which makes it a costly upfront investment to carry RSV vaccine, especially for smaller practices and nursing homes. This is one of the reasons providers may be less likely to stock the vaccine and refer patients to pharmacies. However, conducting risk assessments and billing for risk-based recommendations may be challenging in pharmacies. Finally, age expansion to adults 50 to 59 would increase the complexity of the vaccine schedule for adults, especially given limited time to discuss vaccines at appointments. The increasing number of adult vaccines, as well as multiple RSV vaccine products, each with different temperature requirements for storage and handling, also increases complexity. In summary, approximately 50% of adults aged 60 to 74 years with risk conditions have no concerns about RSV vaccine. Among those with concerns, top responses indicated lack of knowledge about RSV vaccine, concern about serious side effects, and lack of provider recommendation for RSV vaccination. Providers check RSV vaccine eligibility about 60% of the time, with the main barriers for making a recommendation being related to concern about patient vaccine fatigue and vaccine refusal. Lastly, other implementation barriers include cost, challenges of implementing a risk-based recommendation in pharmacy settings, and adult vaccine schedule complexity. When the work group was asked whether recommending RSV vaccines for adults aged 50 to 59 years at increased risk for severe RSV disease would be acceptable to key stakeholders, most voted yes or probably yes. Regarding feasibility of implementation, overall, the work group felt that a recommendation for RSV vaccination among adults 50 to 59 years would, or probably would, be feasible. Next, we will review resource use. Because the committee saw Dr. Hutton's cost-effectiveness model and Dr. Ortega-Sanchez's comparison of economic models, I will only share the work group's summary deliberations here. At current list prices, the CDC Michigan model estimated societal costs of about $43,000 to approximately $152,000 per quality gain from RSV vaccination in adults aged 50 to 59 years at increased risk of severe RSV disease. Further, RSV vaccination is likely cost-saving for adults in this age group with certain risk conditions. However, there remains substantial uncertainty in key parameters that impact cost effectiveness. Uncertainty in the incidence of medically attended RSV illness, particularly hospitalizations, uncertainty in RSV attributable mortality, uncertainty in the duration of protection from a single dose of RSV vaccination, and uncertainty in real-world effectiveness of Moderna's mRESVIA vaccine in preventing medically attended RSV disease. The work group felt that if RSV vaccine list prices were substantially reduced, then RSV vaccination may be a cost-effective intervention for a broader adult population. Overall, most work group members felt that RSV vaccination for adults aged 50 to 59 years at increased risk is, or probably is, a reasonable and efficient allocation of resources. Lastly, we will review the domain of equity. We will focus on whether the proposed policy changes would impact all U.S. adults the same way by examining RSV epidemiology and RSV vaccine uptake by race and ethnicity and other sociodemographic variables. As a reminder, the median age of adults hospitalized with laboratory-confirmed RSV infection in RSV-NET varies by race and ethnicity, with Black, Hispanic, and American Indian or Alaska Native persons having a median age approximately 10 years lower than white persons. The red boxes on this slide show that the median age of RSV-associated hospitalization for these groups are in the 60s, with the 25th percentile in the 40s and 50s. By contrast, the median age of RSV-associated hospitalization for white persons is 73, with an interquartile range of 63 to 82 years. This slide also shows RSV-NET hospitalization data, but this time RSV-associated hospitalization rates are displayed by age group and race and ethnicity. The gray bars in each age group indicate hospitalization rates for Black adults, followed by Hispanic adults in blue, white adults in teal, and Asian and Pacific Islanders in yellow. As with earlier slides, overall rates of RSV among all racial and ethnic groups remain lower in adults aged 50 to 59 years than older adults. However, among those aged 50 to 59 years shown in the red rectangle, Black adults had 2.3 times the rate of hospitalization of white adults. This slide uses data from NHANES to show the prevalence of at least one chronic medical condition by age group and race and ethnicity. Here, we see that the prevalence of at least one chronic medical condition is higher among non-Hispanic Black persons, shown in dark blue, than among other racial and ethnic groups. The difference in prevalence between these groups decreases among those 60 years and older, but does not entirely resolve. The higher proportion of Black adults with at least one risk condition among adults 50 to 59 years compared with white adults in the same age group likely contributes to the higher hospitalization rates of RSV among Black adults aged 50 to 59 years observed on the previous slide. Finally, here are data from NIS showing uptake of RSV vaccine among adults aged 60 to 74 years by race and ethnicity, as well as other demographics. By December 2024, RSV vaccine coverage was lower in Black non-Hispanic individuals at 27%, compared with Asian individuals at 44% and white non-Hispanic individuals at 36%. To summarize, overall rates of RSV among all racial and ethnic groups remain lower in adults under 60 years than adults 60 to 74 and 75 and older. However, Black adults aged 50 to 59 years had 2 times the RSV hospitalization rate compared with white adults. Chronic conditions that increase the risk of severe RSV disease occur more frequently among certain racial or ethnic groups aged 50 to 59 years, and RSV vaccine uptake has varied by race and ethnicity. When the work group was asked what would be the impact on health equity of recommending RSV vaccination in adults aged 50 to 59 years at increased risk, most responded that expanding RSV vaccination to adults 50 to 59 years would probably increase equity. Thank you, and I'll turn it back to Dr. Melgard to provide a summary of the evidence to recommendations.
Thank you, Dr. Suri. So this slide summarizes the workgroup opinions in the evidence to recommendations framework. Overall, the workgroup majority felt that among high-risk adults 50 to 59, RSV is or probably is of public health importance. The benefits of RSV vaccination in this group were moderate, and the undesirable effects were likely small, favoring the intervention. High-risk adults 50 to 59 likely feel that the desirable effects of RSV vaccination are large relative to the undesirable effects, though probably with important uncertainty or variability in the population. RSV vaccination was thought to be acceptable to key stakeholders and feasible to implement with reasonable allocation of resources. Because a disproportionate number of certain U.S. adults experience RSV disease at earlier ages, expanding RSV vaccination to high-risk adults 50 to 59 would likely increase equity. Here's the proposed vote language for the committee. ACIP recommends that adults 50 to 59 years of age who are at increased risk of severe RSV disease receive a single dose of RSV vaccine. You'll note 3 important footnotes. First, CDC will publish clinical considerations that describe chronic medical conditions and other risk factors for severe RSV disease for use in this risk-based recommendation. Second, RSV vaccination is recommended as a single dose only, so persons who have already received RSV vaccination are not recommended to receive another dose at this time. And third, RSV vaccine can be administered with any product licensed by FDA in this age group. As of today, that includes GSK's Arexvy and Pfizer's Abrysvo, but other products licensed in the future would be included in this recommendation by default. Considering all domains together for the question of vaccination among high-risk adults 50 to 59, the majority of the workgroup felt that the desirable consequences probably outweigh undesirable consequences in most settings, though a minority felt that the balance between desirable and undesirable consequences is closely balanced or uncertain. When the workgroup was asked whether there is sufficient information to move forward with the recommendation, a majority indicated yes. And regarding the type of recommendation, most recommended RSV vaccination for adults 50 to 59 at increased risk. although a minority felt that a shared clinical decision-making recommendation may be more appropriate or did not feel that a recommendation should be made at this time. The work group also discussed which risk conditions should be included in this risk-based recommendation, specifically whether the same risk conditions should be used as those applied to adults 60 to 74, or whether different risk conditions should be considered. Discussion points favoring the same risk conditions as those already outlined for adults 60 to 74 included concerns about the complexity of RSV vaccine implementation if different lists of risk conditions were used according to patient age, and as demonstrated earlier in this presentation, adults 50 to 59 have similar conditions that increase risk of severe RSV disease as do adults 60 to 74. On the other hand, discussion points favoring a narrower list of risk conditions than those outlined for older adults included that a narrower list of conditions could focus the vaccination program on persons with the highest absolute risk. And while the vaccine appears cost-saving for certain risk conditions, recommending RSV vaccine using the same list of risk factors across all adults 50 to 74 is likely less cost-effective. Lastly, there remains important uncertainty in whether revaccination can restore protection to levels seen after the first dose, and this may be more important when developing a recommendation for younger adults who have longer remaining life expectancy. Overall, the workgroup majority feels that risk conditions in adults 50 to 59 should include the same conditions already outlined in the risk-based recommendation for adults 60 to 74. With the risk-based recommendation, the workgroup stresses that additional data will be critical to understand the optimal revaccination interval and that studies are needed to support revaccination policy. And the workgroup also stresses the importance of ongoing safety surveillance monitoring. And with that, we would like to thank all who contributed data and expertise to this presentation. And I'd also like to express appreciation especially to our colleagues in CDC's Chronic Disease Center and the National Center for Health Statistics, whose data and collaboration have been critical in evaluating the potential impact of risk-based RSV vaccination. And now I'll hand it back to Dr. Suri to discuss clinical considerations for implementing this risk-based recommendation.
Thank you, Dr. Melgar. Next, I'll briefly present to the committee some clinical considerations for use of RSV vaccines in adults 50 to 59 years. First, I'll review the licensed RSV vaccine products for use in adults aged 50 to 59 years at increased risk of severe RSV disease, followed by the risk conditions for this age group, the timing of RSV vaccination for the 2025 to 2026 RSV season, and co-administration of RSV vaccines with other vaccines. This slide was previously presented by Dr. Shaw and shows the current RSV vaccines that are licensed for use and the age groups for which they are licensed. As highlighted by the red rectangle, currently only GSK's Arexvy vaccine and Pfizer's Abrysvo vaccine are licensed for adults aged 50 to 59 years. If Moderna's Mrezvia vaccine gains FDA licensure in high-risk adults aged 50 to 59 years, it would be included in an existing recommendation by default. Importantly, Pfizer's Abrysvo vaccine is also licensed and recommended for use in pregnancy to prevent RSV-associated lower respiratory tract disease in infants after birth. No other RSV vaccine should be administered in pregnancy. Now we'll discuss the eligible risk conditions among adults 50 to 59 years for receipt of RSV vaccination under a risk-based recommendation. The work group proposes applying the same list of risk conditions currently used in the risk-based recommendation for adults 60 to 74 years to the new 50 to 59 age group. Conditions and risk factors were selected based on evidence of association with increased risk of severe RSV disease or strong rationale that the condition would impact outcome of a respiratory infection. Conditions include lung and cardiovascular disease, moderate or severe immunocompromise, other chronic systemic diseases, and residence in a nursing home. There is also a clause shown on the bottom right corner of this slide for conditions that a healthcare provider determines would increase the risk of severe respiratory infection, but have not been explicitly listed here. The current RSV vaccine flyer for healthcare providers is shown on the right of this slide and will be updated with any new recommendation. This flyer also contains information on the known risk of Guillain-Barré syndrome for the 2 subunit vaccines. Lastly, we'll close this presentation with a recap of the recommendations for timing of RSV vaccination and co-administration data, most of which have been discussed at prior ACIP meetings. RSV vaccination will have the most benefit if given in late summer or early fall, just prior to the onset of RSV season. In most of the U.S., this means from August to October. However, as noted in the voting language, this is not a recommendation for revaccination. Adults who have already received a dose of RSV vaccine do not need to receive another dose at this time. Although adults may need additional doses in the future, the optimal timing is not yet known, and as we've previously seen, there are no current clinical trial data demonstrating restoration of efficacy through revaccination. Next, we'll review what is known about the co-administration of RSV vaccines with other adult vaccines. ACIP previously reviewed results from studies on co-administration of RSV vaccine with influenza and mRNA COVID-19 vaccines. With 2 exceptions, immunogenicity data from co-administration of RSV vaccines and other vaccines showed that the pre-specified non-inferiority criteria were met for simultaneous vaccination compared with separate administration. However, the workgroup notes our limited understanding of the clinical significance of decreased antibody titers with RSV vaccine co-administration. GSK has also provided results of a co-administration study with Arexvy and recombinant zoster vaccine Shingrix. Both vaccines include the same adjuvant system, AS01, albeit at different doses. The adjuvant dose in Shingrix is twice the dose in Arexvy. In this study, 530 immunocompetent participants aged 50 years and older were randomized 1-to-1 to receive either sequential vaccinations, which was the control group, or simultaneous vaccinations, which was the intervention group. Immunogenicity non-inferiority criteria were met for both the RSV and zoster immune responses. The geometric mean titer or concentration ratios for both RSV and zoster immune responses are shown on this slide. When evaluating these ratios, numbers above 1 indicate a reduced immune response after co-administration compared with separate administration. For all assays, the upper limit of the confidence interval was less than 1.5, which was the non-inferiority objective. There were no specific safety concerns identified in this study. However, reactogenicity of simultaneous administration tended to be greater than that of Arexvy given alone, but more similar to that of Shingrix given alone. The proportion of serious adverse events was 4.9% in the simultaneous administration group versus 2.3% in the sequential administration group, but there were no clustered imbalances in any specific organ system or type of adverse event. Additionally, there were no cases of Guillain-Barré syndrome or acute disseminated encephalomyelitis. Overall, co-administration of RSV vaccines and other recommended adult vaccines is common, and the workgroup notes our limited understanding of the clinical significance of decreased antibody titers with RSV vaccine co-administration. Given the considerable benefits of co-administration for increased uptake and the evidence of safety, the workgroup continues to feel that co-administration is acceptable. Notably, this RSV-specific language differs from that in CDC's General Best Practices Guidelines for Immunization, which states that routine administration of all indicated vaccine doses simultaneously is recommended for persons for whom no specific contraindications exist. The RSV guidance was drafted to state that co-administration is acceptable due to the uncertainty in the immunogenicity results from the co-administration studies. This guidance may be updated in the future, and the workgroup looks forward to learning more about an analysis from Moderna regarding an immunologic correlate of protection for RSV when the methods have been peer-reviewed. And finally, in accordance with CDC's general best practice guidelines for immunization, when deciding whether to co-administer other vaccines with an RSV vaccine, providers may consider whether the patient is up to date with currently recommended vaccines, the feasibility of the patient returning for additional vaccine doses, the risk of acquiring vaccine-preventable diseases in the interim, vaccine reactogenicity profiles, and patient preferences. Thank you, and that concludes this presentation.
Can you please put up the voting language? Oh, thank you. No. It's coming. Okay. In the meantime, as that's coming up, questions? Dr. Lair.
Thank you so much for an absolutely wonderful presentation, very detailed but not overwhelming. My question is with regard to the minority opinion. I greatly appreciate that you provided the minority opinion perspective. I'm wondering if there's anyone with that minority opinion who would like to comment, or if they feel that your perspective and your commenting on it has already given their opinion. Thank you.
I could speak to it, but I'm curious if anyone who sits in our work group who's on the committee would be interested in speaking on behalf of the minority opinion.
Go ahead, Dr. Malcolm.
I think as we discussed during the benefits and harms domain, the matter is in large part due to uncertainty. I think some work group members are first of all, concerned about uncertainty in the magnitude of risk of Guillain-Barré syndrome. And although according to our best estimates, the uncertainty range in potential attributable cases of GBS does not overlap with the potential benefits of revaccination, or rather of vaccination with subunit vaccines at the population level. That is from a modeling study and subject to the limitations thereof. And I think for the younger age group now, that as we're talking about adults younger than 60, there was a lot of discussion about, I think as one other ACIP member alluded to earlier during the session, can we eventually revaccinate these people successfully? Until we have demonstrated efficacy or effectiveness of dose number 2 showing benefit, would it be more prudent to wait until somebody turns 60 to give them their first dose of RSV vaccine? Because surely, even if they're at high risk at age 50, they'll be at even higher risk at age 60. So those, I think, were some of the biggest points of contention and discussion. But again, I'll say that the majority opinion from the work group was that there's uncertainty in both of those aspects. But faced with limited data, that the most benefit to public health would likely be from extending the existing risk-based recommendation down to age 50.
Thank you.
Dr. Zucker?
Yeah, I thank you. Thanks for a great presentation. I'm wondering, I'm struggling a bit because of the uncertainty, that was just discussed. And I guess I'm curious whether there was discussion around shared clinical decision-making. And I'm not a great fan of that option. But, and again, it would make the recommendation for 50 to 59 be different than 60 to 74, which I, again, would not particularly like to do. But I guess what's swaying me is there clearly are people in that 50 to 59 year sort of age group. For example, lung transplant patients, hematopoietic stem cell transplant patients that would clearly benefit, from having access to this vaccine. And so I'm trying to think through, where I would land and what those options. And again, that's why, is shared clinical decision making a realistic option? Would it be too much complexity. And just curious if you can speak to if the work group had discussion around that. Thank you.
I'll say a few things since I'm on the work group. One is there was a huge disparity in uptake when we had shared clinical decision making for those over 60. And one of the reasons to move the vote down to 50 was to improve lessen disparities. And so the concern about a shared clinical decision making would be it would worsen the disparities that we're seeing. Does that help?
Well, I guess I'm thinking about providers who see particular high-risk patients, like transplant setting.
Yes.
Where I think that providers would probably regularly recommend the vaccine and have more access. Like there's clearly a subgroup within this 50 to 59-year-old age group that would have clear benefits from vaccine. And I think that those providers would take a different approach. It wouldn't be sort of as much on people deciding or recommendations, someone walking into a pharmacy.
Agree.
But yeah.
Dr. Brooks?
Yes, again, thank you for the excellent presentation. This is what an ETR really should be. It gives you all the information you need to make a decision, even if all the information leads you to be indecisive. I was struck by there was a slide that showed that there was a subcategory, I can't remember which, that had the same risk as those 75 years and up. The second one was that Black, Hispanic, and American Indian or Alaska Native had a median age of associated hospitalization of almost, anywhere 7 to 10 years younger than the other populations, which means they're at much higher risk for being hospitalized younger. So even though it was median age was 62 to 64, I would want them included in the 50 to 59 because the inner quartile was lower than 60. But that's really tempered by the discussion about revaccination of the uncertainty. That's the one that makes it strongest to me. I'm hoping that somewhere down the line we get information that revaccination actually is of benefit. I think it's marginal benefit based on what I saw. But I think the balance of everything that I am seeing would almost lead toward clinical decision making, but no, you just stated how that lowers the rate. So one has to make a decision. You vote yes or no. And I think on balance, I would have to be in favor of it, just trying to put everything together. Thank you.
Ms. Moser?
Thank you. The revaccination question was the one in my mind as I looked at all of these data too. And what I came back to was the notion that even though the revaccination immune responses were lower than the primary responses, they were still higher overall than the initial day zeros before vaccination. And the T cell responses were also stronger. So I think there's a component to that we should consider, and hopefully we'll get more information on over time. But the other thing that it made me think about is that we do now have groups of people in the population who've received one dose who are now also going to be faced with getting RSV by natural infection in the community. So if we can protect this group of people, I still think that is where I'm coming down when I think about moving forward with this proposed vote. I don't know if that helps anybody else.
Thank you. Dr. Goldman, thank you for waiting.
Of course, thank you so much. Just wanted to give some perspective from the boots on the ground, if you will, general internal medicine and run my own private practice. I've been giving the RSV vaccine for quite some time. I'm a huge proponent of lowering the age as well as making it as simple as possible. So I'm very appreciative of this presentation and the fact that they kept the risk-based as broad as it was And we need to also consider making sure that patients can self-attest if they do go to pharmacies. But as far as from the physician perspective, it is very easy to get the vaccines, to store them, and to bill for them and get reimbursed for them without much hassle with the right, billing software and being able to get that in place. So that should not be a barrier. My concern is the insurance companies delaying the implementation of whatever vote is taken. But I think I have a lot of patients in that 50 plus range with a lot of risk factors, from emphysema to heart disease, lung disease, et cetera, who have wanted this vaccine. So I really think we should steer away from the shared clinical decision making, keep the risk factors as broad as possible, and allow those patients to get access to the vaccine that the physicians can provide. So I really am appreciative of this vote language and think it will be a great service to our patients to be able to expand the indication from 50 plus for those who are at risk. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Freihofer, and then you're the last one.
Thank you. Sandra Freihofer, American Medical Association, speaking as a practicing physician and a new grandmother. One thing that I haven't heard in this discussion is the effect of having a grandbaby or a new grandchild around you. And I guess I dedicate this question to our lead for this session, who's now on maternity leave. Has that ever come up? Because in my discussions with patients, particularly the older patients, that has come up as a reason for them to really push to go ahead and get it.
Thanks for the comment. I think, Dr. Freihofer, one thing that you're getting at is risk of exposure to RSV. And the work group has thought of that distinct from risk of severe illness, if somebody is exposed to RSV, as measured by hospitalization rates when looking at the general population. So that has come up on occasion during the work group calls. I think generally the work group has steered toward focusing any recommendation for a vaccine on populations in whom the risk of severe outcomes is greatest. And that could be, that is independent of risk of exposure. So thinking of preschool teachers or new grandparents, if they don't have these specific risk factors for ending up in the hospital or ending up in the ICU or ending up on a ventilator, that the benefit risk is not as clear as it is for those who do have the risk factors. So that generally has been the work group's discussion. But I also welcome any input from, again, ACIP members who do sit on our work group.
I would just say that as you talk to patients trying to tell them about this vaccine, I think if they do have risk factors and they do have a little grandbaby, that makes them more open to going ahead and getting it.
Thank you. I am looking for a motion. Dr. Lair?
That's why my hand is up.
I'm so thankful. Go for it.
I'd like to propose a motion to accept the ACIP vote language as shown on the screen on slide 67.
Dr. Camboge.
I second the motion.
Beautiful. Thank you. Melinda's prompting me. And Dr. Wharton, I should say. Any additional questions? For discussion. All right. Dr. Camboge.
Dr. Talbot, I just want to make a quick comment on the topic of revaccination. And we have seen some data today that those with lower pre-vaccination titers have better response to revaccination. I can't emphasize that this is really pertinent to the immunocompromised patient population and hoping to see more of that explored in the future. Thank you.
Completely agree. Thank you. Okay. Anyone else? All right, we're finally gonna have a break, but it's gonna be 7 minutes long. So quick, and we'll see y'all at 12:30. Welcome back, everyone. It is time to restart. It's 12:30, and we will be starting with the chikungunya vaccines. And hopefully Dr. Asturias is back in front of his computer and can do our introduction.
I am. Thank you so much, Dr. Talbot, and good afternoon to everyone. So, chikungunya is a mosquito-borne viral disease that imposes substantial health and economic burdens, likely higher than previously we recognized, and sometimes can lead to permanent severe disability, congenital anomalies, and early death. This year alone, at least 80,000 chikungunya disease cases and 46 related deaths have been reported in 4 countries and territories, including at least 5 countries in South America. Next slide. The Chick Vaccine Working Group was formed in May of 2022, and since it has reviewed the epidemiological risk of this disease for travelers, laboratory workers, and U.S. residents in territories and states where transmission has been reported. 2 vaccines now have been licensed by FDA, a live attenuated and a virus-like particle vaccine. Both vaccines were licensed based on immunological correlates of natural immunity and clinical trial safety, pending clinical efficacy and additional to be safety to be demonstrated in real world. Next slide. ACIP has reviewed chick data of these vaccines in the past 4 meetings. Next slide. Today, we will provide the committee with evidence to recommendations for the use of chick VLP vaccine for travelers, adults and adolescents, and laboratory workers. We'll provide an update data on the adverse events following the use of the chikungunya live attenuated vaccine and proposals for revised recommendation. And finally, clinical guidance for the use of the new chick VLP vaccine among pregnant and lactating women. Next, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to our CDC lead, Susan Hills, along with its ACIP liaisons, ex officio members, and consultants who dedicated efforts over the past 6 months and have been instrumental in presenting the current evidence and proposals for recommendation. And with that, I want to sort of transfer the podium to Dr. Susan Hills.
Dr. Hill?
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Perfectly. Thank you.
Before presenting the evidence to recommendations, I'm going to be presenting the evidence to recommendations for use of the virus-like particle chikungunya vaccine among adolescent and adult travelers. Before presenting the evidence to recommendations, I'd like to provide a brief reminder about the virus-like particle chikungunya vaccine, which I'll refer to as Chick VLP, and about its licensure. Chick VLP is manufactured by Bavarian Nordic under the trade name Vincumia, and it was licensed 2 months ago on February the 14th, 2025. It's indicated for the prevention of chikungunya in adolescents and adults aged 12 years and older, and is administered as a single-dose primary schedule. The same as with the previously licensed live attenuated vaccine, Chick VLP was licensed by FDA through the accelerated approval pathway, and this can be used for products targeting serious conditions when the products fill an unmet medical need. Traditional approval would have been challenging because it would have been difficult to conduct an efficacy trial when chikungunya outbreaks are unpredictable and their duration can be relatively short. There's no established immunologic correlative protection as well. With this pathway, effectiveness is demonstrated based on adequate and well-controlled trials showing the vaccine has an effect on a surrogate endpoint that is reasonably likely to predict clinical benefit. For CHIKV-LP, the surrogate was a chikungunya neutralizing antibody titer threshold that prevented viremia in non-human primates challenged with the chikungunya virus. Regardless of the licensure pathway, safety must be assessed in adequate and well-controlled studies with an appropriate safety sample size. Under FDA regulations for this pathway, a post-marketing clinical trial is required to confirm the clinical benefit, and Bavarian Nordic will be conducting a randomized, blinded, controlled study to evaluate efficacy, safety, and immunogenicity of CHIKV-LP. So now I'd like to present the evidence to recommendations for use of CHIKV-LP among travellers aged 12 years of age and older. And the policy question being addressed is, should CHIKV-LP be recommended for use in persons aged 12 years and older travelling to areas with risk of chikungunya virus transmission? I'll be using the standard ETR format and going through the 7 domains that the workgroup considered when developing the draft vaccine recommendations. We conducted a rigorous data analysis and had extensive discussions to get to these recommendations. So the first domain is a public health problem, and I'll go through the factors we considered. Chikungunya is a mosquito-borne disease, and the virus has been identified in a total of about 120 countries during the last few decades, as you can see on the map. Transmission is not currently occurring in all these countries, but there is ongoing transmission in many locations in tropical and subtropical regions. And globally, about 620,000 cases were reported in 2024, but this is likely an underestimate because of limited to no testing in many areas. A key feature of this disease is that outbreaks can be large and explosive. Attack rates in outbreaks are often high, with 1/3 up to about 3/4 of the population affected. There can be substantial consequences related to morbidity, and there can be an enormous strain on health services. And you can see here patients lining up outside a hospital during an outbreak of chikungunya in Paraguay, and inpatient beds in this same hospital were filled to capacity. So chikungunya is clearly of public health importance globally, in particular when outbreaks occur. In terms of clinical disease, the presentation is typically with fever and polyarthralgia, and the arthralgia is often severe and can be debilitating. The joint pain usually involves multiple joints and is most common in the hands and feet, which means activities like typing on a computer keyboard or even walking can become difficult. Other symptoms can include headache, myalgia, fatigue, rash, abdominal pain, and vomiting. And there is no specific antiviral treatment, so once infected, only supportive approaches to management are possible. Serious illness is fortunately uncommon, but can result from infection-related disease processes such as encephalitis or myocarditis, or from exacerbation of underlying medical conditions. The case fatality rate is low, with deaths mainly reported in 2 groups, specifically older adults, particularly those with comorbidities, and young infants infected perinatally or by mosquito bites. The most significant sequela of chikungunya and a key impact of the disease is arthralgia that persists or recurs. Although arthralgia in most patients resolves in about 7 to 10 days, some patients have persistence or relapse and experience other symptoms such as fatigue. Studies have reported variable proportions of patients with ongoing arthralgia, and rates likely vary based on several factors, such as the severity of the acute illness, age, and pre-existing joint problems. To assess persistent arthralgia, a meta-analysis was conducted at CDC, and among patients presenting to healthcare, 100% had arthralgia during acute illness. Then at 3 months after infection, about 1/2 of patients had ongoing joint pain. And at 12 months, 38% still reported joint pain. One limitation is that the background rate of arthralgia in the population couldn't be taken into account, so these rates might overestimate actual rates. Nonetheless, an important proportion of patients have joint pain for some time after illness. Next, the work group considered whether chikungunya was a problem of public health importance for US travellers. For travellers, the risk and thus potential importance of chikungunya is variable. And this is because transmission can differ substantially from location to location and from year to year. As you can see on the graph of chikungunya cases in US travellers, during 2014 and 15, there was a high caseload during the outbreak in the Americas. However, in the 3 most recent years, from 2022 to 2024, there were about 100 to 200 cases reported annually, although the extent of underdiagnosis and underreporting is unknown. We also compared data on US travellers reported with chikungunya and dengue during the last decade, with chikungunya on the left and dengue on the right. Except during the chikungunya outbreak in the Americas in 2014 to 2015, about 3 to 8 times fewer chikungunya cases have been reported annually compared with dengue cases. We then calculated risk estimates for travellers and divided these into risks for travellers to areas where chikungunya outbreaks were occurring or to non-outbreak areas. And these calculations were based on data gathered during previous outbreaks in Puerto Rico and the United States Virgin Islands, and do have potential limitations, and the calculations required several assumptions, but they assisted the work group in thinking about the absolute risk for travellers. For travellers to outbreak areas for travel for 1 week, the risk for clinical disease was 667 cases per 100,000. For hospitalizations was 27 cases per 100,000, and for chronic arthralgia of any severity at 12 months was 253 cases per 100,000. For travellers to a non-outbreak area for a week, the risk for clinical disease was about 7 cases per 100,000. For hospitalizations was 0.3 cases per 100,000. And for chronic arthralgia of any severity was 2.5 cases per 100,000. The risks are, of course, increased with longer duration of travel, so we also calculated risk estimates for travellers to non-outbreak areas for 6 months and compared them with the risk estimates for those visiting for 1 week. The risk estimates for 1 week of travel are at the top of the slide for reference, and for travellers visiting a non-outbreak area for 6 months, the risk for clinical disease was 176 cases per 100,000 travellers. For hospitalisation was 7 cases per 100,000, and for chronic arthralgia of any severity at 12 months was 67 cases per 100,000. So although the risks when travellers visit non-outbreak areas for longer are higher compared with shorter visits, the risks are still roughly 4 times lower than those for travellers who are travelling to outbreak areas. So based on all of the factors that I've described in answering the question, is chikungunya of public health importance, the work group's conclusion was that for US travellers, it varies. The most important factor is the level of chikungunya virus transmission at the traveller's destination. And additional factors are travel duration and other considerations such as traveller's age and underlying medical conditions. And the second domain was the benefits and harms of CHIK-VLP, with the results based on the grade assessment. The first question was how substantial are the desirable anticipated effects? And the outcomes the work group considered critical to assess were short and long-term vaccine efficacy against disease. However, there were no efficacy data, so we reviewed immunogenicity data. As I mentioned earlier, there's no established immunologic correlate of protection for chikungunya, and the surrogate marker of protection was based on a neutralizing antibody titer estimated from a validated non-human primate model. For short-term immunogenicity, based on the seroresponse rate at 21 days after vaccination, key results came from 2 randomized controlled trials, one that included adolescents and adults aged 12 to 64 years with about 2,560 subjects with results in the vaccine arm, and one in older adults aged 65 years and older with 189 subjects with results. The seroresponse rate was 97% overall, with a higher rate of 98% in subjects aged 12 to 64 years, compared with a rate of 87% in the subjects aged 65 years and older. For the long-term seroresponse rate at 12 months after vaccination, results from the phase 3 study are not yet available. There were results from one phase 2 study with data collection at 11 months, and this study included adults aged 18 to 45 years with 46 subjects with results. The seroresponse rate was 91%. Given the very limited data, the workgroup also reviewed seroresponse rates in the phase 3 studies at 6 months, and among subjects aged 12 to 64 years, the seroresponse rate was 85%, and among older adults aged 65 years and older, the rate was 76%. So based on these data, the workgroup determined the desirable anticipated effects with chick VLP were large. The next question was, how substantial are the undesirable anticipated effects? The outcomes the workgroup considered critical were serious adverse events, or SAEs, including all and related SAEs, and arthralgia outcomes, including all, severe, and persistent arthralgia and arthritis. The workgroup considered it was important to assess the arthralgia outcomes after vaccination, given arthralgia is a prominent feature of the disease itself. For serious adverse events within 6 months of vaccination, in 2 randomized trials, 0.9% of approximately 3,000 vaccinated subjects and 0.6% of 671 placebo recipients reported any SAEs, and these rates were not significantly different. One SAE was considered possibly vaccine-related by a site investigator, and this was a retinal detachment in a subject with history of seeing black spots in the same eye 1 month pre-study, and was actually considered unrelated by the chair of the Safety Monitoring Committee. Results related to arthralgia and arthritis outcomes were available from 3 randomized studies. Arthralgia within 7 days after vaccination was reported by 7% of vaccinated and 6% of placebo recipients, and these rates were not significantly different. Severe arthralgia within 7 days after vaccination was reported by 0.2% of vaccinated and 0.2% of placebo recipients, with rates not significantly different. Persistent arthralgia commencing within 7 days and with duration more than 15 days was reported by 0.03% of vaccinated and no placebo recipients, and arthritis within 28 days was also reported by 0.03% of subjects and no placebo recipients. And again, the rates in vaccinated and placebo groups were not significantly different. The workgroup's determination was that the undesirable anticipated effects were small, based on the rates of SAEs and all arthralgia arthritis outcomes being not significantly different between vaccinated and placebo groups, and an unclear determination of relatedness for the SAE that was reported as related by a site investigator. In considering the question, do the desirable effects outweigh the undesirable effects, the workgroup considered several factors. There were very good short-term seroresponse rates, and adverse events were reported at similar rates in the vaccine and placebo arms in the clinical trials. The vaccine can prevent a disease that can result in acute illness that can be severe, rare serious complications, and sometimes long-term arthralgia. And finally, we noted that, as with any vaccine, there is a possibility of rare SAEs after vaccination, and with safety results based on about 3,000 subjects, post-marketing safety surveillance will be important. So we determined that the desirable effects outweigh the undesirable effects, which favours vaccination. However, we noted that the risk will vary substantially and inversely with chikungunya virus transmission intensity, and the risk-benefit assessment should be considered favourable if the vaccine is used in line with our proposed recommendations, which target higher risk travellers. The next question is, what is the overall certainty of the evidence for the critical outcomes with the responses based on the grade analysis? On this slide are the results for the certainty for the first critical outcome related to prevention of disease, which is short-term vaccine efficacy at 21 days. The certainty level was low because certainty was downgraded for very serious indirectness because there were no effectiveness data, so the likelihood of protection from disease was based on immunogenicity data, and there is no established immunologic correlate of protection. And in addition, a surrogate endpoint reasonably likely to predict clinical benefit was used for licensure purposes, and under this approach, FDA requires a post-licensure controlled trial to confirm the clinical benefit. For long-term vaccine efficacy at 12 months, the certainty level based on the grade analysis was very low because we downgraded for very serious indirectness and serious imprecision. In addition to the same indirectness factors as the short-term vaccine efficacy, longer-term immunogenicity results from the phase 3 trial are not yet available, so our assessment was based on results from a phase 2 trial, which did not have an optimal sample size. We supplemented these data by reviewing 6-month data from phase 3 studies. The overall certainty of evidence for disease prevention would typically be very low based on the lower certainty in the evidence profile. However, the workgroup felt that short and long-term outcomes needed to be considered separately given their variable importance based on a traveller's duration of travel. So our overall certainty remained at low for short-term and very low for long-term prevention of disease. So to summarise the results from our grade review of data for prevention of chikungunya by CHIK-VLP, for short-term prevention, based on a large effect but low certainty in the evidence, the summary would be that CHIK-VLP might result in a large increase in short-term protection against chikungunya. For long-term disease prevention, based on a large effect but very low certainty based on the evidence currently available, the summary would be that CHIK-VLP might result in a large increase in long-term protection against chikungunya, but the evidence is very uncertain. For certainty of the evidence related to potential adverse events, the first outcome was any or related serious adverse events, and the certainty level was low. Downgrading occurred for very serious imprecision because the combined sample size of about 3,000 subjects in clinical trials was insufficient to detect rare events, and the 95% confidence intervals for effect estimates included the potential for possible benefits or harms. For the joint pain outcomes of any severe or persistent arthralgia or arthritis, the certainty level was moderate. The arthralgia outcome certainty level was downgraded because the confidence interval included the potential for possible benefits or harms, and the 3 other outcomes were downgraded because of fragility in the estimates related to the sample size of 3,000 subjects being insufficient to detect rare events. Overall, the certainty of the evidence based on the grade analysis for outcomes related to potential adverse events was low, reflecting the outcomes with the lowest certainty levels. And again, to summarise results from our grade review of data for the safety of CHIK-VLP, for SAEs and related SAEs based on a small but important effect and low certainty in the evidence, CHIK-VLP might result in a slight increase in SAEs and related SAEs when compared with placebo. And for the arthralgia and arthritis outcomes, based on no demonstrated effect and moderate certainty in the evidence, CHIK-VLP probably results in little to no difference in arthralgia, severe arthralgia, persistent arthralgia, and arthritis after vaccination compared with placebo. Next domain is values and preferences. And to consider perspective of US adults about chikungunya disease and vaccine, we had results from an online survey conducted in 2022 based on questions prepared by CDC staff. Participants were provided information on risk for chikungunya with travel during outbreak or non-outbreak periods, rates of chronic arthralgia after chikungunya, and a hypothetical vaccine cost. Results showed that during an outbreak period, defined as a traveller having a 1 in 150 risk of chikungunya, The likelihood respondents would receive a chikungunya vaccine was very or somewhat likely in 42%, shown in green, very or somewhat unlikely in 32%, shown in blue, and unsure in 26% in grey. During a non-outbreak period, defined as a risk of disease of 1 in 15,000, the likelihood respondents would receive the vaccine was very or somewhat likely in 27%, very or somewhat unlikely in 49%, and unsure in 24%. There was variability in responses, with a lower likelihood of vaccination among persons aged 18 to 29 years compared with adults in older age groups, among those with lower education and household income levels, and Blacks were less likely to be vaccinated than other race or ethnicity groups. And consistent with results for the high and low risk scenarios, the most important factor considered by respondents in making a decision on vaccination was the risk of disease. Also important for many respondents were the risk of vaccine side effects, the chance to avoid long-term joint pain through being vaccinated, and vaccine cost. The work group acknowledged that there were substantial limitations of this study, but these were the only data available. So in response to the question for the domain, does the target population feel that the desirable effects of vaccination are large relative to the undesirable effects, the survey showed that travellers' preferences toward vaccination will vary, with the level of disease risk a key factor in determining likelihood of vaccination. And similarly, there's important variability in how much people value the vaccine. The work group noted that clinicians should allow for discussion of individual values and preferences in their discussions on vaccination against chikungunya. Domain 4 was the acceptability of chikungunya vaccine. And in considering acceptability, the work group thought that key stakeholders were US travel medicine and other healthcare providers and travellers. For healthcare providers, the vaccine will provide another tool for disease prevention, in addition to providing guidance on mosquito bite prevention measures. For travellers, chikungunya vaccine provides an option for protection from a disease that can cause a severe acute illness and potentially long-term joint pain. Having vaccine recommendations might allow insurance coverage and so would benefit any travellers with insurance plans that cover travel vaccines. The work group therefore thought the intervention would be acceptable to key stakeholders. In Domain 5, the work group considered if vaccination with CHIKV-LP is a reasonable and efficient allocation of resources. A cost-effectiveness analysis for chikungunya vaccination of travellers hasn't been published, but analyses conducted for travel vaccines previously have shown that most travel vaccines are not cost-effective because the number of travellers who need to be vaccinated to prevent one case among travellers is often high. Nonetheless, whether vaccination is a reasonable and efficient allocation of resources is likely less relevant with travel vaccines because they're not paid for by public funds, unlike routine vaccines for children. And in general, travellers will make individual decisions on vaccine receipt based on their willingness to pay and perceptions and tolerance of risk. The work group therefore determined that chikungunya vaccine is probably a reasonable and efficient allocation of resources. In particular, the work group noted that the proposed vaccine recommendations are targeted to higher risk travellers, so both the financial implications of vaccine purchase and the most benefit will be for travellers at higher risk of disease. In Domain 6, we considered equity, and the key factor here is that chikungunya vaccine will probably be paid for out of pocket by most travellers or by insurers or employers in some cases, and some travellers will have means like insurance or other financial means to allow vaccination, and others will not. So availability of CHIKV-LP will probably lead to reduced health equity, but the work group noted chikungunya vaccine recommendations cannot address this issue. For the final domain, we considered the feasibility of implementation of vaccination with CHIKV-LP. The work group considered several factors. Firstly, chick VLP is likely easy to administer in healthcare settings because it has a single-dose primary schedule. Secondly, the proposed recommendations are based around travel to areas with higher risk of chikungunya, and resources to guide implementation will be available on the CDC website, including information on areas with outbreaks and with elevated risks for US travellers. However, a potential challenge is that providers will need to regularly refer to the website to ensure they are aware of current information. Our main proposed recommendation is for vaccination for travel to an area with an outbreak, and the work group recognised that there can be delays in recognising outbreaks which could impact implementation of this recommendation and put travellers at risk, particularly in the early stages of an outbreak. However, it's impossible to know the timing and locations of future outbreaks, and the risk-benefit assessment doesn't favour a broader recommendation for vaccination of all travellers to address this issue. Finally, another chikungunya vaccine is already available, and there are possible challenges with the availability of two chikungunya vaccines with some different indications for use. So clear information on use of both vaccines will be needed. The work group determination overall was that vaccination with chick VLP, in line with our proposed recommendations, is probably feasible to implement. So overall, when considering all the domains of the evidence to recommendations framework, the work group determined that the desirable consequences of vaccination with chick VLP probably outweigh the undesirable consequences in most settings. Before presenting the work group's draft recommendations for chick VLP for ACIP's consideration, I did want to acknowledge the hard work of the ACIP work group members and the challenges there were for decision making and getting to final recommendations. There are clear challenges with considering best use of a vaccine for a predominantly outbreak-prone disease, and the work group members considered a lot of data, discussed many issues at length, and participated in several straw polls to get to final agreement on the proposed recommendations. So this slide shows the draft recommendations for chick VLP. ACIP recommends virus-like particle chikungunya vaccine for persons aged 12 years and older travelling to a country or territory where there is a chikungunya outbreak. In addition, virus-like particle chikungunya vaccine may be considered for persons aged 12 years and older travelling or taking up residence in a country or territory without an outbreak, but with elevated risk for US travellers if planning travel for an extended period of time, for example, 6 months or more. Resources to provide guidance on areas with outbreaks and with elevated risk for US travellers will be available on the CDC website. To provide some additional details on specifying areas with outbreaks and risk for US travellers in the language of the recommendations, an outbreak will be defined as occurring when CDC posts information on an outbreak on the CDC website, and that takes into account an outbreak size, evidence of laboratory confirmed cases, and risks for US travellers based on the outbreak's location. A similar process with posting of cholera outbreak notices is used for the cholera vaccine recommendations. The definition of a country or territory without an outbreak but with elevated risk for US travellers is a location with a median of at least one US traveller case during the last 5 years, with at least one of the cases confirmed by molecular testing or the presence of IgM and neutralising antibodies. These strict laboratory criteria are needed to exclude probable cases with IgM antibodies alone, because a high proportion of those results are false positive results. So here again are the draft proposed recommendations. And I'll hand back to you, Dr. Talbot, for any questions.
Absolutely. If you have questions, please raise your hands. Dr. Kimbosh.
Hi, thanks for the presentation. And this may have been shared in the past, but since some portion of the infections can be mild or asymptomatic, could you comment on the safety of vaccination on those who have been previously exposed?
Yeah, so round about 85% of chikungunya virus disease cases are symptomatic. So sort of 15 to 25% may be asymptomatic. There are some data from a study that was conducted in an endemic area with this vaccine that showed that when people who had previous exposure to the virus were vaccinated, they did have a higher rate of local injection site swelling, and they also had a more rapid response in their immune response. But overall, the safety, based on a small sample size, there were only 40 subjects, but a reasonable sample size really only suggested that one concern, which was the high rate of injection site swelling compared to those who hadn't been previously exposed to chikungunya virus.
Great, thank you very much.
Any other? Oh, Dr. Shaw.
Yeah, thank you for that presentation. I just had a question. I don't know if it's somebody you can easily compare, but do you have a sense of the rate of adverse reactions for the VLP vaccine, this vaccine, compared to the live attenuated vaccine that's already in use?
So there are no head-to-head studies, so it's very hard to compare without head-to-head studies. So the answer is really no, we can't compare them. However, what the data do suggest from the various studies is that the rate of adverse events with the VLP vaccine do appear to be lower, particularly systemic adverse events appear to be lower. The rate of local reactions may be a little higher with the VLP vaccine. So Chick-fil-A appears to have a higher rate of systemic reactions, but again, without the head-to-head studies, it's impossible to be definitive.
Right. And you may have mentioned it, but the proportion of adults that were older adults in these studies for VLP, they were represented in.
Yeah, so that there was a specific study for those over 65 years of age, 65 years and older, and there were about 400 subjects, with about 200 of them vaccinated.
Okay, thanks.
Dr. Brewer.
I'm trying to understand the sort of implications of having an outbreak exist once it's posted on the website. And specifically, I'm wondering about what happens if the capacity for updating the website is limited or not existing for some period of weeks or months. Is there an alternative, or is there alternative language that could be added to allow that to allow more flexibility in declaring the outbreak?
Yeah. So when we are looking at the potential for an outbreak, we're really trying to provide guidance for US travelers. So we're looking at the number of cases and the size of the outbreak. We're ensuring that there's laboratory confirmed cases. There has been a challenge in the past of outbreaks being announced through other sources and them ending up not being chikungunya outbreaks because they weren't laboratory confirmed cases, and it turned out to be not due to chikungunya. And we're also looking at a concern for US travelers, because sometimes these outbreaks are very focal and in areas where typically there are no US travelers. So we're trying really to provide the best guidance possible for US travelers to understand the risk of the destination they're going to, as well as so they can make that risk-benefit assessment. If there is not information, we can post on the website. There are other sources. So, for example, there is ProMed that typically post information on outbreaks. There are other commercial groups that look at and track outbreaks. So they sometimes have information, sometimes travel medicine providers subscribe to services that are tracking outbreaks. I think why we are looking at specifically defining it for our recommendations is that we are not, that the recommendations are specifically trying to really clarify for US travelers rather than noting, for example, there's an outbreak in a remote location of Africa that may not be a concern for US travelers, trying to really provide that solid guidance based on our criteria to be able
Dr.
to
Hill.
help with that risk-benefit assessment.
Dr. Hills, I'm sorry to interrupt. I think, and Dr. Brewer can correct me, I think he's asking for some leeway on defining an outbreak in case for any reason the CDC was unable to change their website and say there was an outbreak. So maybe if the guidelines were a little bit looser saying there was evidence of an outbreak, not necessarily as on the CDC site, but maybe some other websites to confirm.
Right. So, yeah, so any travel medicine provider can, of course, use any site they would like to make their own assessment. But I think probably CDC's recommendation would be more specific and provide guidance for the US travelers. But in the absence of that, travel medicine providers and healthcare providers do have access to other sources of information. But I think we as CDC would not want to potentially make our definition broader. As I said, there has been outbreaks that have been posted in that broader information on the web that have not turned out to be outbreaks. So it's hard to point to a source if you're not confident that really it's providing accurate information.
Dr. Zucker.
Zucker, yes. Anyway, we'll get there. So just a point of order question. Are these actually two votes? Like one is a recommendation, is the second half with, in addition, like a shared clinical decision-making with may be considered?
We are proposing these as a combined recommendation, as a recommendation and a may be considered component, so that we're proposing it as one vote.
Yeah, but so then can you clarify may be considered as shared clinical decision making?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah, okay. And then just can you clarify what the elevated risk, like one confirmed case 5 years ago doesn't seem like elevated risk, but if you can sort of explain the rationale for that.
Yeah. Could I have slide 79? Yeah. So it's actually a median of one case among US travelers during the last 5 years is our definition for elevated risk. When we had previously made our recommendations in February 2024, our definition of risk for this non-outbreak category was traveling to an area with risk of transmission during the last 5 years, risk of transmission among humans during the last 5 years. We had 52 countries on our website that fitted this category. And when we looked at it, we found that for 27% of the countries, there had been no US traveler cases since 2018. So then we really tried to think more about what, really defined the elevated risk for US travelers. We looked at the median number, we looked at various definitions, looking at the median number of annual US traveler cases in the last 5 years. And what was really apparent was that it was, a median of one US traveler case in recent years that really was most helpful in sort of defining the risk for US travelers. It means that there is currently approximately 8 countries that would be included. So India, Brazil, Mexico, Philippines, Thailand, Pakistan, Nigeria, and Colombia would currently be the countries, and they are more those countries that really do have an elevated risk for US travelers. We feel that was the most accurate definition.
Thank you. While we're continuing to take questions, can we put the language up to be considered for motion and vote? Dr. Schechter.
Thank you, and thank you for the wonderful presentation. Is the proposed language similar, except for age group, to the current language for the live vaccine? Or are there any additional differences?
Thank you. And in the third presentation today, we'll be discussing the CHIK-LA vaccine and the proposed recommendations for that vaccine. So if you can hold that question, we'll have that answer soon.
Dr. Zahn.
Yes, thank you. Maybe I'm misunderstanding, but I guess supposing a traveler goes to a country where United States travelers rarely go, and then by this definition, there have been no United States travelers that have been identified, but the traveler says, yeah, but this isn't a place where people regularly go, so I still think I'm at risk. What would be the answer to that person? I just can imagine that question coming up.
Right. Yeah, I think there is no reason that any traveler cannot get vaccination if that's their sort of preference to get vaccination. So if travel medicine provider has seen a concern about transmission, if the traveler themselves sometimes has relatives in that area and is aware of transmission and concern, then they can certainly be vaccinated. What we have tried to do with our recommendations is really sort of look at the risk that is similar to that sort of 1 in 15,000 risk, where the risk-benefit assessment for consideration for use of the vaccine for longer periods does fall in favour of use of the vaccine in many circumstances. But again, any traveller can get the vaccine if they'd like.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you.
We have the language up on the screen for the first vote. Would anyone like to make a motion? Dr. Larry, you're on mute.
I would like to make a motion to accept the language as shown on the screen for recommendations for CHIK VLP. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Asturias?
I second the motion.
Lovely. Any comments? Okay. No comments. We will be moving on to ETR for use of virus-like particle chikungunya vaccine among laboratory workers. Dr. Staples.
Thank you, and good morning or good afternoon. I'm going to begin today with some brief background information related to chikungunya virus in laboratory workers before reviewing the evidence to recommendations. At least 44 cases of chikungunya virus infection in laboratory workers have been reported worldwide over the last 50 years. 43 were cases of overt disease, and 1 was an asymptomatic infection. There were no deaths reported among these cases. In regards to U.S. laboratorians, 4 disease cases have been notified in the 10-year period since chikungunya became nationally a notifiable disease in the United States in 2015. However, the identified cases likely underrepresent all infections in laboratory workers, as there's no formal laboratory surveillance system to report these events. The documented routes of transmission of chikungunya virus in the laboratory have included aerosol and percutaneous. Among cases with percutaneous transmission, with more details available, 2 researchers experienced a needle stick injury while they were working with and injecting mice. For the 3rd case, a researcher experienced a forceps prick while dissecting a mosquito infected with chikungunya virus. Transmission through mucosal exposure is also possible. In thinking about the vaccination of laboratory workers, cross-protection against the different genotypes of chikungunya virus is important, as laboratory workers often work with different strains of chikungunya virus, potentially at high titers. There are 3 main genotypes of chikungunya virus: Asian, West African, and East Central South African. CHIKV-VLP is based on the West African genotype virus, which is most genetically distinct. However, various chikungunya virus strains are generally considered to constitute a single serotype, and the genotype-specific differences in antigenicity is relatively limited. Studies have provided some limited data on cross-protection. In a non-human primate study, animals immunized with a virus-like particle were protected from challenge with the East Central South African chikungunya virus genotype. A non-human primate challenge study has not been conducted with the Asian genotype strain of chikungunya virus. In another study, sera from vaccinated persons showed neutralization of all 3 chikungunya virus genotypes, although a key study that used 9 viral strains representing 3 genotypes showed variability in the neutralizing antibody response between lineages. Overall, these data suggest that vaccination with CHIKV-VLP likely will cross-protect against all strains, but this has not been proven. The policy question the workgroup considered for the evidence to recommendation process was, should chikungunya virus-like particle vaccine, or CHIKV-VLP, be recommended for laboratory staff at risk for chikungunya virus infection? The first domain of the ETR, the public health problem, the workgroup determined that chikungunya can't be considered of public health importance overall, or there are only occasional cases reported among U.S. laboratory workers. However, laboratorians work with the virus. There is a potential for the acute infection with severe polyarthralgia and the possibility of chronic arthralgia. For the domain of benefits to harm, the results were based on the grade assessment, and I will not present those data again as they were included in the previous presentation by Dr. Hills on the ETR for the use of CHIKV-VLP in travelers. However, I will summarize the workgroup's discussions and considerations for the 4 components of the benefits to harm domain. The workgroup determined that the desirable anticipated effects of vaccination with CHIKV-VLP were moderate. Considerations were that the data from clinical trials showed very good short-term seroresponse rates, but there are limited data on longer-term response rates, and sustained protection is particularly important for staff who might work with chikungunya virus in laboratory settings for many years. In addition, as mentioned earlier, CHIKV-VLP likely cross-protects against all chikungunya virus genotypes that laboratorians might work with, but this has not been proven. The workgroup determined that the undesirable anticipated effects of vaccination were small, and that's because the rates of serious adverse events and all arthralgia and arthritis outcomes were not significantly different between vaccinated and placebo groups in the clinical trial. We determined the desirable effects of vaccination with CHIKV-VLP outweigh the undesirable effects based on the acceptable immunogenicity and safety results from the clinical trials, and because CHIKV-VLP has the potential to prevent a potentially severe illness among laboratory workers. We note that the certainty of evidence for prevention of disease was low for short-term efficacy, very low for long-term efficacy, and for potential adverse events was low. These results were based on the review of the clinical trial data and the grade assessment that was conducted by the workgroup. For the next domain, values, we consider that laboratorians are likely to think the desirable effects of vaccination are relatively large to the undesirable effects, and there's unlikely to be important variability because they will likely understand the risk of disease and the risk benefits of the vaccination, and most scientists value vaccination. Chikungunya vaccine is likely to be acceptable to key stakeholders, including occupational health directors, laboratory managers, laboratorians, as its availability will improve laboratory safety. For research use, the work group felt that chikungunya vaccine was a reasonable allocation of resource because vaccine recommendations will be for a limited number of staff undertaking research or specific diagnostic work, and paying for vaccination is a small cost to avoid a substantial impact and cost of a worker becoming infected. For the equity domain, equity would probably be increased because if an employer offered chikungunya vaccination to laboratory staff, it would improve safety for workers and address occupational health issues. And finally, we thought that vaccination was feasible to implement as it will likely be incorporated into existing occupational health programs for laboratory workers. Overall, when considering all the domains of the evidence to recommendation framework, the work group determined that the desirable consequences of CHIK-VLP vaccination for laboratory workers at risk for chikungunya virus infection probably outweigh the undesirable consequences in most settings. Our draft recommendations for ACIP member consideration is ACIP recommends the virus-like particle chikungunya vaccine for laboratory workers with potential exposure to chikungunya virus. This language would be consistent with the language for the recommendation of vaccination of laboratory workers with live attenuated chikungunya vaccine, which was approved by ACIP in 2024. The recommendations will be accompanied by additional text to provide clear information for implementation, including noting that a local institutional biosafety committee should undertake a risk assessment for potential for exposure to chikungunya virus for each laboratorian working with the virus, consider the type of work to be performed and the biosafety level at which the work will be conducted, and that the vaccination is not necessary for a worker handling routine clinical samples who should be using standard precautions for handling patient samples. Here are the draft recommendations, and I'd like to hand it back to Dr. Talbot. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to open up to questions, and I actually have the first one. Is this a one-time vaccine, or will people require redosing over time if they stay in the lab?
Yeah, so right now it is administered as a one dose of the vaccine. And again, as already alluded to in the presentation prior by Dr. Hills, we are still looking to see more longer term immunogenicity data to understand whether or not revaccination might be necessary.
Dr. Brewer.
Let's just strike the is recommended. I think it's a typo.
Thank you.
Do we have a motion? Dr. Lair.
I move that we accept the recommendation for CHIK-VLP vaccination for laboratory workers as shown on the current slide. Thank you.
Do we have a second? Dr. Sineas.
I second the motion.
Lovely. Any questions or comments on this motion? Any discussion on this motion? Dr. Brewer, is that an old hand or a new one? There he goes. He brought it down. He heard me. All right. So now we can move to surveillance for adverse events following use of live attenuated chikungunya vaccine and its use among travelers. And we'll be back with Dr. Hills.
Thank you, Dr. Talbot. So before discussing the post-licensure adverse event surveillance data for the live attenuated chikungunya vaccine, I'd like to provide a brief reminder about this vaccine. The live attenuated chikungunya vaccine, which I'll refer to as CHIK-LA, is manufactured by Valneva and is called IXCHIQ. It was licensed in the United States in November 2023 for use in individuals aged 18 years and older and is administered in a single-dose primary schedule. It was licensed based on immunogenicity and safety data from about 3,500 adults, including approximately 350 adults aged 65 years and older. In the pivotal phase 3 trial, there was safety data from about 3,100 subjects. Solicited local reactions within 10 days after vaccination were reported by 15% of vaccine recipients, which was similar to the rate of 11% among placebo recipients. Solicited systemic adverse events were significantly more common in the vaccine recipients, with systemic adverse events reported by 50% of vaccinees compared with 27% of placebo recipients. The events most commonly reported in the vaccine arm were headache, fatigue, and myalgia, which were all reported by about 25 to 30% of vaccine recipients. When comparing adverse event rates from the pivotal trial in adults aged 18 to 64 years with those aged 65 and older, rates were typically slightly higher in the younger age group. For example, in the row highlighted in green are rates of any related AE, and in the younger age group, 52% of subjects had any related AE, and in those 65 and older, the rate was 46%, although these rates were not significantly different. In the row highlighted in blue are data for related severe AE, and in the younger age group, 2% of subjects had any related severe AE, and in the older group, the rate was 1%. And again, these were not significantly different. Data on chikungunya-like adverse reactions, specifically a cluster of symptoms consistent with chikungunya, were also available from the pivotal trial. The definition was an event in a subject with fever and at least one of arthralgia or arthritis, myalgia, headache, back pain, rash, lymphadenopathy, or certain neurologic, cardiac, or ocular symptoms. The symptom onset had to be within 30 days after vaccination. Based on this definition, 11.7% of vaccine recipients had a chikungunya-like adverse reaction, compared with 0.6% of placebo recipients. Most symptoms were mild or moderate, but severe reactions preventing daily activity or requiring medical intervention were reported by 1.6% of vaccine recipients, compared with no placebo recipients. Prolonged reactions, which were those with a duration of at least 30 days, were reported by 0.5% of vaccine recipients and no placebo recipients. These results prompted a warning in the package insert that CHIK-LA may cause severe or prolonged chikungunya-like adverse reactions. There were also 2 serious adverse events considered related to vaccination in the pivotal trial. One was in a 58-year-old female with a history of fibromyalgia and hypertension, and she had severe myalgia and was hospitalized for 6 days for pain management and diagnostic procedures. The second was in a 66-year-old male with a history of hypertension. He had myalgia, high fever, atrial fibrillation, and hypovolemic hyponatremia, and he was hospitalized for 4 days. Based on these data, the workgroup summary of safety of CHIK-LA when we presented the evidence to recommendations at the February 2024 ACIP meeting was that CHIK-LA was a reactogenic vaccine, although rates of adverse events were similar to those of some other reactogenic vaccines. And we also noted it would be important to monitor for rare adverse events post-licensure, as the sample size of about 3,500 vaccinated subjects in the clinical trials was too small to detect rare events. At the time of licensure, FDA noted that 2 post-marketing studies will be required to collect additional immunogenicity and safety data. The first is a vaccine effectiveness study in persons aged 12 years and older, and this study also includes a safety component. The second is a pragmatic randomized controlled trial in at least 10,000 individuals to assess effectiveness and safety, with 10,000 vaccinated individuals being followed up for the safety component. In addition, Valneva will be conducting a safety study among 5,000 US travelers, gathering information on medically attended adverse events of special interest, specifically individuals with signs and symptoms suggestive of chikungunya after vaccination, including arthralgia, cardiac events, and leukopenia. And there'll be an observational registry study of pregnant women in Brazil. So having provided this background on CHIK-LA, I'd now like to discuss post-licensure surveillance for adverse events following the use of this vaccine based on data from the Vaccine Adverse Reporting System, or VAERS. And VAERS is a national spontaneous reporting system to monitor adverse events after vaccination and is co-managed by CDC and FDA. It's designed to detect rare or previously unreported adverse events or changes in reporting patterns that might signal a potential safety concern that warrants further investigation. Anyone can submit reports, including health care providers, patients or their family members, or a vaccine manufacturer. VAERS is effective in its intended role as an early warning system, but is subject to several limitations, including under and over-reporting, variable report quality and accuracy, lack of data on vaccine doses administered, and lack of an unvaccinated comparator group. For these and other reasons, it generally cannot be determined if adverse events reported to VAERS were caused by the vaccine. This slide shows some relevant timelines. CHIK-LA was licensed in November 2023, ACIP recommendations were approved in February 2024, and we do not know exactly when distribution and administration began, but the first adverse event report, which was a non-serious report, was submitted on May the 6th, 2024. There were 28 reports of adverse events following administration of CHIK-LA during 2024, excluding 1 non-serious foreign report. Among these 28 reports, 22 were for non-serious adverse events and 6 were for serious adverse events. Among the 22 non-serious adverse events, 10 were reports of chikungunya-like adverse reactions, 4 were reports of patients with arthralgia or with arthritis without fever, so they did not meet the definition of a chikungunya-like adverse reaction, and 8 were reports of other types of events, including 1 report each of syncope, flushing, rash and headache, and generalized musculoskeletal pain, 2 reports of low-grade fever and headache, and 2 reports of patients with symptoms of probable upper respiratory tract infections. I'm now going to focus on the serious adverse events, or SAEs, which primarily occurred in the second half of 2024. The FDA definition of an SAE is an adverse event associated with the use of a product, whether or not considered product-related, that results in one of the serious outcomes listed on this slide. For the SAEs I'll discuss today, the relevant components of the definition are in green. Among the SAEs reported after CHIK-LA administration, 5 resulted in hospitalizations and 1 was another medically important event, which can be considered an SAE when it may jeopardize the patient and may require medical or surgical intervention to prevent one of the other outcomes. When SAEs are reported to VAERS, attempts are made to collect additional information, such as medical records, to understand the event as fully as possible. First serious adverse event was in an 83-year-old male. He had an extensive past medical history with some of his key comorbidities, including coronary artery disease, chronic heart failure, chronic kidney disease, hypertension, hyperlipidemia, and chronic thrombocytopenia. He was on multiple medications to manage his medical conditions. Nonetheless, he was active at baseline. and he was vaccinated with Chick-fil-A vaccine for a planned month-long trip to South America and traveled to the coastal regions of West Africa. At the time of administration of Chick-fil-A, he did not have any other vaccines co-administered. His symptoms began 3 days after vaccination and initially included myalgia, arthralgia, mild fever, chills, headache, generalized weakness, brain fog, anorexia, severe fatigue, and unsteady gait. At day 7, he presented to the hospital emergency department with ongoing generalized weakness. He was determined to have acute kidney injury, likely from dehydration. A brain MRI and head CT showed no acute changes, and he was discharged home after the workup. At day 11, he represented to the hospital with persistent weakness. He was admitted with left lower extremity weakness, mainly related to left hip flexor weakness, as well as ongoing myalgia and fatigue. Some key findings from tests conducted while he was ill included leukopenia, acute and chronic thrombocytopenia, and mildly elevated liver function tests. He declined a lumbar puncture, so no CSF results were available. His COVID-19, influenza, and RSV PCR tests were negative, and blood cultures showed no growth. And the patient was discharged after 2 days. His discharge diagnosis was encephalopathy and generalized weakness, suspected to be related to chikungunya vaccination. His symptoms eventually completely resolved after 3.5 weeks. Some of the more important factors to note about this case was that no vaccines were co-administered, symptoms began 3 days post-vaccination, and no alternate etiologies for his illness were identified, although investigations were not comprehensive. The second serious adverse event was a 77-year-old male. His underlying medical conditions included coronary artery disease, hypothyroidism, benign prostatic hyperplasia, hyperlipidemia, and hypertension. He also had a selective IgA deficiency, but had been asymptomatic since diagnosis. He takes several medications to manage these conditions and was active at baseline. And he received Chick-fil-A in anticipation of a 3-week trip to Southeast Asia. In addition to Chick-fil-A, he received the inactivated virocell culture-derived JE vaccine, IXIARO. His initial symptoms began 4 days after vaccine administration and included severe fatigue, fever, diarrhea, myalgia, and urinary urgency. On day 6, he presented to urgent care and was diagnosed with a viral illness. On day 8, he presented to the hospital following worsening of his symptoms, including profound weakness with inability to stand and intermittent confusion. He reported no dysuria or macroscopic hematuria. He was admitted with fever of unknown origin, diarrhea, dehydration, hyponatremia, hypochloremia, and a suspected urinary tract infection. Investigations for the cause of his illness included a urine analysis, which was unremarkable, but he was nonetheless treated with antibiotics for a possible urinary tract infection. COVID PCR and influenza antigen tests were negative, and blood cultures showed no growth. And brain MRI did not show any acute intracranial abnormalities. He was hospitalized for 7 days. On discharge, his primary diagnoses were acute metabolic encephalopathy with hyponatremia, hypokalemia, and hypochloremia, possibly related to vaccination, and fever of unknown origin, which had resolved. The patient was readmitted again 4 days after discharge with urinary retention on the background of benign prostatic hyperplasia, but discharged the following day. At about 4 months after illness onset, he was still recovering from his illness with ongoing weakness and inability to stand on his own. Some of the features of note in relation to this case include that the onset was at 4 days post-vaccination, and tests conducted did not reveal a clear alternate etiology. Although acute cystitis was a consideration on admission, he did not have an obvious symptomatic urinary tract infection, and he had an unremarkable urine analysis, and his hospital clinicians did not think this was the reason for his illness. The next serious adverse event was an 86-year-old male. He had an extensive past medical history, including type 2 diabetes, heart failure, anemia, hypertension, hypothyroidism, and hyperlipidemia, and he was on multiple medications to manage these conditions. And he was vaccinated for a planned 1-month trip to South Asia. He did not have any vaccines co-administered with CHIK-LA. At 3 days post-vaccination, he developed extreme lethargy, drowsiness, and a low-grade fever. And by 6 to 7 days, his mental status had deteriorated and he had mild shortness of breath. On day 8, extreme confusion precipitated transfer to hospital and he was admitted to ICU with altered mental status, acute encephalopathy secondary to hyponatremia, and shortness of breath. Additional key findings from investigations conducted during his hospitalization included low serum potassium, chlorine, calcium, and magnesium levels, and elevated liver function tests. His head CT showed no acute abnormalities, chest X-rays showed bilateral infiltrates, and an echocardiogram showed a small pericardial effusion. A serum sample collected on day 13 post-vaccination was sent to CDC for testing, and chikungunya virus RNA was detected. On day 31, after vaccination, after a 23-day hospitalization, he was discharged. His discharge diagnosis was toxic metabolic encephalopathy and fever, possibly related to a post-vaccination inflammatory response with possible superadded bacterial pneumonia. Although he was still a little weak, he was mostly recovered at 1 month after discharge from hospital. The fourth SAE was in a 68-year-old male. His key medical history included prostate cancer, for which radiation therapy was pending, hypothyroidism, hypertension, and dyslipidemia. He was on several medications to manage these conditions. He was vaccinated for planned travel to Southeast Asia for about 2 to 3 weeks. No other vaccines were co-administered on the same day as CHIK-LA. However, at intervals in the 1 to 2 weeks prior, he'd received 6 other vaccines, all inactivated, including Tdap, influenza, polio, typhoid, Japanese encephalitis, and hepatitis A vaccines. His initial symptoms began 5 days after administration of CHIK-LA and included fever, headache, fatigue, and generalized body aches. He subsequently developed photophobia and neck stiffness. And he presented to the hospital 12 days after vaccination and is admitted with meningitis. A lumbar puncture showed CSF pleocytosis with 109 white cells and a mononuclear predominance, as well as 157 red cells. Meningoencephalitis and respiratory PCR panels were negative, and there was no growth in the CSF. Brain imaging did not reveal any acute intracranial abnormalities. And a CSF sample was also sent to CDC for testing. Both chikungunya IgM and neutralizing antibodies were detected in the CSF. And he was discharged from hospital after 3 days. His discharge diagnosis was meningismus and aseptic meningitis, likely secondary to recent vaccination. His headache and fatigue persisted for a few weeks after discharge, but he had fully recovered at about 1 month. Some of the important features of note in relation to this case include that even though several other vaccines had been administered 13 to 20 days before the onset of his symptoms, CHIK-LA was the vaccine most recently administered at 5 days before his symptom onset. No alternate cause of the aseptic meningitis was identified, and chikungunya IgM and neutralizing antibodies were detected in the patient's CSF collected on day 12, suggesting an association of his meningitis with vaccination. The fifth serious adverse event was reported in a 67-year-old man. His only medical comorbidity was hyperlipidemia, and he was on medication to manage this condition. The gentleman was vaccinated in preparation for a 10-day trip to Central America. In addition to Chick-LA, he received the live oral typhoid vaccine, and 19 days prior, he had also received COVID-19 and flu dose high-dose vaccines. His symptoms began at 4 days after vaccination with myalgia, followed a day later by fever. On day 6, tachycardia with palpitations began, and this persisted until he presented to the hospital on day 8. He was admitted with a diagnosis of atrial flutter with rapid ventricular response. During his hospital course, he was noted to have elevated troponin and proBNP, and a nuclear stress test was suspicious for a small infarct involving the distal anterior wall. There was no evidence of pulmonary embolus, and his TSH was normal, and he was negative for COVID, influenza, and RSV by PCR. He was discharged from the hospital after 2 days. His discharge diagnosis was atrial flutter with rapid ventricular response and a suspected small non-ST segment elevation myocardial infarction. He was fully recovered on discharge, and he remained on the cardiac medication that had been initiated in hospital 3 months later. Some of the features of note in relation to this case include that the onset was at 4 days post-vaccination, and no alternate cause of the cardiac symptoms was identified. And the final serious adverse event was in a 74-year-old male. He had a history of severe ischemic cardiomyopathy with significant left ventricular dysfunction, hypertension, coronary artery disease, and chronic leukopenia and thrombocytopenia. He was on various medications to manage his medical conditions. He was vaccinated for planned travel to Southeast Asia. In addition to Chick-LA, he had inactivated varicella culture-derived JE vaccine administered. And about 3 days post-vaccination, he experienced fatigue, weakness, lightheadedness, and mild shortness of breath. He noticed his blood pressure was low and tried to rehydrate with oral fluids. At 8 days after vaccination, he presented to his internist and was noted to have hypertension, with his systolic blood pressure about 30 points lower than normal. There was no evidence of heart failure, and his physician recommended convalescing at home. Blood was collected at 10 days post-vaccination, and he was noted to have lower than his normal white blood cell and platelet counts. And on day 15, he had a follow-up visit and was noted to have some improvement in his blood pressure, but it had not returned to normal. Although this patient was not hospitalized, this event was reported as an other medically important event, which meets the FDA SAE definition as I described earlier. His final diagnosis was an episode of worsened and prolonged hypertension on the background of pre-existing cardiomyopathy and hypertension, likely related to Chick-LA vaccination. The event had completely resolved within about 2 weeks. The important point of note with this case was the onset was at 3 days after vaccination. So in summary, there were 6 SAEs in patients that occurred in temporal association with Chick-LA during 2024, and the case characteristics are summarised on this slide. To note some salient points, all of it occurred in males older than 65 years of age, with ages ranging from 67 to 86 years old. 5 of the 6 individuals had multiple underlying medical conditions. And there were 2 general types of presentations. One type could be broadly grouped under the heading of neurologic presentations, which are highlighted in yellow, which include 3 patients with encephalopathy and 1 with meningitis, and 2 had more of a cardiovascular focus, shown in pink, including 1 with atrial flutter and in SEMI, and 1 with an episode of severe and prolonged hypotension. To get additional expert input on the serious adverse events, we consulted with CISA, or CDC's Clinical Immunisation Safety Assessment Project. CISA is a national network of vaccine safety experts from 8 medical research centres. Available medical records for each of the 4 neurologic and 2 cardiac reports were reviewed with CISA subject matter experts in vaccine safety, infectious diseases, cardiology, and neurology. For each report reviewed, at least one CISA subject matter expert considered the association of CHIK-LA with the SAE was plausible. However, CISA experts noted difficulty differentiating between general reactogenicity in older patients with comorbidities leading to development of an SAE versus a chikungunya vaccine-specific adverse event leading to the SAE. As a reminder about causality and VAERS data, it's generally not possible to determine causality from VAERS data. When an adverse event is reported after vaccination, it only indicates the event occurred in temporal association with vaccination and does not indicate the vaccine caused the event. Patients sometimes have concomitant or recent administration of other vaccines. Comprehensive investigations of possible etiologies are not always conducted, and if they are conducted, results might not be available. And unlike in controlled clinical trials, there is no unvaccinated comparator group. Nonetheless, there are several factors that support a plausible association of the events with CHIK-LA. Firstly, all events began within 3 to 5 days of vaccination with CHIK-LA. For 3 patients with other vaccines co-administered, an association with the other vaccine seems less likely. 2 patients had inactivated JE vaccine, and there has been no recognised association with neurologic or cardiac events in more than 15 years of post-marketing surveillance with this vaccine. 1 patient with a cardiac presentation had live oral typhoid vaccine co-administered. An association with cardiac events was not reported in a 12-year review of VAERS data. Thirdly, investigations did not indicate clear alternate etiologies of illness for any patient, and most discharge summaries noted a potential association with vaccination. And finally, for 2 cases with chikungunya laboratory testing, the results suggested an association with CHIK-LA. I want to make a brief comment on the observation that all the SAEs after CHIK-LA have occurred in persons at least 65 years of age. It's well recognised that immunosenescence can affect an older person's ability to adequately control replication of a live attenuated vaccine virus. For example, with the live attenuated yellow fever vaccine, SAEs are more frequent in older persons, and age 60 years and older is a precaution for use of the vaccine. It's also of note that wild-type chikungunya virus infections are more likely to result in severe disease in older adults compared with younger adults. Understanding the incidence of these SAEs is important, but unfortunately is very difficult as there are limited data on the vaccine doses distributed and even fewer data on vaccine doses administered. However, we've attempted to estimate incidence by obtaining sales and administration data for CHIK-LA from a commercial source, IQVIA, which is a private sector company that provides healthcare data. The IQVIA sales data are referred to as weekly sales perspective data, and they provide data on actual vaccine doses sold. They include doses sold to various types of retail pharmacies and through non-retail channels such as clinics and universities. And based on information from IQVIA, their distribution data captures about 90% of total sales in the United States. The administration data from IQVIA are referred to as National Prescription Audit data, and they provide projected estimates of vaccines administered in pharmacies. Although we don't know how accurately vaccines administered in pharmacies represent vaccinations administered in other settings, such as physician offices, they provide some information on administration of vaccines by age group that were not otherwise available. This graph shows 2024 data for weekly sales of Chick-fil-A in the grey bars and cumulative doses distributed by the blue line. Among a total of about 13,900 doses distributed, 9% were distributed to pharmacies and 91% were distributed to physician offices. This graph is weekly and cumulative vaccinations administered in pharmacies, and there are an estimated 928 doses administered during 2024. And this graph shows pharmacy administrations by age, and among the 928 doses administered, 53% were administered to individuals aged 65 or older. Using the VAERS reports, IQVIA data for doses distributed, and IQVIA data that about 53% of doses were administered to persons aged 65 and older, we estimated the risk for SAEs and hospitalizations among persons aged 65 and older. Based on 6 SAEs, the analysis yielded an estimate rate of 82 SAEs per 100,000 doses administered to persons aged 65 and older. Reframing this as an estimated rate of doses administered that resulted in one event, this is an estimated rate of 1 SAE per 1,220 doses administered, with a 95% confidence interval of 1 SAE per 3,333 doses, up to 1 SAE per 556 doses administered. Looking specifically at the subset of 5 hospitalizations, the analysis yielded an estimated rate of 68 hospitalizations per 100,000 doses administered. This is equivalent to an estimated rate of 1 hospitalization in a person aged 65 or older per 1,471 doses administered, with a 95% confidence interval of 1 hospitalization per 5,000 doses, up to 1 hospitalization per 625 doses administered. I want to reiterate that there are many limitations with these risk estimates. The calculations are limited by potential imprecision in the numerator and denominator data, including unknown completeness of the report submitted to VAERS and potential inaccuracies in vaccine administration data overall and by age group. Secondly, although we have included all the VAERS SAE reports in the calculations, we cannot confirm a causal link between vaccination and all of these events. And in summary, given these limitations, there is low to very low certainty overall in these estimates. Finally, I wanted to provide an update on VAERS surveillance data for 2025, given the data in this presentation are based on the status at the end of 2024. Importantly, as of March the 21st this year, there have been no serious adverse event reports reported to VAERS in 2025. 9 non-serious reports from persons in the US have been received. IQVIA data indicate an additional 4,250 doses of Chick-fil-A have been sold. For awareness, the risk estimates haven't been updated for this presentation because I wanted to present the data the workgroup originally considered, as we did not have an opportunity for a full review of updated data after the February meeting postponement. The delay in reporting of adverse event to VAERS after Chick-fil-A was another consideration, as the median delay in reporting is 13 days, but some reports have been submitted up to several months after the event. And in addition, about 2,375 Chick-fil-A doses were sold in the last 2 weeks of 2024 and were included in the regional denominator, but were likely not administered in 2024. Finally, we don't know the impact of a CDC alert distributed in February 2025 about hospitalizations following Chick-fil-A in ages 65 and older. With the updated data, risk estimates were lower, but nonetheless, they were within the 95% confidence limits of the estimates I provided today. Finally, I'd like to discuss the work group's considerations regarding SAEs after CHIK-LA. The work group considered several key factors. First of all, the SAEs were in older persons in the 65-year and older age group. Second, an association of CHIK-LA with SAEs is plausible, but a causal association for each event was not determined. Third, the findings are considered preliminary because to date in clinical trials and post-licensure use combined, CHIK-LA has only been administered to about 7,700 persons aged 65 years and older. Fourth, VAERS is intended to be an early warning system to flag potential safety issues, and a signal has been identified for persons aged 65 and older, but data limitations mean further investigations are warranted to better define the true risk. And finally, for individual travellers aged 65 years and older, a risk-benefit assessment is needed to weigh the risks of disease against the risks of vaccination, because vaccine use might be supported in certain higher risk settings, such as an outbreak setting, given the known risks for severe disease and hospitalisation in this age group. So based on these factors, the work group felt that age 65 years and older should be a precaution for the use of CHIK-LA, and this means that in general, vaccination should be deferred, but might be indicated if the benefits from vaccination to protect from the disease outweigh the risks for an adverse reaction. And the work group proposes revising recommendations for use of CHIK-LA among travellers. This was primarily in accordance with the updated evidence to recommendations for travellers that I presented in my earlier presentation for CHIK-VLP, and also in consideration of the safety signal following use of the vaccine in persons aged 65 years and older. These are the existing recommendations for CHIK-LA for travellers that were approved in February 2024. The work group felt that the consideration for use of CHIK-LA in persons aged older than 65 years should be removed. And these are the revised draft recommendations for use of CHIK-LA among travellers the work group would like to propose to ACIP. These recommendations would be implemented in conjunction with the guidance that age 65 years and older should be a precaution for use of CHIK-LA. And the recommendations would be ACIP recommends live attenuated chikungunya vaccine for persons aged 18 years and older travelling to a country or territory where there is a chikungunya outbreak. And in addition, live attenuated chikungunya vaccine may be considered for persons travelling or taking up residence in a country or territory without an outbreak, but with elevated risk for US travellers if planning travel for an extended period of time, for example, 6 months or more. So I'd like to acknowledge the people on this slide, and I'll hand back to Dr. Talbot. And Dr. Erin Staples is also on the line and available for any questions.
Thank you so much. For the public who are listening, I want to just clarify, we're talking about two different chikungunya vaccines. One is the live attenuated and one is the virus-like particle. The virus-like particle is not a live vaccine, and the adverse events that were just discussed were only seen in the live attenuated. And just for clarification. Dr. Hogue, are you still on?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, lovely. What are the FDA plans for evaluation of this and review of the current licensure?
That is a good question. I will need to get back to you on that. In terms of if we're going to remove the licensure for over 65, you mean?
Or at least the investigation, since it's still early, and then possibly removing the recommendation for the licensure for over 65.
Yes. Let me try to reach out to someone who might know and get back to you as quickly as I can.
That would be great. Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
I'd love to open this up for questions. And in the meantime, can we put up the language for the vote? Thank you. Vote three. Vote three. Dr. Lair.
It was just
Thank you very much for this detailed presentation. I admit to lack of knowledge. How many people who get a live attenuated vaccine would have viremia 13 days later or would have evidence of the virus in their CSF fluid? Is that a uncommon event or a common event? Thank you.
Could I please have slide 131? In the clinical trials, the rate of viremia, it was in a small group of people, 30 subjects. There 90% had viremia at 3 days after vaccination, 17% had viremia at 7 days after vaccination, and no one had viremia at 14 days after vaccination. As you can see here on the slide with chikungunya disease, with the wild type chikungunya virus infection, I think that provides some context for the relevance of detection at chikungunya virus RNA, at 13 days. So with clinical chikungunya disease, RNA is typically detected in serum for about 5 to 8 days after symptom onset, although occasionally it's detected for longer periods. So really this detection of viral RNA at 13 days after vaccination in the patient that I described is really a longer interval than typically occurs in wild type chikungunya virus infection. There has been some studies that have reported that patients with chikungunya virus disease who are hospitalized or have severe illness have higher viral loads, although the study results are variable. There was also some suggestion in the CHIK-LA clinical trials that viremia was correlated with the frequency and severity of reactogenicity after vaccination, and high-level viremia was found in one of the patients in the pivotal phase 3 trial with serious adverse events.
And the CSF, is that common or uncommon or unexpected? Thank you.
So we would not typically expect to find IgM in the CSF of somebody who is vaccinated. Of course, we're not doing lumbar punctures on patients who are vaccinated, but the finding of the IgM in the CSF did suggest that there had been suggested that there was possibly direct viral invasion of the CNS.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can we once again have the language for the vote? Thank you. Dr. Schechter.
Thank you. Is there any safety data from use of the live attenuated vaccine in other settings outside of the US? Thank you.
The vaccine was licensed in the middle of 2024 in Europe and also in Canada, but distribution didn't begin until towards the end of the year. There have been about a dozen reports to VAERS from use of the vaccine in France, including in mainland France and also specifically in Réunion. There is a outbreak of chikungunya in Réunion at the moment. It's behaving very much like a chikungunya outbreak. It's been explosive, it's been large, it's been rapidly spreading. There were about 20,000 confirmed cases as of about a week or so ago, and as a result, the French government, I understand, purchased about 40,000 doses of the live attenuated vaccine, and I believe a vaccination program started last week. So we should have some additional data from use of the vaccine in that setting. The French recommendations are for use in those over 65, particularly those with comorbidities, again, recognizing that it can be a very severe illness in these over 65 group, plus in people 18 to 64 years with comorbidities. We are hoping to get additional data and look at if there's any safety concerns from use with those large amount of doses. To date, the adverse event reports that we've received from France and use in Réunion have all been non-serious reports.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great question. Dr. Zucker.
Thank you. So thank you for the presentation. I guess I'm wondering about the language for 65 and older and whether there was discussion about whether it would be a precaution or would stronger language like contraindication be indicated given that there were the 6 sort of the rates of possible sort of SAEs that you're reporting. And I guess it's especially in light of that there's another alternative vaccine, the VLP vaccine. And if there's a precaution, whether that should be, if the language we land on is precaution, whether it should be included with, consider, use of an alternative inactivated vaccine and so forth. Because precaution means that you could do it. And I think that there's enough evidence that at this point, until there's further investigation, you probably wouldn't want to use the live attenuated vaccine in someone 65 and older. Over.
Thank you. And indeed, the work group spent a lot of time discussing this. And I think there were a couple of key considerations for designating 65 years and older as a precaution over a contraindication. Firstly, I think only really we have very preliminary data. As of December, only about 7,700 doses of the vaccine have been used in clinical trials. Used in clinical trials or administered since licensure. So not a lot of doses. And the limited data mean level of risk is unclear, perhaps supported by the fact that there have been no additional serious adverse events reported in 2025. I think we also discussed that while the association of the SAEs with CHIK-LA is plausible based on the various factors I went over in my presentation, the evidence isn't definitive, really based on the lack of comprehensive investigations in some cases. There was recent administration of vaccine for some and other factors. And I think that finally the consideration that the work group discussed at length was also that a risk-benefit analysis might support the use of CHIK-LA in certain settings, particularly if it was the only vaccine available for some reason. For a high-risk setting, such as an outbreak, it would be important to weigh the risks and benefits because we really do know the risks for severe disease and hospitalization in persons 65 and older. And again, thinking about the outbreak currently in Réunion, there's been 130 people hospitalized, and nearly half of them were over 65 years of age. And there's been 31 very severe cases, and half of them were adults over 65 years of age. So there is very clear evidence of the risk for this group. So it's really that risk-benefit assessment. And as I said, in some settings, particularly if CHIK-LA was the only vaccine available, the benefit may fall on the side of using this vaccine, although in general, as you know, with a precaution, it generally should be deferred.
Right. So what about the other point, like a footnote that says consider use of, the VLP vaccine in this age group? Like if it's a precaution of giving the provider guidance that there is an alternative product, if they feel that the individual should be vaccinated, if it's available to them.
Yeah, we could consider that in that age group. It's difficult to get the footnotes combined with the actual recommendation. So we could definitely make that very clear in the guidance or the information that accompanies the recommendations. I might ask, I see Dr. Asturias has his hand up, and Dr. Asturias is the work group chair, so I might see if Dr. Asturias had a comment related to this.
Thank you, Susan. And yes, Jane, I think the group really debated, a lot of the different potential avenues for this, and we really try to balance the evidence that we have so far, and we believe that at this point we don't have, you know, enough to sort of lean towards a preferential recommendation, put it this way. I think we know the impact that a preferential recommendation will have, and probably providing the guidance on the precaution is going to be the initial consideration that is important. As Susan has pointed out, there's going to be likely more evidence coming to us in the next few months, if not years, and I think this is an ongoing sort of assessment that needs to be done. But we do know how ACIP sort of values and is very careful about providing a preferential recommendation for a vaccine. Over.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you for the clarification. It's just, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Ho?
Yes, this was just to follow up on your question about what the FDA is planning to do. So we don't have anything prepared right now to report to you in terms of what our response is going to be, but I just wanted to thank you for this presentation and bringing the safety signal, you know, to like alerting us to this issue so we can discuss it. We're going to get together a relevant group of experts so we can develop a plan and get back to you about that. And then I just wanted to say, I know this is a little bit unusual, but at some point I did have a comment to make about the Menquadfi vaccine, if we have time to get to that at some point.
Actually, we do have a minute. We finally caught up, so please do.
Okay, great. So my comment was that on slide 21 of the presentation, we were talking about the febrile seizures after the Menquadfi vaccine, and there was that imbalance of 0.9% in those who received the Menquadfi vaccine along with the other vaccines, and then 0.1% among those who didn't, and that was highly statistically significant. And so I just wanted to point out that I did the statistics on that, and so that might be a good question to ask Sanofi about why that was already brought up, why they didn't determine why they determined that was not related to the vaccine. That was all.
Thank you, greatly appreciate it, and we look forward to hearing back from y'all about the Chick LA vaccine. And greatly appreciate y'all looking into it.
Thank you.
All right. So we have language up on the board or on the slide. You can tell I went to grade school when we had chalkboards with chalk. I'm looking for a recommendation. I'm looking for a motion, please.
This is Dr. Lair. I'll continue my track record and
that would be great. Thank you so much, Dr. Lair. And Dr. Asturias, please, let's keep going.
So I recommend.
No, go ahead, Yami.
So motion to accept the draft recommendation as shown on this slide.
No, it's okay. Second the motion.
Thank y'all very much. All right, so our next will be oh, sorry. You're very good at that. Any more discussion on the motion? Dr. Lair?
No, thank you.
Okay. All right. Now we can move to clinical guidance for use of virus-like particle chikungunya vaccine among pregnant and breastfeeding women. Dr. Hill.
Thank you, Dr. Talbot. So I'll begin my discussion. I'll begin my discussion of the proposed clinical guidance for use of the virus-like particle chikungunya vaccine in pregnant women, starting with some background information on chikungunya disease during pregnancy. The spectrum of illness when chikungunya virus infection occurs in pregnant women appears to be similar to that among non-pregnant individuals and does not appear to be more severe. In regards to the outcomes of chikungunya virus infection during pregnancy, Adverse outcomes such as fetal loss, stillbirth, or preterm birth as a result of vertical transmission have been documented but are rare. Overall, mouse studies and examination of placentas from infected women suggest the placenta is generally refractory to chikungunya virus infection. However, infection commonly results in adverse neonatal outcomes if pregnant women are infected around the time of delivery. In these cases, intrapartum transmission occurs in about 30 to 50% of cases. The mechanism is considered to be transplacental transmission, with the hypothesis that maternal blood enters the fetal circulation by placental barrier breaches from uterine contractions during labour. When neonatal infection occurs following intrapartum transmission, severe and sometimes fatal illness can result. Rates of severe disease are difficult to quantify because there are very few cohort studies, but in one prospective study where 19 infected infants developed symptoms, 10 or 53% had severe illness. The clinical presentation in the newborn is commonly with encephalopathy and a sepsis-like illness, and cardiac, dermatologic, and hemorrhagic manifestations also occur. Infants infected in a neonatal period frequently have poor neurocognitive outcomes, particularly if the initial clinical presentation is with encephalopathy. Also of note is that young infants infected by mosquito-borne transmission are also at risk for severe disease, particularly during the first few months of life. Clinical presentations in young infants are similar to presentations in infected neonates. This issue is important because of its relevance to possible protection of young infants by transplacental transfer of antibodies after maternal vaccination. No data are available on the immunologic response to CHIKV-LP administered to a pregnant woman and whether vaccination might protect her young infant. However, transplacental transfer of antibodies after maternal immunisation has been demonstrated to confer protection with most vaccines. Demonstrated benefits include decreased hospitalisation rates for infants, for example with influenza, COVID and RSV vaccines, and decreased risk for preterm birth, for example with COVID vaccines. The data are insufficient to determine whether there are any safety risks from vaccination with CHIKV-LP during pregnancy because pregnancy was an inclusion criteria in the clinical trials. However, only one woman was inadvertently vaccinated during pregnancy and she was in her first trimester. It was in a phase 2 study and she received a vaccine formulation that differs from the licensed product in that it was a lower dose and unadjuvanted vaccine. And she had a history of 2 prior ectopic pregnancies and her last menstrual period was 11 days prior to vaccination. She had an ectopic pregnancy detected 24 days after vaccination, and this was assessed as not related to vaccination. There are some data from developmental and reproductive toxicology studies. In a study in rabbits administered the equivalent of a human dose of vaccine on 5 occasions, twice prior to mating, twice during gestation, once during lactation, the postnatal survival rate within 28 days was lower for kids born to vaccinated mothers at 42%, compared with a rate of 69% in kids born to mothers in the control group. There were no adverse effects on other postnatal development parameters. In a DART study in rats, reduced pup survival rates were not observed. Before discussing the proposed clinical guidance for use of CHIKV-LP in pregnancy, I'd like to remind ACIP members of the groups for whom the clinical guidance will be relevant. To date, the work group has considered vaccine recommendations for travellers and laboratory workers, but in future we'll be considering recommendations for persons in US territories and states with a risk of chikungunya virus transmission, so the vaccine could potentially be used in a larger population of pregnant women in future than is anticipated with its use among travellers and laboratory workers in the near term. Having considered the issues around risks of chikungunya for pregnant women and their infants and vaccine use in pregnancy, I'd like to note the objectives of chikungunya vaccination during pregnancy are to protect the pregnant woman from disease, avoid maternal infection around the time of delivery to prevent intrapartum virus transmission and severe disease in the newborn. And in addition, transplacental transfer of antibodies might also protect young infants from mosquito-borne transmission and severe disease. The next 4 slides are the workgroup's proposed clinical guidance language. And the language is pregnant women should avoid the risk of chikungunya virus infection if possible, for example, by avoiding travel to an area with virus transmission, particularly during an outbreak. Pregnancy is a precaution for vaccination with CHIKV-LP based on the lack of safety and immunogenicity data in pregnant women and potential safety and concerns from the toxicology study in rabbits. In general, vaccination should be deferred until after delivery. However, in specific circumstances, it might be warranted. If the risk of infection is high and exposure cannot be avoided, a healthcare provider should discuss with a pregnant woman the potential risks of chikungunya virus infection and the potential benefits and risks of vaccination so that vaccination can be considered. CHIKV-LP should ideally be administered a minimum of 2 weeks prior to the expected date of delivery and preferably earlier to allow protection around the time of delivery. If pregnant women choose to be vaccinated, deferring vaccination until after the first trimester might be preferred until there are further data to clarify any potential concerns from the animal toxicology data. In addition, it's estimated that 20 to 25% of all pregnancies lead to pregnancy loss, and the highest rates occur in the first trimester. So avoiding vaccination in the first trimester would avoid any association with an unrelated pregnancy loss. If both CHIKV-LP and CHIK-LA are available, vaccination with CHIKV-LP would be preferred. Although there are no data, this is based on general principles that vaccination with non-live vaccines is preferred over vaccination with live vaccines for pregnant women. So in summary, the workgroup, with advice from other experts, has attempted to prepare guidance that maximises the benefits of vaccination while minimising the risks associated with vaccination. And so just to reiterate the components of the guidelines that address this, they are, if possible, pregnant women should avoid the risk of exposure to the virus. In general, vaccination should be deferred until after delivery. However, recognising that in some cases, pregnant women will unavoidably be in situations where the risk of exposure to chikungunya virus is high, that vaccination should be considered given the known risk for very severe adverse outcomes of infection, particularly if intrapartum transmission occurs. If vaccination is being considered, where possible, CHIKV-LP should be avoided during the first trimester. And if both chikungunya vaccines are available, vaccination with the non-live CHIKV-LP vaccine would be preferred for pregnant women. And then I'll discuss the proposed clinical guidance for use of the virus-like particle chikungunya vaccine in breastfeeding women, again, starting with some background information. So chikungunya viral RNA has been detected in breast milk of women in endemic areas on very rare occasions, but no studies have reported detection of replicating virus. In one case report, a mother with chikungunya and chikungunya virus RNA detected in her breast milk was breastfeeding her 3-month-old infant, but despite the infant's exposure, the baby had no symptoms or laboratory evidence of infection. So although the data are limited, there is currently no evidence of chikungunya virus transmission through breastfeeding. There are no data on any benefits or risks of breastfeeding after CHIKV-LP vaccination, including whether chikungunya antibodies are present in breast milk after vaccination. In toxicology studies in rabbits and rats, no impact of vaccination on lactation was observed. The objectives of vaccinating breastfeeding women are to protect the woman from chikungunya, and an added benefit might be to reduce the risk of infection for her young infant by the transfer of protective antibodies through breast milk. The proposed clinical guidance for use of CHIKV-LP in breastfeeding women is noted on this slide, and breastfeeding will not be a contraindication nor a precaution for vaccination with chick VLP. The guidance will note that breastfeeding women and their infants should avoid the risk for chikungunya virus infection if possible, for example, by avoiding travel to an area with transmission, particularly during an outbreak. The guidance will also note that best practice guidelines for immunisation note that non-live vaccines pose no risk for mothers who are breastfeeding or their infants. And I'll hand back to you, Dr. Talbot, and I'd like to note that Dr. Dana Meany-Delman, who's the Principal Deputy Director and Chief Medical Officer in the National Centre on Birth Defects and Developmental Disabilities, is also on the line to answer questions.
Thank you. That's very helpful. I'd like to open this to questions. Dr. Jameson.
Thanks very much for that really nice presentation. And I am supportive of the proposed guidance. I'm not part of the work group, but I agree it all sounds very reasonable. I would just highlight that this is another example where the lack of safety data for pregnant persons is really unfortunate. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Jamieson.
Dr. Joseph.
Hi, this is Naima Joseph with the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists. I wanted to echo Dr. Jameson's thoughts regarding the really thoughtful approach to providing guidance for the use of this vaccine in pregnancy, but also call out that, in this moment, really there's really no reason why pregnant people are excluded from vaccine trials moving forward. Thank you. Over.
Thank you. Okay, so our next session, we have a break. We need to start at 3:10. Yeah. So public comment will start at 3:10. So this will be the longest break of the day that you get. So enjoy, and we will see everyone back at 3:10. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back, everyone. We are actually going to move to the public comment session. Very quickly, I just want to read. The Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices is at heart a public body, and engagement with the public and transparency in our processes are vital to the committee's work. We feel like this is incredibly important. For this meeting, we will be holding a public comment period. To create a fair and more efficient process for requesting to make an oral comment, we ask those interested, those that have been, sorry, let me start over. For those that have submitted a request, a number that were chosen to make oral comment. The 10 speakers were selected by lottery, and we thank all those that requested the opportunity. Members of the public also had the opportunity to submit written public comments on issues coming to ACIP via regulations.gov. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. We look forward to hearing your opinion, but please remember to be polite. And our first speaker will be Ms. Rodriguez from the American Society for Meningitis Prevention. Ms. Rodriguez?
Yes, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to all of you today. My name is Mariana Rodriguez. I'm the Communications Director of the American Society for Meningitis Prevention. And I'm here today on behalf of our founders, who are 2 amazing women, Patty Wukovitz and Alicia Stillman. And I want to start today with their stories. So Patty's daughter, Kim, was just about to go to her high school prom and graduation. She had a really pretty dress all picked out. She wanted to be a nurse just like her mom. And Alicia's daughter, Emily, was a sophomore in college, and she was that girl who made everyone laugh. And I really wish I could introduce them to you today, but both Kim and Emily died from meningitis B. There wasn't a vaccine available at the time to protect them, but today there is, and now these critical meningitis vaccines are in your hands. The resurgence of measles, the increase in meningococcal cases, and declining vaccination rates all highlight the need for more action. We need vaccine recommendations that are clear and practical, recommendations that providers can confidently follow and that families can trust. That is not the case today for meningitis vaccines. 45% of providers report the meningitis vaccination guidance is too complex compared to other childhood vaccines, leaving providers confused and kids unprotected. Your decisions have real-life implications. It's more than cost effectiveness and epidemiology. It's really about the people who implement these recommendations and those that ultimately benefit. In 2024, the ACIP began a critical review of the current meningococcal vaccine platform. If you remember just one thing that I say today, please let it be this. The meningitis advocacy community strongly urges the ACIP to reprioritize this review because more adolescents and young adults deserve the chance to be protected from this devastating disease. As you consider the meningitis vaccination agenda moving forward, please remember Kim and Emily. Remember 2 families, one in California and another in North Carolina, whose pediatrician never mentioned the Men-B vaccine that could have protected their son and daughter. Remember the student who just lost his life to meningitis last month at UVA, and the thousands of health professionals who are hoping for the same thing, vaccine recommendations that protect more kids. On behalf of Patty and Alicia, our brave network of advocates, and the countless families who will never get a chance to share their own stories, thank you for prioritizing America's future mothers, fathers, teachers, scientists, you name it, through evidence-based and science-driven decisions that benefit all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Rasmussen?
Thank you so much for having me here and allowing me to make a public comment. My name is Angela Rasmussen. I'm a principal scientist at the Vaccine and Infectious Disease Organization at the University of Saskatchewan. I also have faculty appointments in the Department of Biochemistry, Microbiology, and Immunology at the University of Saskatchewan and the Department of Ecology and Evolution at Stony Brook University. And I'm also the co-editor-in-chief of the journal Vaccine. Today, I wanted to make a comment about the future of the ACIP. The ACIP, for anybody who has been participating in and watching this meeting over the past couple of days, it's obvious that they play a really crucial role in ensuring that vaccine recommendations are based on available evidence and are reviewed rigorously by scientists who are qualified to do so. Unfortunately, throughout the CDC and the Department of Health and Human Services, advisory panels have been disbanded or postponed indefinitely, and potentially there is a risk that this would also potentially happen with the ACIP. Secretary Kennedy has indicated that he wishes to make advisory panels and policy development closed to the public, more so than it already is. He's further indicated intentions to use taxpayer resources to investigate vaccines on what appears to be an ideological rather than a scientific basis. For example, investigating the long disproven link between the MMR vaccine and autism spectrum disorders. He has also suggested that my colleagues who are currently members of the ACIP have conflicts of interest because of their involvement and their extreme expertise and experience developing vaccines. Expertise is not a conflict of interest. Vaccine recommendations need to be developed through a thoughtful, deliberative review of evidence, much as we've seen over the last couple days, by people who are appropriately qualified to review and go over that scientific basis for making vaccine recommendations. It is essential for both public trust and accountability that this occurs in a transparent and inclusive way that the public can observe and participate in, much as I'm making a public comment on this today. And I just want to finish by emphasizing the importance of the ACIP, both for making vaccine recommendations in the US and also in the country of Canada, where I live now. The National Advisory Committee on Immunization uses the ACIP recommendations to formulate their own recommendations. So I just wish to conclude by saying that the ACIP must continue to convene. It must be convening in its current form with its current roster of expert members. Thank you very much for allowing me to make this public comment.
Thank you. Ms. Werner Perez?
Good afternoon. My name is Katrin Werner Perez, and I serve as the Director of Health Programs at the Alliance for Aging Research. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments today. Vaccines represent one of our most effective tools in preventing disease and improving quality of life, especially for older adults. Recognizing their importance, we ask ACIP to consider updating guidelines to reflect the following 5 recommendations in the interest of public health. We strongly support lowering the risk-based age recommendation for RSV vaccines to adults aged 50 and over. RSV, or respiratory syncytial virus, causes approximately 42,000 hospitalizations annually in adults aged 50 to 64 and contributes significantly to mortality rates. More so, adults with pre-existing medical conditions are at a higher risk for severe complications. Lowering the RSV vaccination age would offer earlier, broader protection, reducing disease burden and healthcare costs. Second, we would like to see the addition of a vote to expand the routine age-based recommendation for adults aged 60 to 74. Recent data indicates there are disparities in RSV vaccination rates between populations. A routine age-based recommendation could significantly reduce these disparities and improve health equity. In fact, the RSV Working Group's own data from the June 2023 ACIP meeting showed that a lower age-based recommendation for the RSV vaccine might, quote, increase equity by decreasing the RSV burden among persons from racial and ethnic minority groups and in persons with lower income levels. Third, we commend ACIP for lowering the age recommendation for pneumococcal vaccines to adults aged 50 and older. Clear, accessible information must continue to be provided to healthcare providers and the public to maximize uptake and reduce pneumonia-related complications. Fourth, we urge the committee to continue to prioritize measles vaccination. According to the CDC, since January 1st, 2025, over 700 cases of measles have been confirmed. 12% of these cases have led to hospitalization and 3 deaths have been reported. Measles complications pose severe risks, especially to older adults. Maintaining high vaccination rates across all age groups is essential to preventing outbreaks and protecting vulnerable populations. We also encourage further research into whether measles booster vaccines should be considered for older adults. And finally, continued transparency and public engagement in ACIP meetings are essential to maintaining trust and credibility in vaccine policy. We ask that ACIP continue public participation and open comment periods at all meetings. Thank you again to ACIP and the CDC for your ongoing efforts to protect public health.
Thank you very much. Ms. Sears?
Thank you. I'm Sam Sears, the Health Policy Associate with the National Consumers League. Since its founding in 1899, NCL has worked to increase public access to and confidence in immunization and other preventative health measures. We appreciate the opportunity to present these comments. With the ongoing and growing measles outbreaks and following one of the most severe respiratory illness seasons in recent years, now more than ever it is crucial to preserve the strength and integrity of our immunization system and infrastructure. Vaccines are an extremely safe and effective means of prevention. They also protect against increased severity of diseases and serious outcomes and complications. Yet a decline in vaccine confidence, distrust in public health systems, and barriers to access means that rates of vaccination for preventable diseases are continuing to fall across the nation. We urge ACIP to continue to ensure the continued availability of data. These meetings increase transparency and allow the public and policymakers to understand the robust and rigorous vaccine safety and efficacy monitoring systems and policies in place. The transparency achieved from holding forums like this is vital to rebuilding trust and maintaining confidence in vaccines. Now more than ever, we need to reinforce these efforts, and we highly encourage ACIP and its partners at CDC to continue this. NCL also believes that current meningococcal recommendations add an unnecessary barrier. NCL encourages ACIP to strengthen these recommendations and reevaluate the shared clinical decision-making. Serogroup B has become the most common strain, particularly in ages 17 to 23. Men-B vaccines with a shared clinical decision-making recommendation function as an opt-in vaccine. NCL echoes concerns of experts that this defaults it to a not needed result. Finally, NCL urges ACIP members to vote to recommend the RSV vaccine for high-risk adults 50 to 59 years old. Without the ACIP and CDC recommendation, this vaccine is largely inaccessible for these adults. Studies show that the burden of RSV on older adults and individuals with chronic medical conditions is underestimated. By expanding the vaccine recommendation for high-risk adults to include those aged 50 to 59, more patients have access to and will receive this vaccine. NCL appreciates the opportunity to share our positions on these issues. We also appreciate the work ACIP does in helping to protect the health of the nation's children and adults. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Steiner?
Good afternoon. My name is Alexandra Steiner. I'm speaking today in support of this committee's vital work. I became immunocompromised, severely ill, and disabled 1.5 years ago due to a COVID infection from which I never recovered. I was previously a healthy, ambitious international affairs professional, but today I remain unable to work due to long COVID. Any illness or infection is now extremely serious for me. Timely access to safe, effective vaccines is an absolutely essential part of caring for myself. Our public health system is being destroyed from all sides. As a disabled young woman, this disturbs me. It is clear that the choices being made will lead directly to more infectious disease, which can only mean more death and disability. When people like me who rely on Medicaid or are underinsured can't readily access updated vaccines, our communities suffer, people get sick, and unfortunately, some will pass away. Further, every one of us loses when public vaccination campaigns are halted for partisan reasons. There should be absolutely no political or ideological interference in vaccine science. At this juncture, when the scientific consensus is that every single COVID infection can permanently damage the immune system, we must urge the public to do what they can to avoid severe COVID, including wearing N95 masks and staying up to date on vaccines. While immunization is essential healthcare for everyone, tens of millions of Americans like me who suffer from long COVID or ME/CFS are counting on you to make updated vaccines available as soon as possible so that we can avoid further deterioration of our health. In the absence of proven treatments for long COVID, protecting myself from reinfection is one of very few options I have. Updated COVID vaccines of all types, mRNA and Novavax, must be made available earlier this year than in previous years, preferably in July, before K-12 schools start in August and September. Print and online awareness campaigns outlining the efficacy and safety of these vaccines should begin early this summer. I want to urge the members of this committee to speak loudly in support of vaccines at every opportunity. In particular, as a woman with long COVID, I beg you to use every avenue available to you to make the public aware that the COVID vaccine is safe, that it greatly reduces the risk of hospitalization and death, and that COVID can lead to severe and/or long-term illness for anyone of any age or background. Americans need scientific expertise, truth, and transparency right now, perhaps more than ever, and the truth is that vaccination against COVID is overwhelmingly safe and effective for the vast majority of us. Thank you very much to each one of you for your time and for your ongoing efforts in support of vaccines for all.
Thank you very much. Dr. Plotkin. Dr. Plotkin, I believe you're on mute.
Can you hear me?
Perfectly, thank you.
So I'll start again. Welcome back, KEEP, and everybody else on ACIP. You are precious to the United States. With regard to cytomegalovirus, I know that Dr. Lanzieri and her colleagues understand that CMV is not measles or rubella, in that the correlates of protection against congenital CMV are not simply neutralizing antibodies, but rather multiple functions of antibodies and T-cell immunity. Vaccine developers need to understand that. CMV infection of women during pregnancy occurs much more frequently than transmission to the fetus, which has been shown to depend on the quantity of the challenge dose to the mother, the level of maternal viremia, infection of the placenta, and transmission from the placenta to the fetus. In CMV seropositive women, multiple types of antibodies besides neutralization, together with T-cell responses, are critical to protection. For example, ADCC antibodies also correlate with protection. On the other hand, the importance of antibodies to the surface pentamer present in the mRNA vaccine is now in question. In addition, the importance to infection of quantity of challenge dose was shown years ago in a study I did in seronegative and seropositive volunteers, which may also explain differences in epidemiology of CMV in low-income versus high-income countries. Finally, prevention of congenital CMV in America may ultimately involve, in part, vaccination of infants in daycare to protect their mothers. In any case, the criterion for a successful CMV vaccine should be prevention of transmission to the fetus, not solely prevention of maternal infection. Changing the subject, I am happy to see that vaccines against Lyme disease may soon return to the US and Europe. The first Lyme vaccine was quite effective, but was removed from the market because of mistakes made back in the 1990s, both by academic experts and by CDC, which did not strongly recommend the vaccine. And in view of the geographical spread of Lyme disease since then, I hope that mistake will not happen again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Plotkin. We're glad to be back. Dr. Wang.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. Honorable Chair Dr. Talbot, Executive Secretary Dr. Wharton, members of the ACIP committee, and consulting members. Thank you for your dedication and tireless work in protecting the health and well-being of the American public. My name is Andrew Wang. I have no financial conflicts of interest or any financial investments with any of the manufacturers of the COVID vaccines. My remarks today will be regarding the ongoing COVID pandemic. As we all know, the public is aware that it remains a pandemic. Nearly 50% of all Americans in a recent national survey acknowledge that the pandemic continues to be a serious public health issue. As a public health professional with a PhD, a doctorate in public health, and master's of public health, I've dedicated my career to improving the healthcare system to ensure access to care. Currently, I serve at a federally qualified healthcare center in Chicago who cares for underserved and highly vulnerable populations. I also conduct health equity research to better understand approaches to improve population health. Public health is facing one of the largest crises in the past century, with a large number of Americans, but not the majority, who have been deceived and manipulated to believe that our work in public health is not needed until they personally endure a major health issue, which will be too late to act. As a result, I encourage you to remain firm and strong during this very challenging time. As we know, vaccination with the latest COVID vaccines continues to be foundational to a multi-layered approach to SARS-CoV-2 in addition to masking, testing, ventilation, and filtration. Vaccines remain on the forefront as protection against both acute disease and long COVID. Far too few Americans are receiving the latest vaccines. As mentioned in yesterday's presentation, only 23% of all adults have received the latest COVID vaccines, and 12.8% of children have the COVID vaccines. COVID vaccination rates continue to lag behind influenza vaccination rates. As you may know, vaccine efficacy wanes significantly in 4 to 6 months following vaccination, stressing the importance of updated vaccines for all people as COVID continues to spread in our communities throughout the year with 2 major periods of infections as people develop multiple infections. Vaccine guidelines that restrict access based on age or risk status place everyone at risk for a severe outcome and potentially long COVID. It also creates immense confusion for people who want to get or decide they should get a COVID vaccine. High-risk patients also face barriers as vaccine providers face significant challenges in interpreting detailed guidelines. A more frequent vaccination approach, providing vaccination at least every month, every 6 months, as well as frequent updates to ensure that they match to current variants, is needed to protect all of us amid year-round COVID spread. Ensuring 3 options is also important to ensure the public has a choice. We need you to support access to COVID vaccines by all 3 manufacturers, Moderna, Novavax, and Pfizer. Lastly, the CDC's Bridge Access Program, which ended in August of 2024, provided COVID vaccines to uninsured and underinsured adults free of charge. The end of this program has resulted in severely limited access to COVID vaccines, especially for patients that I serve. I am grateful for all of your work and trust that you will provide recommendations that will ensure universal access to life-saving vaccines to the entire public. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ms. Reese. Ms. Reese?
Hello.
Hi. She's on mute. Ms. Reese, I believe you're on mute. Yeah, we'll come back to you, Ms. Reese. Mr. Hennessy. Yeah, Mr. Hennessy, you're on mute.
Hello, can I speak?
Yes, welcome. Thank you, Ms. Reese. They are not hearing us. I just got a text.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Who's up to speak? Did they call anybody?
I think I'm up, but I don't know if
Can I respond in the chat just
people
for
can hear
once?
me. Can people hear me? Should they speak?
No, I would hold off. This is Erin Staples from the CDC. It looks like we've dropped the main room, so let's let them join. Otherwise, you'll be speaking without anybody hearing you. So,
Sorry,
thank you.
thank you. Let me.
Thank you, Erin.
Dorit, maybe take your mic off mute though, just so you'll be ready as soon as it's your turn.
Sounds good. I'm off mute. Thank you.
All right. Hopefully our technical difficulties are resolved. Ms. Reese, can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
Fantastic. Would you please get started?
I'll start. Thank you. So thank you again for giving me the chance to comment. My name is Dorit Rice, and I'm a professor of law at UC Law San Francisco, formerly Hastings. I would like to start by thanking the committee members for their service, as many of my co-commenters did, both the expert members and the devoted CDC staff that helped them. For decades, you've provided careful, expert-based, detailed data about vaccine effectiveness and safety, transparently presented and closely examined issues. And I know the expert members are doing this as volunteers for the public good. Thanks to all of you. And a reminder in response to some of the previous comments, ACIP is mentioned in 2 legal provisions in statute. It can't be just abolished legally. And under the Federal Advisory Committee Act, it needs to meet in public. That's what Federal Advisory Committee have to do. I have 3 comments. First, as a mom of teens, I'm very glad to have already the option of a Men 5 vaccine that also covers Men B and protect my sons against several diseases with 1 shot rather than 2. And having another option for that is good. I appreciate your detailed discussion of effectiveness, and I'm very glad to have experts making the decision on the face of that complex data, since I don't really see a good way for a layperson to evaluate this. Second, echoing some of the comments that were said before, I want you to remember that your recommendations, as you already addressed, are directly related to access and uptake on the ground. This came up in the committee before. Your recommendations affect insurance coverage, narrow recommendations limit access, and as you know, shared clinical decision-making decreases access, part because it's harder to get insurance to cover it, and also because many doctors just won't raise a vaccine that's under clinical shared decision-making. And maybe we need to clarify that it requires discussion, but at any rate, that means a lot of people just won't get offered a vaccine. I also want to remind you that simpler recommendations are more likely to lead to uptakes than more complex ones, and doctors are always the ones that serve as guardrails, and discussion of a vaccine always will go through them. Third, I realize that these are difficult times for CDC and public health generally. Loss of personnel and funding creates challenges to the job, which is already a hard job, and it may be hard to carry on as usual for a variety of reasons. This is a time where we need the hardworking members on CDC and the independent members of the committee more than ever. We need you to continue presenting the data clearly, ask probing questions as you always do and as you've done in these last 2 days, and stay true to the science for our sake and our children's sake. One reason we have a committee of independent experts like ACIP is to make sure decisions draw on expertise outside political pressure, and I hope you continue to follow the data fearlessly. Again, thank you, and thank you to the members of CDC, which are continuing to work hard, probably in the face of cuts and everything else, work even harder than usual in harder conditions to prevent disease, to keep us all healthy, and to keep things running.
Thank you, Ms. Rice. Mr. Hennessy.
Hi, ACIP must preserve the COVID vaccine guidelines in place, maintain a universal vaccine policy for all ages. Do not limit broad access. A risk-based approach and restricted childhood access is a great way to give everyone long COVID. The current guidelines must also be updated to recommend shots for everyone every 6 months. COVID has proven year after year that it does not fit the same seasonality as the flu, and cases surge multiple times per year. Vaccine updates every 6 months while preserving all other broad guidelines and protecting immunocompromised guidelines is essential. Keep in mind your recommendations are not requirements, so limiting access further will only make more barriers for those who choose to get protection. This year's COVID vaccines must be approved for July. Waiting until the fall allows for unnecessary rise in cases. Looking over your long COVID data, it's based on symptoms which need to be self-reported. That makes the data misleading and limited. That needs to be updated going forward. It's disturbing to see Moderna's 1283 vaccine they presented had bivalent data, considering how ineffective the bivalent was in 2022. How can Moderna pretend to pass off their 38% efficacy with their new vaccine as a success? Why are you going back to considering a less effective vaccine after multivariant vaccines were shown to be less protective? That's not a next-gen vaccine. That's an old crappy vaccine presented as something new. Novavax, however, has shown time and time again that their sapin-based adjuvant provides a broad range of immunity against subvariants as well as upper respiratory tract protection. And the public deserves broad access recommendations. Additionally, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has falsely claimed single antigen vaccines have never worked. That lie is refuted by mountains of data that the HHS has access to. Novavax's approval delay at the FDA is another issue of concern. It's clear to the public that this is the first attack of many against vaccines. Novavax has provided protection for countless Americans, myself included, and is the only alternative to mRNA. Multiple phase 3 trials and years of public data have proven that Novavax is effective and has fewer side effects than mRNA, including the latest SHIELD Utah study. I know that ACIP doesn't advise the FDA, but you're all part of HHS. You and CDC could contact the FDA, ask them to expedite the already delayed BLA approval of Novavax so Americans can have access come the fall. CDC could issue a statement in support of vaccine approvals for Novavax and others. You could individually or as a group refute RFK's lies about single antigen vaccines. You have direct contacts at CBER. You can restore the Bridge Access Program. You can uphold universal recommendations that the public fought for in previous meetings. Tracy Hoeing, who doesn't even specialize in vaccine research, is a big reason this delay is happening. Her history of spreading anti-vaccine and anti-mask sentiments proves she doesn't understand Novavax's data. The data points to strong protection, more so than the bivalent, and limiting this vaccine opens your departments up to accessibility lawsuits. Over 3,200 comments were written in support of Novavax's approval. Tracy's "will have an update very soon" statement yesterday is not assuring. For the health of all of us, ACIP and CDC need to pressure the FDA to approve Novavax's BLA for all ages. And for the love of God, maintain a universal COVID vaccine recommendation. We paid for these vaccines. We deserve the protection.
Thank you, Mr. Hennessy. Ms. Peshin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Sure, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Sue Peshin, and I serve as the president and CEO at the Alliance for Aging Research. My colleague, Katrin Werner-Perez, outlined the Alliance's requests for lowering the risk-based recommendation for adult RSV vaccine to ages 50 to 59, and lowering the universal recommendation to ages 60 and older, as well as other issues. So I'm just going to add a few additional observations. The first one is we were surprised to see votes on flu removed from the April meeting agenda and moved to June. The decision to remove or delay ACIP votes on flu vaccines is not inconsequential. A new Journal of Infection study found that increasing the flu vaccination rate by just 5% can result in millions of fewer cases and tens of thousands of fewer hospitalizations in a moderately severe season, especially in preschool kids and adults 65 years and older. But if ACIP doesn't vote on the Vaccines for Children's program resolution in June, there won't be any guarantee of free flu vaccines offered to children who need them this fall. And we also encourage ACIP to offer preferential recommendations on higher dose flu vaccines for older adults and specific high-risk groups. Yes, any flu vaccine is better than none, but the data clearly show higher dose options are more effective for these groups. Second, older adults need updated COVID-19 vaccines to be ready before the fall. COVID-19 vaccination has been an incredible success story for public health, saving millions of lives. We asked the FDA to schedule its Vaccines and Related Biological Products Advisory Committee review as soon as possible so that ACIP can vote on recommendations at its June meeting, if not before. Also, please keep the ACIP COVID-19 vaccine recommendations simple. If a whopping 74% of adults 18 and over have at least one condition that puts them at higher risk of severe illness, shifting to a risk-based recommendation is a recipe for mass public confusion that health insurance companies will leverage to save themselves money. We don't want that, and we don't think you do either. Last, I want to express our deep appreciation for all of you, those who have dedicated your time, energy, and expertise to serving the American people. Whether you are career staff at the CDC or serving on the ACIP, we want you to know that we see you, we value you, and we thank you for your continued commitment to protecting public health. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Peshin. All right. Now that we have completed public comment, we will be moving into the voting session. Our first vote will be the meningococcal vaccines, if we can get that language up.
Okay, so the vote language is ACIP recommends GSK's MIN ABCWY vaccine may be used when both MIN ACWY and MIN B are indicated at the same visit. So this is for healthy persons aged 16 through 23 years per the routine schedule when shared clinical decision-making favors administration of MIN B vaccine, and persons aged 10 years and older who are at increased risk for meningococcal disease, such as because of persistent complement deficiencies, complement inhibitor use, or functional or anatomic asplenia.
Thank you. I'm going to remind all the committee members as we're voting, if you would turn on your camera, if you can. And we're going to go alphabetically. So Dr. Asturias, you are up first.
Thank you, Dr. Talbot. Edwin Asturias, no conflicts of interest for this vote, and my vote is yes.
Thank you, and thank you for reminding us to state if we have conflicts or not. Dr. Brewer.
No, Noel Brewer, no conflicts of interest for this vote, yes. I vote yes.
Thank you. Dr. Brooks.
Oliver Brooks, no conflicts, yes.
Dr. Chen.
Lin Chen, no conflict of interest for this vote. I vote yes.
Dr. Sineas.
Sybil Sineas, no conflicts, yes.
Dr. Jameson.
Denise Jameson, no conflicts, yes.
Dr. Cambodge.
Minnie Cambodge, no conflicts, yes.
Dr. Kushel.
George Kushel, no conflicts, yes.
Thank you. Dr. Lair.
Amy Lair, no conflicts, yes.
Ms. Lyons. Ms. Lyons, you're muted.
I'm so sorry. Karen Lyons, no conflicts, yes.
Ms. Moser.
Charlotte Moser, no conflicts, yes.
Dr. Schechter.
Robert Schechter, no conflicts, yes. Apologies for my camera.
Oh, you're just fine. Dr. Shaw.
Al Shaw, no conflicts, yes.
Dr. Zucker.
Jane Zucker, no conflicts, yes.
Sorry, I just finally said her name correctly, and I got a good job behind me, so it was very exciting. All right, pardon the fist bump. Okay, Kip Talbot, no conflicts, yes. The motion passes 15-0. Okay, thank y'all. All right, next we'll be moving to the VFC meninge vote. The vote says VFC vote, approve the updated vaccines for children, VFC, resolution for vaccines to prevent meningococcal disease. We'll also go in alphabetical order again. Dr. Asturias.
Edwin Asturias, no conflicts for this vote, yes.
Dr. Brewer.
Noel Brewer, no conflicts, yes.
Dr. Brooks.
Oliver Brooks, no conflicts, yes.
Dr. Chen.
Lynn Chan, no conflict of interest, yes.
Dr. Sineas.
Sybil Sineas, no conflicts, yes.
Dr. Jameson.
Denise Jameson, no conflicts, yes.
Dr. Cambodge.
Mary Cambodge, no conflicts, I vote yes.
Dr. Kushel. I believe you're muted, Dr. Kushel.
Apologies. George Kushel, no conflicts, yes.
Dr. Lair.
Amy Lair, no conflicts of interest, yes.
Ms. Lyons.
Karen Lyons, no conflicts, yes.
Thank you. Ms. Moser.
Moser, no conflicts, yes.
Dr. Schechter.
Robert Schechter, no conflicts, yes.
Dr. Shaw.
Al Shaw, no conflicts, yes.
Dr. Zucker.
Jane Zucker, no conflicts, yes.
And I'm Kip Talbot. I have no conflicts, yes. The motion passes 15-0. Before we go to the next vote, did anyone want to make any comments about the meningococcal motions that passed? Okay. We can have the language for the RSV motion. ACIP recommends adults 50 to 59 years of age who are at increased risk of severe RSV disease receive a single dose of RSV vaccine. CDC will publish clinical considerations that describe chronic medical conditions and other risk factors for severe RSV disease for use in this risk-based recommendation. At this time, RSV vaccination is recommended as a single dose only. Persons who have already received RSV vaccination are not recommended at this time to receive another dose. An RSV vaccine can be administered with any product licensed in the age group. All right. Dr. Asturias.
Edwin Asturias, no conflicts for this vote. My vote is yes.
Dr. Brewer.
Noel Brewer, no conflicts, yes. Yes.
Dr. Brooks.
Oliver Brooks, no conflicts, yes.
Dr. Chen.
Lynn Chan, no conflict of interest for this vote, I vote yes.
Dr. Sineas.
Sybil Sineas, no conflicts, yes.
Dr. Jameson.
Denise Jameson, no conflicts, yes.
Dr. Cambodge.
Mary Cambodge, no conflicts, I vote yes.
Dr. Kushel.
George Kushel, no conflict, but in view of brief consulting about a decade ago, I will be abstaining.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Lair.
Amy Lair, no conflicts of interest, yes.
Ms. Lyons.
Karen Lyons, no conflicts, yes.
Ms. Moser.
Charlotte Moser, no conflicts, yes.
Dr. Schechter,
Robert Schechter, no conflicts, yes.
Dr. Shaw,
Al Shaw, no conflicts, yes.
Dr. Zucker,
Jane Zucker, no conflicts, yes.
okay, and I'm Kip Talbot. I have no conflicts, yes. I have 14 yeses, 0 nos, and 1 abstain, so the motion passes. Would anyone like to comment on this motion or vote?
Yes, this is Rob Schechter. Just to encourage or reinforce the efforts by Moderna and the other manufacturers to continue efforts to get data on durability of protection, given the cost-effectiveness analyses, and also that information about the clinical implications of lower peak titers after additional doses to help guide our deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yeah.
Yes, Oliver Brooks. I would like to echo what Dr. Schechter said regarding the low titers, but seemingly I think that that'll be okay, but more data is needed. Also think that this was the strongest equity vote. So I want to congratulate the ACIP for voting in the affirmative for this.
Dr. Zucker?
Yeah, I'm also echoing what was said and just reinforcing that the big question, and I think where there was some uncertainty is really around revaccination. And that's just, urgent need to get some, additional data and clarity on what we can do with that, because obviously there will need to be revaccination, that would, result in effective titers. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Dr. Camboge?
Dr. Talbot, I don't think I can say it enough, but more studies in moderate to severe immunocompromised patients who are at highest risk for RSV disease. A call to action.
Yes. Test the vaccine in the population that needs it the most. Okay. Next votes will be chikungunya votes. We have 3. All right, so the first vote is regarding the virus-like protein. The virus-like particle, thank you. For vote 1, ACIP recommends virus-like particle, it's right there in front of me too, that's terrible. ACIP recommends virus-like particle chikungunya vaccine for persons aged greater than or equal to 12 years traveling to a country or territory where there is a chikungunya outbreak. In addition, virus-like particle chikungunya vaccine may be considered for persons aged greater than or equal to 12 years, traveling or taking up residence in a country or territory without an outbreak, but with elevated risk for U.S. travelers if planning for an extended period of time, for example, 6 months or more. All right, let's go backwards. Dr. Zucker.
That does happen occasionally. I'm used to always being last on this. So Zucker, no conflicts, yes.
Okay. Dr. Shaw.
Al Shaw, no conflicts, yes.
Dr. Schechter.
Robert Schechter, no conflicts, yes.
Ms. Moser.
Charlotte Moser, no conflicts, yes.
Ms. Lyons.
Karen Lyons, no conflicts, yes.
Dr. Lair.
Jamie Lair, no conflicts of interest, yes.
Dr. Kushel.
George Kushel, no conflicts, yes.
Dr. Camboge.
Minnie Camboge, no conflicts, yes.
Dr. Jameson.
Denise Jameson, no conflicts, yes.
Dr. Sineas.
Sybil Sineas, no conflicts, yes.
Dr. Chen.
No conflict, but to avoid a possible perception of conflict of interest for past DSMB on chikungunya vaccine trials, I will abstain.
Thank you. Dr. Brooks.
Oliver Brooks, no conflicts, yes.
Dr. Brewer.
Noel Brewer, no conflicts, yes.
Dr. Asturias.
Edwin Asturias, no conflicts, yes.
And I'm Dr. Talbot. I have no conflicts, and I vote yes. This motion also passes 14 yeses, 0 nos, and 1 abstain. All right, we'll do our vote 2 for chikungunya. All right, ACIP recommends using virus-like particle chikungunya vaccine for laboratory workers with potential for exposure to chikungunya virus. Dr. Asturias?
Edwin Asturias, no conflicts for this vote, yes.
Dr. Brewer?
Noel Brewer, no conflicts, yes.
Dr. Brooks?
Oliver Brooks, no conflicts, yes.
Dr. Chen?
Lin Chen, no conflict, but as noted earlier, I will abstain from this.
Dr. Sineas?
Sybil Sineas, no conflicts, yes.
Dr. Jameson?
Denise Jameson, no conflicts, yes.
Dr. Cambodge?
Minnie Cambodge, no conflicts, yes.
Dr. Kushel?
George Kushel, no conflicts, yes.
Dr. Lair?
Jamie Lair, no conflicts, yes.
Ms. Lyons?
Aaron Lyons, no conflicts, yes.
Ms. Moser?
Charlotte Moser, no conflicts, yes.
Dr. Schechter?
Schechter, no conflicts, yes.
Dr. Shaw?
Sorry, I wasn't muted. Albert Shaw, no conflicts, yes.
Thank you. Dr. Zucker?
Jane Zucker, no conflicts, yes.
And I'm Kip Talbot, and I have no conflicts, yes. So this motion also passes 14 yeses, 0 nos, and 1 abstain. All right. Chick 3. Sorry. We will be voting on the third chikungunya question. All right. ACIP recommends live attenuated chikungunya vaccine for persons aged greater than or equal to 18 years traveling to a country or territory where there's a chikungunya outbreak. In addition, live attenuated chikungunya vaccine may be considered for persons greater than equal to 18 years traveling or taking up residence in a country or territory without an outbreak, but with elevated risk for U.S. travelers, if planning travel for an extended period of time, for example, 6 months or more. What is being added is age greater than equals 65 years as a precaution for use of the live attenuated chikungunya vaccine. Okay. Dr. Zucker?
Jane Zucker, no conflicts, yes.
Dr. Shaw?
Al Shaw, no conflicts, yes.
Dr. Schechter?
Schechter, no conflicts, yes.
Ms. Moser?
Charlotte Moser, no conflicts, yes.
Ms. Lyons?
Aaron Lyons, no conflicts, yes.
Dr. Lair?
Jamie Lair, no conflicts, yes.
Dr. Kushel?
George Kushel, no conflicts, yes.
Dr. Cambodge?
Minnie Cambodge, no conflicts, yes.
Dr. Jameson?
Denise Jameson, no conflicts, yes.
Dr. Sineas?
Sybil Sineas, no conflicts, yes.
Dr. Chen?
Lin Chen, no conflict, but to avoid the possible perception of COI again for past DSMB on chikungunya vaccine trials, I will abstain.
Thank you. Dr. Brooks?
Oliver Brooks, no conflicts, yes.
Dr. Brewer?
Noel Brewer, no conflicts, yes.
And Dr. Asturias?
Edwin Asturias, no conflicts for this vote, and my vote is yes.
Okay. And I'm Kip Talbot. I have no conflicts, and my vote is yes. So this motion passes 14 yeses, no nos, 0 nos, and 1 abstain. And before we continue on to our next session, would anyone like to make any comments about the chikungunya vaccine votes?
Just one quick one, if that's okay. Hi, this is Dimitri Daskalakis. Just wanted to commend the team for great work on the chikungunya vaccine safety work. Really complex situation and lots of great efforts. So thank you for that. So just wanted to shout the team out. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for doing that. Anyone else have any comments or statements?
This is Rob Schechter again. I just encourage that the placing the LA recommendations along with the BLP recommendations will help providers and the public see the contrast on the current precaution between for ages 65 plus while the safety signal is being further investigated. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, voting members may turn their cameras off, but do not leave. We have one more session. You're doing great. For the public's sake, this was originally a 3-day meeting, and we are covering everything just in a shorter period of time. So it's been some very long days with some very few and very short breaks. So thank you for sticking with us. So the next session will be about RSV immunizations, but this will be maternal and pediatric, and the introduction will be done by Dr. Jones.
All right, good afternoon. I'm presenting on behalf of our chair, Dr. Helen Chu, who could not attend. Next slide. Briefly, I would like to review current recommendations on RSV immunizations as an introduction to the talks today that will focus on a new third option to protect infants from severe RSV. CDC and ACIP recommend that all infants be protected against severe RSV disease with either maternal RSV vaccine or infant immunization. For infants, there are 2 immunizations. So there's the maternal vaccine, Abrysvo, and a long-acting monoclonal antibody, nirsevimab. All infants are recommended to be protected against severe RSV disease by either the maternal RSV vaccine or nirsevimab, and only one is needed in most instances. Pregnant women should get a single dose of the maternal RSV vaccine during weeks 32 through 36 weeks of pregnancy, and nirsevimab is recommended for infants younger than 8 months of age who are born during or entering their first RSV season. Nirsevimab is also recommended for some children, ages 8 through 19 months, who had increased risk for severe RSV disease and entering their second RSV season. Next slide. So today, we will be reviewing data on a new long-acting monoclonal antibody, clesrovimab, that would become a third option to protect infants from severe RSV disease if approved. Clesrovimab is not currently FDA approved. However, the PDUFA date or target regulatory action date is June 10th, 2025. The proposed indication from Merck is infants less than 8 months of age born during or entering their first RSV season. Next slide. In September 2024, the Maternal Pediatric RSV Work Group reviewed and discussed data from Merck on safety and efficacy of clesrovimab. In October 2024, ACIP reviewed and discussed data from Merck on the safety and efficacy of clesrovimab and the work group interpretation of these data. During November 2024 through April 2025, the Maternal Pediatric RSV Work Group reviewed and discussed grade of the evidence for clesrovimab and the evidence to recommendations framework for clesrovimab. Next slide. And we have 2 presentations following today, the evidence to recommendation framework for clesrovimab and clinical considerations. Next slide. So looking forward, FDA has set as mentioned, a PDUFA date or target date for regulatory action of June 10th, 2025 for clesrovimab. And at the June 2025 ACIP meeting, there will be a presentation of any updates to the evidence to recommendations framework and clinical considerations for clesrovimab. And pending FDA regulatory action, a vote on a recommendation for clesrovimab. Next slide. So I'd like to thank all of our work group members. The ACIP voting members include our chair, Dr. Helen Chu, Dr. Oliver Brooks, and Dr. Denise Jamieson. Next slide. Also like to thank our work groups from CDC. Next slide. Thank you, and I'll now pass it on to our next presentation.
Good afternoon. My name is Danielle Mulia. I am an epidemiologist and co-lead of the ACIP Maternal Pediatric RSV Work Group. Today, I will be presenting the evidence to recommendation framework for clesrovimab. The policy question under consideration is, should clesrovimab be recommended for all infants less than 8 months of age born during or entering their first Sorry, could you go back a slide? RSV season. Next slide. ACIP utilizes an evidence to recommendation framework to structure evidence into a set of domains for both the work group and the committee to consider when making an immunization recommendation. Today, I will present the evidence for each domain listed on this slide and the work group polling and interpretation of the data presented. Next slide. The first domain is public health problem. The evidence presented in this domain is intended to inform the question, is RSV-associated disease among infants less than 8 months of age of public health importance? Next slide. Burden of RSV disease in children is high. CDC estimates in the absence of RSV prevention products, every year U.S. children under 5 years of age have approximately 2 million medical encounters, 58 to 80,000 hospitalizations, and 100 to 300 deaths, all due to RSV. Next slide. In infants, RSV is also the leading cause of hospitalization. Without RSV prevention products, most infants are infected in their first year of life, and nearly all become infected by age 2. Among young infants who are under 6 months of age, 2 to 3% will be hospitalized for RSV. The highest RSV hospitalization rates occur in the first months of life, and the rate of hospitalization declines with increasing age in early childhood. Among children who are hospitalized for RSV, 79% had no underlying medical conditions. Therefore, all infants are considered to be at risk for severe RSV disease. Next slide. Prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, RSV transmission had followed a consistent seasonal pattern. This figure shows the percentage of PCR test results positive for RSV by epidemiologic week from the National Respiratory and Enteric Virus Surveillance System. Shown in gray is the average of the 2009 through 2019 seasons, which consistently peaked during December to February. However, the COVID-19 pandemic interrupted seasonal circulation of RSV along with many other respiratory viruses. Following over a year of limited RSV circulation, the U.S. experienced an interseasonal RSV wave, shown here in green, that peaked in August of 2021. The 2022-2023 RSV season, shown in blue, also peaked early, from October through November. And the 2023-2024 season, shown in black, was a bit earlier and peaked November through December. The 2024-2025 RSV season, or this past season, shown thus far in red, indicates that we appear to be returning to pre-pandemic seasonality, with a peak in the December through January time period. Next slide. When asked whether RSV-associated disease among infants less than 8 months of age is a problem of public health importance, the work group unanimously responded yes. Next slide. The second domain is benefits and harms. Data presented in this domain should inform 3 questions. How substantial are the desirable anticipated effects? How substantial are the undesirable anticipated effects? And do the desirable effects outweigh the undesirable effects? Next slide. To inform the benefits and harms of immunization with clesrovimab, we perform GRADE, which evaluates, or quote-unquote grades, the certainty of the effect estimates for both beneficial and harmful outcomes. To define the scope of GRADE, the policy question was formulated as a PICO question with input from the work group. The population of interest is all infants less than 8 months of age born during or entering their first RSV season. The intervention of interest is clesrovimab. The comparison of interest is no immunization. And the potentially beneficial outcomes of interest included in GRADE were RSV-associated medically attended lower respiratory tract infections, or LRTI, RSV-associated LRTI with hospitalization, RSV-associated LRTI with ICU admission, all-cause medically attended LRTI, and all-cause LRTI-associated hospitalization. The potentially harmful outcome of interest included in GRADE was serious adverse events, or SAEs. Next slide. Here are the outcomes, their importance, and the data sources used for GRADE. There was one study that met the inclusion criteria for the PICO question and was used to evaluate all of the outcomes. This was Merck's phase 2b3 double-blinded randomized placebo-controlled trial. Next slide. The full details of GRADE can be found in the backup slides, but I'll review the high-level results. For beneficial outcomes, we assess vaccine efficacy estimates from the trial through 150 days of follow-up for concerns and certainty. I'll review the outcomes the workgroup deemed critical, which are boxed in red. For RSV-associated medically attended LRTI, the efficacy was 60% with a 95% confidence interval of 44% to 72%. This was the primary trial outcome. In the certainty assessment, there was some concern for indirectness. The trial excluded infants who were palivizumab eligible and at highest risk of severe RSV disease, and it took place during a season with disrupted seasonality due to COVID-19. These concerns were deemed not serious, but they were noted for all of the outcomes. For RSV-associated LRTI with hospitalization, the efficacy was 91% with a 95% confidence interval of 76 to 96%, and no additional concerns were noted in the certainty assessment. For RSV-associated LRTI with ICU admission, the efficacy was 100% with a 95% confidence interval of 24 to 100%. Oh, can we go back a slide, please? In the certainty assessment, there was serious concern for imprecision due to the width of the confidence interval, and the certainty was downgraded once. Next slide. Thank you. For potentially harmful outcomes, the relative risk of serious adverse events in the clesrovimab arm compared to the placebo arm was 0.93 with a 95% confidence interval from 0.77 to 1.12. In the certainty assessment, there was serious concern for imprecision as too few infants were included to capture rare events like anaphylaxis. Next slide. The findings and final evidence types for GRADE are summarized on this slide. Clesrovimab was found to be effective in preventing RSV-associated medically attended LRTI and RSV-associated hospitalization with LRTI with high certainty. Effective in preventing LRTI with ICU admission with moderate certainty. Ineffective in preventing all-cause medically attended LRTI with moderate certainty. Effective in preventing all-cause hospitalization with LRTI with high certainty. And finally, no increase in SAEs were observed in the clesrovimab group compared to the placebo group, and the certainty was moderate. Next slide. I am now going to discuss information relevant to the benefits of clesrovimab that was not included in GRADE. Participants were also followed through 180 days for outcomes of RSV-associated medically attended LRTI and RSV-associated LRTI with hospitalization. While vaccine efficacy does appear to be sustained to 180 days based on the point estimate and the 95% confidence interval, few cases were added in the clesrovimab or placebo arms in the 151 to 180 day time period, likely due to low RSV circulation and limiting the inference on the effectiveness of clesrovimab during this period. Next slide. Next slide. Just next. Sorry. No. No, it's just a different slide on that's displayed.
You go 60.
There we go. Okay. If approved by FDA and recommended by CDC, there will be 2 approved and recommended long-acting monoclonal antibodies indicated for the prevention of severe RSV disease in infants. Multiple products with different binding sites are beneficial if resistance mutations develop to either product. Multiple manufacturers in the same market allow for reduced risk of shortage if one product has an insufficient supply in the United States, and potentially competitive pricing of products. Next slide. For harms not captured in GRADE, solicited adverse events were recorded days 1 through 5 post-dose through the use of e-diaries. Both injection site and systemic reactions were comparable between the clesrovimab and placebo arms. The most commonly reported adverse events were irritability and somnolence, and these were mostly mild grade 1 or moderate grade 2 reactions. The proportion of participants with solicited adverse events that were severe or grade 3 were less than 0.2% in either group, and there were no grade 4 solicited adverse events in either group. Next slide. Looking specifically at rates of fever, which could lead to unnecessary tests in infants, the rates were comparable between the clesrovimab and placebo arm in the 5 days post-dose. Next slide. Based on these data, the work group felt that clesrovimab appeared to be an efficacious, long-acting monoclonal antibody that can prevent severe RSV disease, including medically attended RSV and hospitalization in young infants for the duration of their first RSV season. Clesrovimab will be the second long-acting monoclonal antibody, and having 2 products would mitigate the risk of manufacturing shortages and loss of efficacy due to resistance mutations. Clesrovimab has a favorable safety profile with no observed increase in serious adverse events or local or systemic solicited adverse events, including fever, but it was noted that rare serious adverse events were unlikely to be detected in a trial of this size. Next slide. The vast majority of the work group felt that the undesirable anticipated effects for clesrovimab were large. Next slide. And in regards to the undesirable anticipated effects of clesrovimab, the work group felt they were small to minimal. Next slide. When polled on the question, do the desirable effects outweigh the undesirable effects, the work group unanimously polled that the data favored clesrovimab. Next slide. The next domain is values. Data presented in this domain should help the committee answer 2 questions. 1, do parents and caregivers feel that desirable effects of clesrovimab are large relative to the undesirable effects? And 2, is there important uncertainty about or variability in how much parents and caregivers value the prevention of severe RSV disease? Next slide. In a study of 523 women who are actively pregnant or pregnant in the past 12 months, when asked about their beliefs regarding RSV disease, 38% of respondents believed that their baby would have no symptoms or mild symptoms if they got sick with RSV. 24% expressed uncertainty about the disease severity or treatability if their baby got sick with RSV. However, on average, respondents were also quite worried their baby would need to be hospitalized if they got sick with RSV. Next slide. So what factors have been found to increase parental intent to receive an RSV immunization for their infant? In parent interviews, the 2 most commonly cited factors were 1, trust in their pediatrician's recommendation, and 2, fear of RSV infection. And education helps. In one online survey, receiving information about monoclonal antibodies and passive immunization substantially increased parent willingness to receive an immunization. Next slide. Conversely, what do parents report as factors that may decrease their intent to receive an RSV immunization? Parent reported reasons for deferring RSV immunization were concerns about adverse events, wanting to have more time to make a decision, wanting to wait until the product had been available for a longer period of time, or trusting their own prevention measures against RSV. Okay, thanks. We can also look to recent uptake of nirsevimab, the currently approved and recommended long-acting monoclonal antibody for the prevention of severe RSV disease in infants, to gauge parental interest in clesrovimab. In the National Immunization Survey, as of February of this year, 50% of women with an infant less than 8 months of age reported receiving nirsevimab for their infant. An additional 7% reported that they definitely intended to receive nirsevimab for their infant. Next slide. However, with increased access, receipt of nirsevimab may be even higher. One birthing center found that when nirsevimab was universally offered to parents at a U.S. birthing center, 71% of parents received nirsevimab for their infants. Next slide. The work group felt that parents and caregivers probably felt that the desirable effects of clesrovimab were large relative to the undesirable effects. Next slide. And when asked whether there was important uncertainty about or variability in how much parents and caregivers valued the prevention of severe RSV disease, the majority of the work group felt there was probably not important uncertainty or variability. Next slide. I will now present data on acceptability. This domain asks whether clesrovimab is acceptable to key stakeholders, which generally refers to providers and provider or professional organizations. Next slide. As we did with values, we can again look to attitudes towards nirsevimab as a likely proxy for attitudes towards clesrovimab. In a survey of 200 pediatricians conducted in October 2024, about 3/4 of pediatricians reported their practice had ever offered nirsevimab. Over 90% of pediatricians agreed or strongly agreed that nirsevimab is safe for infants, is effective against severe RSV disease, that they felt confident discussing and recommending nirsevimab, and that they felt comfortable co-administering nirsevimab with one or more vaccines in a single visit. Next slide. RSV prevention through long-acting monoclonal antibodies has been endorsed or recommended by national provider and professional organizations, including, but not limited to, the American Academy of Pediatrics, the American Academy of Family Physicians, and the National Foundation for Infectious Diseases. Next slide. The work group felt that immunization with clesrovimab is acceptable to key stakeholders. Next slide. The next domain is feasibility, and data presented here will inform whether clesrovimab is a feasible intervention to implement among all infants less than 8 months of age. Next slide. Clesrovimab storage, handling, and administration is anticipated to be similar to other routine vaccines. The rest of this information will be reviewed in Dr. Jones's presentation, so I will skip it for now, but it's here for your review. Next slide. The Vaccines for Children's Program, or VFC, is a federally funded program that provides immunization at no cost to children who might not otherwise be immunized because of inability to pay. If ACIP votes to include clesrovimab in VFC, it will be the second monoclonal antibody to be included in the VFC program. Some factors that may impact implementation are that clesrovimab is a single dose regardless of weight, which may be easier for providers than nirsevimab, which has weight-based dosing. Stocking clesrovimab may be challenging for providers who also need to stock nirsevimab for high-risk children age 8 through 19 months entering their second RSV season and would prefer to only stock a single monoclonal antibody. Next slide. Once again, turning to nirsevimab for insight, in a 2024 survey of pediatricians about the challenges they experienced or anticipated experiencing when offering nirsevimab, the 3 most commonly reported challenges after parent-caregiver concerns around safety were challenges knowing maternal RSV vaccination status to determine the infant eligibility. This was reported by 33% of the pediatricians. However, this was reported less frequently by pediatricians who were currently offering nirsevimab than those who were not. And the next 2 challenges, financial burden in purchasing of nirsevimab and challenges with reimbursement from private health insurance plans, were reported by 31% of pediatricians responding to this survey. However, these challenges, which were both reported more frequently by pediatricians who were currently offering nirsevimab than those who were not. Next slide. For those infants born October through March, nirsevimab or clesrovimab will be ideally administered during their birth hospitalization. Implementation of monoclonal antibodies in birthing hospitals has proven initially challenging for some. In a series of CDC learning collaborative calls on nirsevimab administration in birthing hospitals, common barriers included determining maternal RSV vaccination status, storage and handling, billing, cost of nirsevimab, supplies and shortages, determining the eligibility, documenting receipt and care coordination, and VFC requirements. CDC is working to help birthing hospitals with these challenges, including VFC enrollment and sharing promising practices. Next slide. The majority of the work group felt that clesrovimab is or probably is feasible to implement. Next slide. The next domain is resource use. Here I will present data that is intended to help the committee address whether clesrovimab is a reasonable and efficient allocation of resources. Next slide. Cost effectiveness modeling was conducted by the University of Michigan and CDC. The modeling was built off methods and inputs that were selected to model the cost effectiveness of nirsevimab and are described in pediatrics. To model the cost effectiveness of clesrovimab, investigators updated key inputs, including vaccine efficacy and its waning trajectory, as well as the anticipated cost per dose. On this slide, we can see the results of the model base case scenario for an annual birth cohort in which 50% of infants are immunized with clesrovimab, compared to an annual birth cohort in which only palivizumab is used among eligible high-risk infants. In this scenario, it is estimated the following events would be averted: 120,000 outpatient visits, 43,000 emergency department visits, 20,000 hospitalizations, 4,500 ICU admissions, 20 deaths, and 3,413 quality adjusted life years would be gained. Next slide. Examining the incremental cost effectiveness ratios, or how much it costs us to prevent a single outcome, in this model, it is estimated to cost roughly $3,000 to prevent an outpatient visit, $8,200 to prevent one emergency department visit, $17,500 to prevent a hospitalization, $80,000 to prevent an ICU admission, and $104,500 per quality adjusted life year gained. Next slide. Here is a tornado diagram which represents the sensitivity of an outcome, in this case the cost per quality adjusted life year gained, to changes in single inputs while keeping the other inputs constant. Inputs are then ranked with the inputs that create the largest variance at the top of the graph and the inputs that lead to the lowest variance at the bottom. And what you can see here is that the inputs which had the largest impact on cost per quality adjusted life year gained are: 1, the disease-specific inpatient costs, which at a high estimate led to clesrovimab being cost-saving; 2, the estimates of quality adjusted life years lost due to RSV, which at a low estimate doubles the cost per quality adjusted life year saved; and 3, the cost of clesrovimab per dose. Next slide. Merck has also conducted modeling on the cost effectiveness of clesrovimab. At a cost of $457 a dose, which is the cost that the University of Michigan and CDC model used, Merck found that clesrovimab cost $36,636 per quality adjusted life year gained. Based on a technical review by CDC, key differences in these models that may lead to differences in the ICERs were the initial efficacy and the waning trajectories, the cost of medical visits and hospitalizations, and the inclusion of adverse events. Next slide. In summary, cost effectiveness modeling found that clesrovimab cost roughly $104,000 per quality adjusted life year gained in the base case. In sensitivity analyses, clesrovimab ranged from being cost-saving to costing $215,000 per quality-adjusted life year gained. This cost-effectiveness modeling was sensitive to the cost of inpatient care, the cost of clesrovimab, and the estimates of quality-adjusted life years lost due to RSV illness. Next slide. The majority of the work group felt that clesrovimab use among all infants under 8 months of age, born during or entering their first RSV season, is, or probably is, a reasonable and efficient allocation of resources. Next slide. The final domain is equity. In this domain, I will present data to form the question of what would the impact of clesrovimab be on health equity for infants? We can examine data on RSV hospitalizations using CDC's Respiratory Syncytial Virus Associated Hospitalization Surveillance Network, or RSVNet, which is a component of the ResNet surveillance platform. RSVNet conducts active population-based surveillance of laboratory-confirmed RSV-associated hospitalizations at sites in 12 states that account for roughly 8% of the U.S. population. Here are the seasonal population-based rates of RSV-associated hospitalization among U.S. infants less than 6 months by race and ethnicity during the 2018-2019 to 2024-2025 seasons. You can see there were differences in hospitalization rates among infants aged less than 6 months old by race and ethnicity across these seasons, but that these differences varied by season. Of note, these rates have been adjusted for RSV testing practices and thus may underrepresent RSV hospitalization rates. However, this shouldn't affect the distribution of rates by race and ethnicity. Next slide. Next slide. Here are the rates of RSV-associated ICU admissions among U.S. infants less than 6 months old by race and ethnicity during the same seasons in RSVNet. Again, these rates have been adjusted for RSV testing practices, and again, you can see the population-based ICU admission rates for infants less than 6 months differ by race and ethnicity, but that this difference varies by season. Next slide. Now looking outside of RSVNet, one study found RSV hospitalization rates were up to 7 times higher among American Indian and Alaskan Native children compared to children less than 1 year. However, it is important to note that this study was limited to specific populations and might not be broadly representative of the risk that all Alaska Native and American Indian children face. And national studies of death certificates found higher rates among non-Hispanic Black children compared with non-Hispanic white infants and children aged 1 to 4 years. Hospitalization rates from the New Vaccine Surveillance Network, or NVSN, have shown mixed results. Several NVSN studies have shown no difference by race and ethnicity. Even when significant among NVSN studies, the relative risk of hospitalization for non-Hispanic Black and Hispanic children compared with non-Hispanic white children has been mildly increased. For example, a relative risk of between 1.1 and 2.2. Next slide. The majority of the work group felt that clesrovimab would probably increase health equity. A minority responded that it probably would have no impact on health equity. Next slide. I will now summarize the work group considerations and interpretation of the data I have presented today. The work group felt that the phase 2b3 trial of clesrovimab demonstrated high efficacy for the prevention of severe RSV disease through 150 days. They noted that serious adverse events appeared balanced between the clesrovimab and placebo arms. However, they also noted that rare adverse events are unlikely to be detected in a trial of this size. The work group discussion also highlighted that while clesrovimab has a shorter half-life than nirsevimab, 42 versus 71 days, clinical efficacy against severe RSV is sustained through 150 days. They also noted clesrovimab and nirsevimab clinical efficacies against severe RSV disease were not readily comparable due to differences in definitions in the trial outcomes. Next slide. The work group highlighted the benefits of multiple RSV antibody products and multiple manufacturers, including if RSV develops resistance to one product or one product has insufficient supply, another is available. And there's the potential for a decrease in price. Overall, the leading cause of hospitalization in infants, RSV, can be prevented through immunization. However, for RSV immunizations to have public health impact, they must be administered early. For infants born outside of the RSV season, high uptake prior to the start of season onset is essential. And for infants born during the RSV season, administration should be within the first week of life, ideally during the birth hospitalization. Next slide. The work group felt the desirable consequences clearly outweigh the undesirable consequences. Next slide. And in the final poll, should clesrovimab be recommended for all infants less than 8 months of age born during or entering their first RSV season, the work group unanimously polled to recommend the intervention. Next slide. I would like to thank the many collaborators who contributed to this presentation, especially Jefferson Jones, my co-lead, and Myla Prill, as well as all the members of the work group. Next slide. So, and if we can now return to slide number 2, which is the policy question before the committee, I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions? I have a question that's not related to the policy. We're hearing reports that it's difficult to get these antibody in the hospital because the hospitals don't want to pay for them. Has there been any progress on having a separate payment for that? So you get a certain amount to deliver a baby, and the hospitals are worried that that will come out of that amount. So
I think you're asking about the DRG payments.
Yes, exactly.
We don't have any information on DRG updates. If there's someone from CMS or Immunization Services Division that could comment on it, but there's no knowledge that we have of what kind of progress has or has not been made.
Okay. Maybe worth finding out because it's so effective that, especially to capture them while they're staying in the hospital, would be phenomenal. Dr. Shaw.
Yeah, thank you for that presentation. I actually had a question about, my understanding is that clesrovimab is a antibody specific for site 4, I think, in the F protein, as opposed to site 0, which is the target for nirsevimab. So my understanding is site 4 is present on both the pre and post fusion conformations of the F protein, and so I don't know if you know, is there any kind of biological difference in how this monoclonal performs compared to nirsevimab?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Dr. Shaw. I actually think that'd be a great question. We have some representatives from Merck on the line. Dr. Sinha, if you're on the line, would you be interested in weighing in on this?
Yeah, can you hear me okay? This is Anashua Sinha from Merck.
Yes, thank you.
Yep, so this is Anashua Sinha. I'm the lead clinical director and the product development team lead for clesrovimab. And there's interesting information, Dr. Shaw, that you may be interested in some of our preclinical work, by which we looked at the off rates for clesrovimab on the pre-fusion conformation versus the post-fusion conformation. And what we note is that while there's a very slow off rate for the pre-fusion conformation, there's a very rapid off rate for the post-fusion conformation. So that's to the specific question regarding pre versus post. And then there's a comparative nature to the question you asked. And of course, there's no direct head-to-head data with nirsevimab. I hope that's helpful.
No, great, thanks. So the implication is that you don't get much post-fusion attachment, I guess. Is that what you're saying?
That would be the implication, and happy to share the publication after the meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Moser.
Thank you. I noticed that the data from RSVNet went as far as February 1st, and I'm just wondering if that's because you were preparing for the February meeting, and so you just pulled data till that date, or if there's been changes to RESPNet as a whole. I know RSVNet is what you were using for this, just related to the changes of funding and staffing.
Thank you for that question. If we could go to slide, wait, sorry, which?
The question is if there's continued funding for RSV.
Yeah.
Maybe better on some. So I think the question is about if there's continued funding for RSV.
Correct. Because I noticed you only pulled data through February 1st on some of the slides. And so I'm just wondering if that's because of your preparation timeline or because of changes to what data we're getting from these important surveillance networks.
No, thank you very much. I'm searching back in my memory, and I think that was in fact an artifact of the preparation timeline. Some of these data were originally pulled for the February meeting, and where we didn't anticipate an update that would affect interpretation, we left the data as they were. But no, to your question, we're not aware of any change in funding.
Yeah, and there's always.
Thank you.
I'm actually an EIP PI for RSVNet, and so there's always somewhat of a delay, and also in the data gathering. So some of it's artifact from that. That does highlight, however, the importance of our surveillance systems in helping us determine the impact of these diseases and vaccines and new other interventions. So thank you for pointing that out, Dr. Schechter.
Thank you. Really exciting to see those lower hospitalization numbers. If still troubling to see the disparities. I wanted to also call out thanks to CDC for including that language about administration ideally occurring during the birth hospitalization in the pediatric schedule and some of the communications, and hoping that similar language can be considered going into this policy question and any harmonized recommendations about, especially after seeing that 70% versus 50% coverage data. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Schechter. Yes, we intend to keep emphasizing that language as much as possible, both for clesrovimab and for nirsevimab. Immunization during the birth hospitalization is very essential for infant protection.
Any other questions or comments? All right, let's move on to clinical considerations. Dr. Jones.
Thank you. Next, we'll be discussing the proposed clinical considerations for clesrovimab. And as a reminder, clesrovimab has not been approved by the FDA at this time, and all of these slides refer to proposed clinical considerations if clesrovimab is approved by FDA and recommended by ACIP. So first I will discuss the similarities and differences in the proposed use of clesrovimab versus nirsevimab, then review the proposed indications, timing and dosing, and the storage, handling, and administration. So as a brief review on immunity, acquired immunity can be categorized into active and passive immunity. And active immunity is when antibodies are produced by an individual's own immune system after exposure to a disease-causing organism, such as through infection or vaccination. This type of immunity can take time to develop, but often provides long-lasting protection. And in contrast, passive immunity involves administering externally produced antibodies to a recipient. Examples include maternal antibodies transferred across the placenta, transfusion of blood products, receipt of antibody products. And this provides immediate protection, but protection wanes. And clesrovimab is a type of passive immunity. So clesrovimab is a long-acting monoclonal antibody manufactured by Merck. It is a type of passive immunization as discussed, and it is to be administered as a single dose of 105 milligrams in a 0.7 milliliter syringe, with the same dose recommended for all infants born during or entering their first RSV season, regardless of weight. The recommendations for clesrovimab and nirsevimab would be the same for use in infants younger than 8 months born during or entering their first RSV season, and there would be no preferential recommendation for the use of clesrovimab versus nirsevimab. However, only nirsevimab would be recommended for children ages 8 through 19 months who are at increased risk of severe RSV disease and entering their second RSV season. Infants eligible to receive nirsevimab when entering their second RSV season could have received either nirsevimab or clesrovimab for their first RSV season. And there are no effectiveness or safety concerns for using clesrovimab for an infant's first RSV season and nirsevimab for their second RSV season. For the proposed use of RSV antibody immunizations in infants, meaning either nirsevimab or clesrovimab, these recommendations are largely unchanged from current nirsevimab recommendations. 1 dose is recommended for infants younger than 8 months of age, born during or entering their first RSV season, meaning the administration window is during October through March in most of the continental United States. If the mother did not receive RSV vaccine during pregnancy, the mother's RSV vaccination status is unknown, or the infant was born less than 14 days after maternal RSV vaccine. RSV antibody may be considered for infants born to vaccinated mothers when infants are born to mothers who may not mount an adequate immune response to vaccination, for example, immunocompromising conditions, born to mothers who have conditions associated with reduced transplacental antibody transfer, examples those living with HIV infection, infants who have procedures leading to loss of maternal antibodies. Examples may include cardiopulmonary bypass, ECMO, exchange transfusion, and infants with substantial increase for severe RSV disease. Examples include hemodynamically significant congenital heart disease, or those who require ICU admission with oxygen requirement at discharge. Regarding the ideal timing to give an RSV antibody, for infants born October through March, an RSV antibody should be administered in the first week of life, as discussed during the Q&A, that this is ideally during the birth hospitalization. And infants with prolonged birth hospitalizations due to prematurity or other causes should be immunized shortly before, promptly after discharge. And if not given in the hospital, it should be administered in outpatient settings. For infants born April through September, the optimal timing is shortly before the RSV season begins. For example, October through November. And I want to emphasize this, as we have heard of many infants receiving nirsevimab after the peak of the RSV season. Let's see. This figure graphically displays the recommendations on the last slide, and it emphasizes that infants born October through March receive the RSV antibody within 1 week of birth, while infants born April through September should receive it shortly before the RSV season begins. In jurisdictions with differing RSV seasonality, for example, Alaska, Southern Florida, Puerto Rico, and other jurisdictions with tropical climates, providers should follow state, local, or territorial guidance on the timing of administration. Recommendations for the timing of infant RSV antibody administration are flexible. Healthcare providers may use clinical judgment to determine when to give infant RSV antibodies outside of October through March, and special circumstances to consider include travel to areas with increased RSV activity or concern that a patient may not return for a visit when RSV antibodies should ideally be administered. I would next like to discuss some workgroup considerations on RSV antibody administration flexibility. So the workgroup has recommended that CDC provide national recommendations with flexibility for state and local jurisdictions, but that CDC should avoid providing region-specific recommendations due to the complexity of implementation. The workgroup supported current CDC recommendations, the wording on flexibility, but desired additional guidance on how to support decision-makers for implementing flexibility. They discussed that making annual changes to the timing of RSV antibody administration would be complicated for jurisdictions and providers. Before 2020, the RSV season was fairly predictable, with only minor year-to-year variations. RSV seasonality appears to be returning to pre-pandemic patterns, but additional years of data are needed to verify this. And since real-time RSV data trends can be difficult to interpret, state or local jurisdictions may also choose to alter the timing of RSV antibody administration based on local historical patterns of RSV seasonality. Not all RSV disease can be prevented, and for most of the United States, administration of RSV antibody to newborns during October through March will align the timing of maximum protection with the timing of the highest risk for infants. Or in other words, protect infants in their first 2 months of life and are therefore at higher risk for severe RSV disease during the peak months of the RSV season. Now, there is no evidence-based threshold of test positivity above which RSV antibody is recommended. The 3% test positivity that has been used by CDC to define the RSV season for surveillance purposes is specific to NERVS, or the National Respiratory and Enteric Virus Surveillance System, was based upon pre-pandemic testing practices and was never meant to be a threshold to guide the beginning and ending of RSV antibody administration. Use of local RSV data may be the best source to guide action, and test positivity can differ by system based on testing practices and patient populations. For example, test positivity tends to be higher in children than adults, and test positivity for hospitalized children may be higher than systems that include outpatients. And other sources of data, including trends in RSV hospitalizations or the total number of positive tests, can be considered. There are potential advantages and disadvantages that should be considered when determining whether to start RSV antibody prior to October. Potential advantages include that starting earlier, for example in September, can provide more time for infants to receive an RSV antibody prior to the start of the RSV season to better ensure that protection is provided prior to any exposure. This could potentially be useful for jurisdictions with early seasonality. Potential disadvantages include that protection is expected to be greatest shortly after administration and decrease over time, but it is unknown how quickly protection decreases. And infants who receive an antibody in September could have reduced protection by the peak of the season and towards the end of the season. Extending past March also has advantages and disadvantages that need to be balanced. Potential advantages with extending: infants born in April could be immunized shortly after birth, providing protection during their first few months of life when they're at highest risk for severe disease. But potential disadvantages is that the risk of exposure and infection during the tail end of the RSV season might be low. And most infants born to unvaccinated mothers are recommended to receive only 1 dose of an RSV antibody. So most infants who receive a dose in April would not be recommended to receive a dose in October, and a dose in October could provide protection for an entire RSV season. So the balance of the potential disadvantages and advantages should be considered when modifying the months of RSV antibody administration. Current CDC recommendations state that because the timing of the onset, peak, and decline of RSV activity varies geographically, public health authorities, for example, state or local health departments, or regional medical centers may provide additional guidance for infant RSV antibody administration for their jurisdictions or patient populations. In areas with clear increases in RSV transmission prior to October, administration prior to October can be considered. In areas with high RSV transmission through the end of March, administering to newborns past March can be considered. In areas with historical data suggesting consistent RSV transmission beginning prior to October, or consistent high RSV transmission past the end of March, the standard months of seasonal administration can be modified according to expected annual patterns. So today's focus has been on infant RSV antibodies. However, there are 2 immunization options to prevent severe RSV. Most infants will not need both maternal vaccination and an RSV antibody, and pregnant women with their healthcare provider should choose one of the options. This slide shows some of the considerations for counseling patients regarding the 2 options. Maternal RSV vaccine provides immediate protection for the baby after birth, and there is no injection for the infant. However, there is potentially reduced protection in some situations. For example, if the mother is immunocompromised or infant is born soon after vaccination, and there remains a potential risk for hypertensive disorders of pregnancy associated with the vaccine, including preeclampsia. The infant RSV antibody provides a direct receipt of antibodies rather than relying on a transplacental transfer of maternal antibodies. So protection may wane more slowly with RSV antibody than protection from the maternal RSV vaccine. Side effects are usually mild and resolve quickly, and hypersensitivity reactions are uncommon but have been reported. Delayed administration of an antibody could leave the infant unprotected. Regarding clesrovimab or nirsevimab and palivizumab, if clesrovimab or nirsevimab is given to an infant or child, then palivizumab would not be recommended for the same RSV season. Please recall that these are proposed recommendations. It is expected that clesrovimab administration would be the same for nirsevimab and therefore would be given as an intramuscular injection to the vastus lateralis muscle of the anterolateral thigh. And simultaneous administration of infant RSV antibodies with vaccines is acceptable. Expected clesrovimab storage and handling recommendations are to store the product at refrigerated temperatures, use within 48 hours of removing from refrigerator, and that clesrovimab should not be frozen, should not be shaken, and should be protected from light. This is a reminder that errors have been reported of giving the incorrect RSV immunization product to certain populations, and that the only RSV immunization to be administered to infants is the RSV antibody. Only Abrysvo should be given to pregnant women, and that RSV antibodies should not be given to older adults. The proposed recommendation to report suspected adverse events after clesrovimab mirror those for nirsevimab. And so if a RSV antibody is administered alone, then suspected adverse events are to be reported to MedWatch. And if RSV antibody is administered simultaneously with any vaccine, they should be reported to VAERS, the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System. And additional reporting to MedWatch would not be necessary. And that concludes the presentation. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much. It's quite the whirlwind. Okay, questions? Dr. Schechter.
Apologies for end of the day questions. One is...
Wait, I'm just going to tell you, no apologies necessary. Keep going.
With the half-life up to 70 days, is there any evidence of protection beyond the 5 to 6 month range of the RSV season is the first question. Second question is, I know we've got some vaccine for children lots in our state that are set to expire over the next months in between seasons. And my impression is that some of those lots were first released at a time when the expiration period was briefer than it currently is. And so if that is the case, is there any chance that those lots would be extended under the additional data to allow for additional use, as I don't think they qualify for return programs under VFC. So going into the weeds a bit on the second question. Thank you.
I'll take the first question and ask our colleagues from VFC to handle the second question. So there is building evidence of potential protection beyond 150 days for nirsevimab using real-world effectiveness studies. The duration of protection and how quickly it may wane over time is undetermined. There was an MMWR published from Alaska that had some data on extended half-life. There are a number of extended, not half-life, extended protection beyond 150 days. There is several articles published out of Europe, but there tends to be very little RSV activity beyond 150 days when the timing of the immunization with these antibodies tends to be at the right before the season to really maximize protection during the peak of the season. So it may take some time. We may accumulate from areas with either prolonged RSV seasons or areas of the world, tropical areas that are giving RSV antibody year-round. So I'd say there's building evidence that there is some level of protection, but we don't quite have confidence of what exactly it is. And maybe I'll pass on for the second question to Dr. Santoli.
Hi, this is Jeannie Santoli, and about the question about shelf life. As with many new products, the manufacturer has done work to extend the shelf life as more data have accumulated for a product that they are releasing. But applying for extension of shelf life of data in the field is actually a very different process, and that is not something that's currently under consideration from what the manufacturer has explained to us.
Thank you both.
Dr. Shaw.
Hi, thank you again for that presentation. And my apologies if you may have said this and I was staring at other slides, but with regard to administration of a monoclonal antibody product during the birth hospitalization, I was wondering if there is information on whether that is, to what extent that's actually happening. My understanding is many hospitals receive kind of a bundled payment for deliveries and for baby deliveries. And so is this being incorporated into that cost, or do you have any indications about what's going on?
Well, regarding whether it's being incorporated in the DRG, we kind of briefly talked about that. We don't have a lot of information on that. CMS has mentioned some things about the drug rebate program and some complications. Our colleagues in the Immunization Services Division are working greatly with birth hospitalizations and immunization programs throughout the country to try and figure out what the main challenges are, what best practices are, how to overcome those. But stay tuned for future ACIP, perhaps in June, when we do hope to have an updated presentation on kind of uptake and some of these issues.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay. I'm going to ask the question of any additional business. I know that some people wanted to give some announcements. But any from the voting members? All right, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Wharton.
Thank you, Dr. Talbot. Once again, I would like to thank a number of people for helping us get this meeting across the finish line, particularly with rescheduling it. I'm very grateful to our advisory committee on immunization practice members who cleared their calendars and stuck with us through 2 very, very long days with very concentrated evidence presentations, and we're very grateful for your help with us being able to complete this meeting successfully. We also appreciate the participation of our ex officio and liaison representatives. I would be remiss if I didn't recognize the really excellent leadership and support of all of the CDC workgroup leads who do an amazing job planning and organizing and leading the efforts to help the work groups make it through a lot of information and organize it in a way that it can be presented to the committee in reasonable lengths of time. And it's a phenomenal amount of work that these individuals do, and we're really grateful for their contributions. Also appreciate the work of all of the members of the ACIP Secretariat who did an awful lot of things to get this meeting to happen, and I appreciate their support as well, along with NCRD's Office of Communications, CDC's Office of Communications, and the engineers of CDC's Global Communications Center, without whom we literally could not have had this meeting. And so we really appreciate their help. And I think with that, I am done.
I'm just going to echo the thanks. It really did take a village, a very extended village, to make sure that we were technologically prepared as well as prepared with all of the important data and discussion. So thank you to the ACIP members, both voting and ex officio. Also, shout out to our chair for an amazing job and keeping us, I think we're going to say, exactly on time. So really another landmark ACIP moment. Thanks to everyone, to the folks from the work groups. And I have to also shout out the NCIRD Office of the Director and the work that you all did to execute, as well as our CDC immediate Office of the Director as well. That was so critical in moving things forward, as well as our colleagues at HHS. Thank you.
I think they thanked everyone I wanted to thank. I hope everyone recovers from these 2 days. I look forward to seeing you again in June. And if there's no other business, we will adjourn.